I have just realised we have not. We didn't decide who was doing the intro. Well, welcome everybody to the NECC. I'm Kairo, joined by Loss. We are staring at each other, but hey, we're glad to be here.
Hey, you know, it's not too bad. You're a good-looking guy, so it's okay. I don't mind looking at you. But hey, we're here at NECC Week 8, the Emergence Yellow. We got NJCU Gothic Knights coming up against the Bryant University Black. Both similar in terms of how we're looking at their score lines right now. NJCU 4-1, Bryant University looking at a 3-3. So similar amounts of wins. I'm excited to see if Bryant might be able to equalize their wins here today.
Well, I mean, we'll need to see that. It's good to see some really good kind of mid-table battles that is going on. We're not going to actually get to see the map ban phase, unfortunately. All the rosters are going to get straight into this game because we're running a little bit late. And, you know, I'm not complaining. We're going to get straight into the action here, Loss.
Yeah, that sounds good to me. You know, sometimes players can get very lazy once they get into the lobby. They don't feel like starting the game. But now we got a little bit of kick in there behind, so they should be able to jump into it pretty quickly. So since we don't really know what we're going into, what map do you think we're going into? Why not? Just guess.
I'm gonna guess. I'm gonna go and guess Ascent. I don't know why I'm guessing Ascent. Maybe the fact it's got the highest pick rate in the map pool for NECC.
Oh, actually, we got some maps right now.
Ooh.
The first one we're jumping into is a bind, but what do you know? Ascent
Ooh.
is on the block. It's going to be bind, and following that, it will be moved into I do like Rocket TV bringing in the Brimstone. I'm a big-time Brimstone fan.
The Brimmy with the stimmy, he's an absolute legend of the game. I mean, the good thing is though is the way the kind of stims have been working. Obviously, they help with the movement speed. We've seen Brim come really into the meta, especially on Vine. He's had a high pick rate. I'm liking the Sky picks that are coming through. I mean, even with a Sova included, that's a nice one from Brian. I'm really loving that one. So with that being said, yeah, I don't really mind these pickups so far, especially the chamber.
100%, but when you're looking at the attacking capabilities, Bryant has just a bit more because that movement speed from the stim beacon, because there aren't many space takers. Like, you just have Justin on the side of NJ, because other than that, who really can run into the objective when you want to take it? Sure, this composition is great for the defense, but you really need to put in some work on the defense if you want to have, you know, just any inkling of efficacy on attack.
Well, that's it. And I mean, on top of that, I just feel as if when we look towards the kind of attackers right now, this is, well, you could argue that both teams are on their most favoured side. And if we kind of want to go off by that, you've also got the fact that, well, whoever does the best on this half should technically win it out, if we're kind of going by that, if we're just basing it on agent select alone. But we all know this is Valorant. We all know what this can be like, Loss. I mean, people, I don't know how many times I've seen someone throw a lead that they just shouldn't have. I mean, especially in my ranked games, but I mean, we'll not talk about that. That's run about that gold level.
Is that the team, or is that kind of like a centered around you, Kairo?
No, that's just me talking about myself as always. Come on, Loss. I'm egotistical, man. I may talk about myself at least.
Hey, no, I like hearing about it. You're a very interesting guy. You know, this is the first time we ever worked together, so I'm happy to learn more about you as we go on, but we're about to get into it.
Yes, we certainly are, and already 2 gunfights getting taken place here. But the thing is, though, is maybe the KG a bigger loss than it is for the attackers. Oh, what a lovely shot that is from the Viper. And it seems as if it's turning into a bloodbath here. Only one player remaining, it is that chamber. It's Stanky Leg, and he's doing a bit of a dance right now. He can't seem to find anything. The way that he's popping, dodging, weaving, he's gonna live it out.
He was trying to pick up that gun right at the end, but Demiurge was there ready for it. Great defense by Justin and Demi in that moment. All working together. 2 frags and 2 assists just to start things off. Those were the only people who were really fighting that whole round for the Gothic Knights.
Yeah, it just seemed as if everything just fell apart when what do you call it? Bryant University just moved in. Gothic Knights just seemed to be easily able to pick up those frags.
And now it's going to that forced round. We got a few Spectres. Not seeing that on the Killjoy, though. They're opting for just the classic. Maybe they want to get some more credits going in. We have a few players running up through Hookah. 3 stack, and somewhere on long, that's going to be a signal starting off with that recon bolt. Position field, got to get started.
Yes, it certainly is, and already people getting picked up. Look at this utility and everything, but it seems as if we've actually got somewhat of a trade. As I say that, though, the advantage being taken by the defenders, and we can see it coming through on the kill feed. One player remaining, and Stanky Leg once again.
There's not much they could do, right? They had to run through the snake bite. They were vulnerable. Yeah. They were pretty much all but done. That's the same time Stanky Leg was left alone in the end, but it really doesn't matter at this point. It was a gimme round here for the Gothic Knights. Now we got some rifles on the board, but we also have Justin steadily creeping up to that Blade Storm, so even if it doesn't work out for them this time, they'll have that ultimate ready. I'm sure of it.
Yeah, and then on top of that, though, I mean, there's actually one. I mean, Aimbot on the other side actually is coming up in that Blade Storm. I mean, the thing is, though, let's think about it from this point of view. Sometimes when you get into that tricky situation, you want to just pull out the knives, just start to go ham. Let's see if these players can go ham in this round, though. Is Rifles versus a lower buy.
Greedy Vicus. I feel like greedy as they're using the Headhunter right now instead of going for some sort of buy. Oh! Just a little bit of a peek out toward mid, or a short. Starts off with aimbot, now getting control of the U-Haul. That's big. They didn't have that before. They need to maintain site control when they get that execute, if they even want to try and get the plant down.
And we're still waiting to see this entry properly onto site. Got control of lamps, which is huge. But look at this. Oh, the Brim Smoke just constantly keeping denying of those angles, but it seems as if the gunfire is just going in favour again of the defenders. Have been able to pick up these rifles. We saw it right there. Frog Hub trying to move back and gain control of showers once again. Rack TV stuck out of the shot, wondering if someone's going to come from mid, but it doesn't seem as if anything is happening right now. Really taking our time with this one, and it's still going wrong. Swahili picking up Rack, all up to Frog Hub. Frog Hub right now can't even hit the shots.
Unfortunate, just painting a silhouette there of Demiurge. It's an unfortunate one, and only one player died on the side of Gothic Knights on their bonus round, and they were easily able to pick up all those rifles. They only need to buy one for the lone death on their squad. This is starting to snowball here for the Gothic Knights, and what are we working with on the side of Bryant University? Not really much. They haven't even worked their way up to the ultimates. I guess there's just not enough time to try and get those orbs while you make your push, but what I'm saying is that they aren't really going together. You know, they have a few players run up the same alleyway or the same lane, but they don't have them going at opposite angles to put some extra pressure over onto the Knights.
They're also, I feel a little bit hesitant. We saw the Brim still watching to see if anyone's watching the flank or coming from the flank, which is fair enough. But at the same time, there has to be a time where you stop looking that way. You focus on what's in front of you. But look at this, Swahili will be focusing on what's in front of them, and they're picking up 3 kills on long. Hookah is the only 2 plays where 2 people remain. Gunfire raining off, but nobody can be picked up.
That is just a critical loss there. The Sheriffs couldn't make their shot. I don't even know if one single bullet landed onto the sky there. And that is just a huge hit to take. Where do you even go from here? Maybe go for a rotation, but at this point, the plan's foiled, and you already have a forward position in short cubby. So even if you want to make that rotation, it'll be blocked.
Yeah, that's it. Rotations really are going to be a struggle here. Pixels is what Stanky Leg can find. Can't seem to connect though. And with that being said, we'll upgrade to that Sheriff Sentinels of Light. But the only light they're going to see is the one from God. Heaven, that's exactly what's being seen. Bigmar trying to swing, can't find anything. Swahili ace, and my God, Gothic Knights are really putting Bryant into the dirt.
Yeah, there's no good way to come out of that round. An ace there for Swahili. That's just a huge lead there, and kind of just a mental destruction of Bryant University. While they are able to get some rifles back in, they're still not working up to any ultimate to maybe just break in somehow. And this is another, it's a tough buy because they're running out of money. They're running out of credits. So if they lose this one again, they are going to be in such serious trouble. Maybe for like the next 3 rounds.
it just seems to be a constant eco cycle from them. Seems as if that guiding light is going to go in towards the site. The Stim actually being able to get in, but look at this, they're not checking the corners. Justin's picked up 3, and it just seems as if that's it, all she wrote for this round. Oh, there's a bit of an answer back here. Bryant University Black doing some damage, but there is still 3 knights available. 3 knights that could, well, stand guard on this site. Seems that Trailblaze will give the information, spiked down and stuck in towards that lamp's position. Stanky Leg able just to get out, but actually has to contest on the flank, and Justin with a 4K, Sasha getting one of her own.
This is tough. This is tough for Bryant University, and I think an issue is it comes down to their executes. They get caught up way too early, and they are unable to move through. They just have one little hiccup, as we saw when the 2 players moved through the toxic screen, and Justin was there for an easy 2-piece. That halted their momentum completely. They got stuck in the short, they didn't move out, and it allowed for an easy reposition for Gothic Knights. Now they're on another save round, a couple shares, but we do have Stanky Leg with the tour de force.
We do have Stanky Leg with that ultimate. Obviously, the op-like gun can really fire off sometimes. We already had 1 gun drop to the floor. That is Frog Hub. We are in that 5 versus 4, where there is still ultimates as well available for these defenders.
Oh, it doesn't miss, or maybe it goes through a wall bangs again. Oh, both of them! Can't make the connection, can't finish it off. So greedy Vicus run it back through that rendezvous. Now they're into hookah. Now they might look for a cheeky rotation or cut off on the flank. It is the spike in market. So if they spot that and just hold it, this will be even worse for Bryant University. But not to mention, Demiurge already on a 3K.
Huge, absolutely huge. Evenbot does have those knives up and available. Gonna get ready to swing with them. Needs to hit the mark. Can't do with the first knife, still 4 available. Remember, there is almost stuck here like a trap, like a fly trap. That's what they're doing, buzzing back and forth between shot, but now finally decided on moving towards
30
mid.
seconds left.
It is Sasha moving down long as well, just to paint the picture for you guys. Rack TV, only 5 HP, will swing the op right behind him. Oh no, that's going to be a knife. No, it's not, it's just going to be a kill. Speaking of knives though, Aimbot does get Demiurge, and now with that being said, the Phantom is up and available, going to get ready to swing, does have that spike available, but doesn't check the corners once again. 6-0 here for Bryant University.
We saw this 2 times in the same round. It was not fully checking a corner, where they would give it a little bit of a glance and continue to move on without doing that full clear. When you do that, it maybe is a mental check mark that you did what you needed to do to move on, but it isn't enough. You have to make that full commitment, check the full corner, because some of these pockets are pretty deep. That's why we saw Stanky Leg get, Greedy Vicus get that kill with the op. And also, as there was a potential for Aimbot to move and get the plant, when you don't fully look around and check your surroundings, it could have turned the tide of that round. Maybe even get a plant off. But we're starting off with an orbital strike that doesn't make a connection.
Does not make a connection. Make some space though, don't get me wrong. Aimbot making even more space though. Look at this, Greedy Vicus does answer back with 2 huge kills. Swahili spraying off, gets another 2, and it leaves only Frog Hub alive. The swing comes through, gets 1. Seeker's available right now, can get that information. The 2 players are not on site, but does Frog Hub know? Spike is down on towards long, trying to look for these kills, and with a minute left, there is plenty to find.
Okay, with Demiurge saying that, that all but seals this round, because with the cutoff of the Spike, it's out of the hands of Frog Hub. Maybe they could come through from CT and just clear out the site. But unless they continue to go hunting, I'm not sure what the play is here. Oh, okay, well, this might work against Justin if they do check it. Oh, they can't win it out. Frog Hub unable to clutch it out in such a poor position there. We're looking at 7-0 right now. Bryant University certainly doing their job on the defense.
I mean, they really are doing their job here, Loss. I mean, this is it. I feel as if not only am I working with Loss, I'm at a loss for words sometimes on what's happening. There just seems to be key critical, like, basic mistakes being made, like not checking the corners. I'm not trying to harp her on here, but I don't think I've actually seen a proper Sova info dart being used. I just feel as if there's just some key vital, like, initial mistakes, and that's just what we're missing.
Some information here with that owl drone, but you can kind of already tell that Bryant University or NJCU likes to take control of short, deny any push completely. But look at the placement of Bryant University right now. They're all stuck by market. Maybe this is the move to make. Demi, you're just waiting with the Vandal. Don't have the smokes to their advantage, so they can just go for an easy shot. Orbital doesn't move away, but aimbot will go for the punish.
Punish is exactly what we need in this scenario. Look at Justin holding down this long line of sight. Aimbot slowly moving up. Oh no, is this going to be another recipe for disaster? It seems like it. The Viper wall is also there to help out Justin from just denying. No, they do check the corner though this time. Finally, we do see that key mistake being corrected, and it seems as if the site has been cleared. This is a real winning position here for the attackers.
The first time I think we'll get this spike planted.
30 seconds left.
And they have the advantage
Spike
right now,
planted.
but Sasha, she's coming through CT, and we do have the heavy control. With the op out of Greedy, Vikings big. Oh, spotted the Brimstone, but it wasn't quick enough for the shot, and a second one follows up. No longer there. Rock still in a great position.
One
Gotta
enemy
watch out for
remaining.
Lamps, and Stanky Leg has it completely covered. Vikings all alone. Clock is ticking. Seems that there's no way they could win this one unless everyone just throws themselves into their fire. But no, it's 3K from aimbot. Finally get the first round on the side of Bryant University.
We do finally see that first round, and maybe this is the start of a comeback here. Maybe we are going to start to see these attackers move through. I mean, 7-5 scoreline isn't a bad result. We need to see them get at least another 2 rounds, I think, before we can see this a comebackable position, if you think about it from that perspective. Because at the end of the day, I mean, a 10-2 scoreline, especially if the team who's up on the advantage gets the pistol round, they get that extra 2 rounds that are almost guaranteed, 12 and 2, and then you're almost guaranteed to continuously keep going at that map point. It seems that the ultimates are going to be invested this round, and really they are. That's a Hunter's Fury and a Viper's Pit to a trade in kills as well. Here we go, the info arrow is going out, but isn't getting much information. Rat trying to clear this Viper's Pit. Does see Viper. That's a great pick up there, and the advantage now goes towards these attackers.
There's only one player left to defend it. It's Justin. And they realize someone's in the pocket, but at this point they have to back off and play their life because of flank. Lycus and Sasha have made their way through market, and this is a bit of a pincer maneuver. However, pressure from the CT side, from the defender spawn, coming in from heaven or the tunnel, is not there. They made their way onto the objective, and they have it pretty locked solid in terms of their flank.
Placing sentry.
Boys, Pick got a lovely kill, dashes out. The rendezvous just working out there. The plant coming through, and now we're actually seeing the teams do well. The attacking team, Bryant University Black, have locked down this A site. Seems as if Justin is just going to wait for Greedy Vicus to come through. And it seems as if it's going to have to be a 2 versus 4 retake of this site. With that being said, I mean, the amount of kind of economy that we are seeing being lost in the side of Gothic Knights is that of an almost epidemic. But will they have enough credits in this next round? It seems as if there's going to be enough bodies to close out this one though. 7-2 the scoreline. Bigmar taking out the last remaining player.
This is what they've been waiting for. Bryant University finally getting some rounds under their belt. And they're not losing many players along the way, and this is going to spark a timeout for the Gothic Knights, rightfully so. They want to get things slowed down and stop the momentum or any snowballing that could come out from Bryant University, put them on ice, and rethink the strategy. And I think what we saw there is that they got way too greedy and way too confident in terms of that previous round. The double flank only left one player, that being Justin, to defend the site proper. So that was just something they should not have been able to do, should not do. It just gave away too many lives, and it took way too long for the rotation out of Vicus once they got out of that dangerous situation.
And it just seems as if now we're actually starting to see a really big comeback coming through, and that this comeback potentially could decide if we actually have a map on our hands and bind. Do you think it's doable? Do you think that potentially even something better than a 9-3, maybe an 8-4 is doable here with the form that we're starting to find on the side of Bryant?
I think it really depends on this next map. If this timeout doesn't create a new strategy here for the Knights, if they still lose out on this round, this could be a big turnaround there for Bryant, because they're allowing themselves to punish the greed coming in from the Knights. If the Knights remove that, if they take that away, the ability to just get easy free kills from their pushes is going to be a lot more difficult, because Bryant has such trouble actually pushing and executing onto a site.
Well, this execution is coming through short this time. Look how many bodies are stacked up there. The flash coming through once again of the guiding light. But it seems as if it's going to be Op versus Op, and it's aimbot to win that fight out. Maybe a couple of calls in the chat to check Moss, check those VAC bans, but it doesn't seem to be coming through just yet. There is a couple of bullets being traded off in towards Showers. Rendezvous out there. It's probably a good pickup, but the biggest pickup there is the one on Tarak TV. There goes the Brimstone. That's huge. There is the knives available for the Jet if they use it. Yes, there it is. The audio coming through now. Demiurge is trying to spree through the smoke. Can't find anyone, but it is aimbot to find Swahili. Stimulate is going to get turned on. No chance. Aimbot firing off, and it's all up to Demiurge. There's 3 attackers remaining, and they're trying to find this last remaining player in towards Showers. It is doable. The Op swings, the Op finds, and the Op rips through the body of Viper. There we go. We are going to get that third round, and the most crucial round. It has to be said.
Certainly a great recovery from Bryant here, and I think there was too much emphasis from the Knights over in Showers. The double stack into that area, which I feel hasn't had too much pressure. Usually a one after the other, they would trickle in when they want to use that avenue of attack. It didn't require 2 players to be stacked up there. If there was someone else to follow up on that toxic screen when they wanted to push through short, that might have gone a different way for Bryant University, but that's not the case. And now we have a stack headed back over to B. It's all going to depend on Swahili if they make this push, they peek, they lose it out right here. That's going to be huge, but the dash away, both of them get out alive somehow.
That's absolutely huge. I don't know why no one was able to pick up on that capitalize. The capitalization comes through now. It's only a trade, which is unfortunate. That info did go through on towards the site. A Lamport triggered information gain through that, the KJ utility. But does Sasha know that there is one just above? Would have heard the updraft. The spike has been planted. Time is ticking, and so is the time ticking on that KJ ultimate. The lockdown just in picking up Frog Hub is essential here, and doing this. And it's just constant frags, but this time is evened out on the kill count. We are seeing 2 players remaining on each side. Greedy Viker's going to try and half it. Aimbot getting ready to swing. We'll try and clear gardens first, and here we go, moving through. Fires off the knives, and look at that. Demiurge winning that one out. 8-3 the scoreline after that round.
Wow, the underground city knife there. Neat, interesting. But a great recovery there for Gothic Knights. This is what they needed. And I think it came through from Demiurge as well as Justin jumping through the teleporter. I don't think Bryant University, maybe they didn't check the sound cues, they weren't expecting it. This is actually a problem that stems from the opposite of what they've done in previous rounds. They were too aggressive and all went onto the site. That way, no one was there to lock down from Hookah. No one was there to meet the teleporters who were getting into the back of this offense. So just giving that up completely, it was a free firing range for Justin from that angle. And now, final round of the half, and Justin gets things popping with a shot from the op.
What's popping? It seems to be Justin with that operator. Frog Hub getting ready to move through this Viper screen, and will continue to be taken out here. It just seems to be ripping apart through right now. Can they find another? Look at this, the crosshair. They don't even know it is on. The player will find it. The 2 ops tailing away here. Only up to this last remaining player will fire off, won't find anything, and will walk straight into the hands of Sasha. 9-3 round. Flawless. What a way to answer back.
Yeah, a little bit of aggression there from Sasha. She sure is happy after that one. And interestingly enough, this is going to be a potential curse. But at this point, Kairo, I really don't believe in the 9-3 curse anymore. It's a bit played out, if you ask me.
Okay. I don't know. I don't know about that. I mean, I believe in the 9-3 curse. I am an avid believer. I'm part of that church. And another thing, though, is something that I believe. I believe that Bryant University will need to be aggressive in this half, and I'll tell you why. Their comp is double initiate. There's lots of information, lots of plays that you can make. I'm thinking of those guiding lights, flinging them around a corner, swinging off that, and I mean, also not only gaining information, but gaining the opportunity to actually capitalise on a mistake. And I think this is going to be huge for the side of Bryant University Black on their defence.
Oh, aimbot's got some company. The second that players go through the showers, they'll have to deal with the double up. But now, this orb. Oh, they'll see the Viper, they jump right through. And they have to make sure that they're safe enough, so there is no aggressive push. Stanky like the first one to peek, but maybe a refrag could come through. Frog up, unable to get the job done. And there's not many players left on the site. Aimbot goes down, and Big Mar has to stay alive at least until backup comes up. Well, backup is gonna be too little, too late.
Too little, too late, and I mean that's probably the perfect way to describe that round. Everything was just too little, too late. 10-3 the scoreline. I'm also going to have those upgrades on this round. This is where things start to get a little bit worrisome, because now we're going to be on 11-3. Maybe after how things can go. I mean, couple rifles lost after playing against a lower buy. We could see 10-4 and then maybe even an 11-4, and that's where the rest of the round you've got so many rounds to try and be perfect almost. We'll need to see if that is the case. Players stacked up in towards Hookah Long, completely uncontested here, which means that, well, this Trailblazer's going to be absolutely huge. They do have that information. Guiding light to come through. Will anybody be picked up the shot again? Ready to swing, won't find anything. It was actually a double shotty play, and well, it was a bit short falling, I should say, in that whole round there.
Big Mar, they're in back of the site.
Last player standing.
Get one, and now it's just up to aimbot. A shorty in a dream. I don't know if they'll be expecting him to walk through from this angle. Might be able to get a surprise kill, but really, what else can you work with? Just converting that into a Spectre and then getting another 3 kills. This is a seemingly impossible round for aimbot to clutch out.
Yeah, maybe only one. Yep, there it is. One to be found. Spectre is picked up. Time's ticking down. 50 HP. Really is just all but over. It's almost just picking up the extra credits on those kills, dropping those guns, and well, with that being said, we'll drop out of the site, waiting for that spike to explode so we can get on towards that next round. 11-3 will be that scoreline moving through and towards Bryant University Black's rifle round.
You know, honestly, best case scenario for that 1v4. Take 2 away, remove their guns, make it a little bit of a more costly bonus round. As we can see, Sasha considered buying that Vandal, won't make the commitment, or at least we'll just think a bit about what they want to do on that one. Yeah, a couple of purchases of rifles here. So this is it's a mixed bonus round, right? So there might be a chance here for Bryant University to bring their rifles and 1 Spectre, if we're looking at Big Bar, and convert it into a very costly win against the Knights.
Well, here comes that Trailblazer through to, well, drone out where Frog Club's position is being. The Sky utility has been absolutely rampant for Gothic Knights, and it's been capitalised on once again by Justin. Aimbot stuck in towards the middle of the site, in behind those boxes. And right now, it has to focus on that Shiller's position. Can't do so, though, and will be dropped just like this spike. A 5 versus 3 retake will have to come through.
Oh, and it starts off with... Oh, I would rather say it ends with those 2 big kills, leaving Stanky Leg all alone with the Vandal, and not a single credit to their name after this round ends, unless they can find some kills, but they look at the worst time. As Greedy Vicus plays to that sound cue and goes for the swing. Now it's match point. 12-3 here for the Gothic Knights.
Oh my god, we're almost part of that, past that point where we can call this map a done deal. A bind can be like that sometimes, and well, with that being said, we are We are almost there. We are almost at that point and moving through on towards the next one. It seems as if, again, Brighton University Black on that lower, but I really do not have a chance. I'm not saying they don't know how to play Bind, but it just don't seem to be connecting shots at all. At all. And there we go. There's a perfect example. Greedy Vikings picks up aimbot. And, well, it seems as if this A-bomb site is almost but open.
Just to the wrong side. Big
Player
Mar
standing.
spraying through the smoke, hoping to get one. Now it's all up to Rock with the frenzy in heaven. This could be their first kill of the round. Okay. Well, what else can they do right now? It's just a... Oh, wait a minute.
Spike
Wait a
down
minute, Kairo. The plan has been stopped.
The plan might be stopped, but so is the
Attackers
round.
win.
They're both 13-3, the scoreline. Seems as if it was a pretty quick affair, but oh my god, what a match that was. Just Bind seems to be just seems to be nice map, and I mean if we go to the map picks here, I just quickly go and just have a look at Bind. That was NGCU's pick, and we can see that just in the way that they played.
Yeah, 100%. And interestingly enough, considering it was their pick, Bryant gave them the defense on the first half, which was an interesting maneuver. We'll wonder why that happened exactly. I mean, they had a composition that favored the attack. You know, they had a double initiator, Jet there to clear some gaps, and even Brimmy with the stimmy to make things a little speedier, which I don't think we saw too much throughout that, but it really didn't follow through. Their choice of going on the attack was not rewarded.
But see, the thing is, though, right, when we were actually looking at that comp, me and you were quite excited because we thought double initiator, we're going to see some nice aggressiveness, some nice loose play, and we didn't see it at all. It just seemed as if it was, do you know what it was? It was good overall macro play, but the micro decisions, clearing corners, using the utility, etc., etc., it just seemed to be lacking a little bit, and I think maybe the team would really improve from a little bit of VOD review after that map.
Yeah, perhaps, but might be time for them to review their attacking plays because they're going to be going on to the attack starting on Haven, and we'll check out that action and see if Bryant University can come back right after this break. And welcome back to NECC Valorant. We are still in the middle of this intense series, and I mean, it's a little bit one-sided so far. NJCU Gothic Knights are currently taking Bryant University Black to town over on Bind. It wasn't pretty, Kairo. It wasn't pretty at all. How are we feeling going into Haven?
No, man, it was certainly not pretty, but Haven is a different map entirely to Bind. We've got the three sites. Everyone likes to emphasise that. It's very attacker-sided. Another thing we like to emphasise. And, I mean, sometimes we do see a lot of retakes, a lot of loose play, a lot of kind of... I like to call it the IGL's playground, because, let's be honest, if there's a really good IGL, we get to see it on Haven. That's the most distinct map of all of them. So with that being said, we'll need to see if we have some good IGLs in this matchup.
Yeah, and this is another opportunity for Bryant University to show us what they got on the attack. This is where we're starting off. It is their map pick, so we should see something a little bit more familiar for this squad. They should be much more comfortable as they are going into it as the, I would say, the more knowledgeable, more comfortable squad going into Haven. They must have had some sort of strats already laid out. But what I'm also very interested in is what composition are they going to bring into it? And how will there be a reaction from NJCU?
I always feel that on Haven we need to have double initiator, and there was only one team that brought double initiator last time, and it was Bryant University, but I don't know if we'll see it this time. I think Omen can sometimes be not considered, but played like an initiator, and the fact that he does have that kind of flash that you get. I mean, the smokes as well to come through. You also have that teleport, but the teleport is not really as useful. I just think that flash is about probably the only bit of the kit that does kind of be used like that. Swahili coming through on the sky, I love. Bigmar back on the Sova. I want to see those darts a lot more accurate. This is Bryant's map, so hopefully they will feel a lot more confident moving through onto this one.
Choose your
Okay,
agent.
here's what I'm liking. It's Frog Hub hovering that Reyna. You know, they were running on the sky previously. However, I'm expecting a big emphasis on them popping off. Now they have multiple duelists. They have players who could really take the space and dive into the defenses that are being set up by NJCU, because we hadn't really seen that back on Bind. They were much more hesitant. Now when you have two players who are ready and in the position, excited to take the fight to the defenders who have the kit to create the space for the rest of your squad, this should be a much more confident Bryant.
Should be is the key kind of statement in that sentence. But sometimes, this is Valorant, we've already said it, we know how things can easily go wrong in this game. And I mean, this is it already. We are seeing a preference towards B, the way that Reyna's set up, etc., and the way that the players are stopping out here. I think that see on Haven, it's a very aggressive map. You need to, if you as a defender, you need to be taking the space that's given to you. If you see no one's pushing up C long, you need to push down C long. If you see that B's open, you need to try and take that space so that players can get caught off guard. And this is what we'll need to see. There is going to be a signature propped up on that A kind of long position to see if anyone does push out. That's a good bit of information there for these attackers to make sure they don't get jumped on.
Yeah, that's a great piece of utility, just to put fear in the minds or the hearts of Gotham. Right? So if they want to make that play, jump into the flank, that'll stop them. All the utility from Sasha, they're gone. She's got no response, but it is Demiurge up in the window looking for a kill, but Frog Hub finds two. Maybe even another one as they round the corner. No, a few shots in. But there's a world of her on the other side is Vicus.
No.
Gets a kill in with the shorty.
That is absolutely huge there. The spike has got down. The extra eco is available. These three players are dead balling right now. It's all to Rack TV. It's all up to this. Omen doesn't even flick onto the head. And there we go. The plant can be defused. And with that being said there, we also need to consider the fact that, well, that shorty play, what was that? What was the shorty coming out for? That was absolute carnage. We could see a force coming through in this next round, though, after that spike being planted.
Gotta say, major range on that shorty as well from Snaky Leg. That was pretty far, but from Vicus. Frog Up was kind of dinged up, but you know, it's still quite a long range. And it's a little bit better that we're seeing from Bryant because they did get the spike down. There were some good kills coming in from the new Reyna adjustment. formerly Sky on Frog Hub. So I'm expecting a little bit more aggression here. I'm liking what we see so far.
It is good stuff right now. Oh no, Justin. Oh, Justin, you absolute rodent. He's going to move through. He's going to get key map control. The aggression coming through from the Gothic Knights is something you love to see. Aimbot's trying to, well, try to return the favour, trying to rat out, but can't seem to get anything as well. Look at this. Look at how patient these attackers are. I say attackers. It's more like defenders, but they're attacking in towards the attacker's spawn. Flawless round. That's exactly how you play Haven.
That was tough, because there's no way that Bryant would expect a forward play from Justin like that. Getting in so deep on A long is not something you'd expect, right? No one really would have someone run up with the Spectre. Normally you'd peek, see if someone was playing along with a Marshall, maybe something like that. That's a lot more common that you could expect out of someone. But Justin, they don't care. They don't care. They'll take that Spectre, run it right into your face, and they did so, earning them a 4K.
Well, that 4K was absolutely pivotal, and remember, also on top of that, nothing was lost in that last round. This is extremely winnable with the Spectres against Rifles, but do they know about the player moved up on towards Elong? Seems as if Justin is going to drop all the way off there on towards the boxes and just wait for Frog Hub to push up, but is going to dip all the way out. Seems as if Bryan University Black are ready to rotate here.
Swahili doesn't get the better of him this time as Aimbot opens it up. Bryant University, and now this is going to be a collapse. They only have one player on site. It's Justin. They've done a lot, and they know that Demir just postured for that paranoia. The second that they walk through, it's going to be a signal. Maybe it's in time, but it comes too late. The site is already taken by Bryant.
Spike planted.
It really is, and there's not been much damage at all. 2 versus 5 now. There is players, well, I guess players low, but no damage in terms of that kill count. I need to see exactly what can be done here. Pings coming through, some sort of information being gained. There is also those shock darts available, and as I say that, pulled out as the player crossed. Aimbot gets a third, maybe even an ace online, but no, it's not. Stanky shuts that one down. Sasha moving through, can't find anything. A flawless round to answer a flawless round.
That's what they needed. They needed to ensure all of those rifles are staying in the hands of the attackers. If they lost out on that, it would be a horrible swing of the pendulum just to go right back into the Gothic Knights, because we saw them convert a bonus round into a free rifle round back on Bind. Denying that possibility is just exactly what they needed to do, but it's still game time. You have to deal with the rifles, and you have to deal with Greedy Vicus on the op.
That's going to be perfect for holding down this long position on C. Here we go, the L-drone comes out, and with that information gained, seems like the players are ready to scramble elsewhere. The Reina has moved in towards Garage themselves. Sasha trying to hold this down, does get the pick, absolutely huge. Well played from them. Justin aggressive all the way up a long once again, has a refrag ability there. So does the attackers. It's 2 versus 3, but the damage has been done right now, and they are going to make their way towards A to try and get a spike down. Greedy Vicus going to try and deny with this op, but can they do it?
Oh yeah, it's a race against time or a race against smokes. They'll be out of range of that dart, so they won't notice that they've already moved through the smoke into CT cover.
Spike
And on
planted.
this peak right here, they're backing off. Must have known. Going way too close. Big Bar going for the swing. Will feel the same fate as Rock as Gothic Knights bring it back, courtesy of Greedy Vicus.
And on top of that, we also see that there is a majority of rifles kept on the board here for the side of the Gothic Knights, and that's going to be absolutely huge moving through. Keeping that up online, Justin able to buy. I imagine one player will be able to buy for someone else, and with that being said, it looks like it's going to be full rifles along the board for every single one of these players. The only thing is, though, look at that economy. That is on a knife's edge. That could, well, be bust after this round, depending on how things go.
Do have the Empress and the Blade Storm at the ready. So if they want to use these to open things up, just dive in with that Tailwind, break some entry, and get in the faces of the Gothic Knights, it's a total possibility.
Placing swarm grenade.
The issue is deciding where to go. Demiurge made their presence known over on B. It's gonna make Rock think twice about it. And again, and there it is! A dink to the head, but both of them are taking some damage. They'll back off, respectfully.
Respect is being given, but Justin showing none. That's huge. That's well played. And with that being said, that may be another round for the Gothic Knights. It certainly is turning into a noir drama in the way that they're just continuously punishing in this cruel, cruel world. Bryant University Black, what can they do to fight these Gothic Knights? Seems if the two players have set up shop just outside of mid, trying to see if they can maybe find something, but nobody is over-aggressing here. Both players holding angles, Justin getting ready to swing at any moment. And you know what Justin can be like once they start hitting shots. Seems like these two players are walking towards their ever-impending doom with 30 seconds remaining.
30 seconds left.
We're back in the situation of NJ
Last
playing
player
on the
standing.
offensive. There's Justin again. And it whittles him down to one more. Demiurge continues to hold down mid without any issues. Gothic Knights are back on the upswing. Bryant University, they did have that round 2 ago. Now they're scrambling. They have no money. They don't really have any strategies at the moment, but they do have a few ultimates.
The ultimates are pretty decent when you think about it. I mean, there is for instance, for the side of Bryant University Black, we've got the Bladestorm, we've got the Empress, we've got the Hunter's Fury. Those can be round defining. I mean, one's very puggy. Well, I guess two are very puggy. One can be round defining, and then on the other side here, we do have that tour de force. A trade comes through, and that's perfect for what needed to be done here. Justin denies the Empress. Huge there with a Phantom. Look at this. We tried to see the flash come through. Didn't hit the mark, but I tell you what's hitting the mark. Every single one of Gothic Knight's shots.
Last player standing.
Stanky Leg is playing a dangerous game. The second that this dark cover dissipates, they're going to be exposed. And immediately after it's done, Justin drops down. It's another 4K for this player. So many multi-kills coming out of this squad.
Multi-kill City, maybe, potentially. I don't know. I'm not a city namer. I don't think I ever will be. I'm named after a city though. Kairo with a K. You know, gotta be real here. C-Long is going to be held down once again by Grady Vicus. And it just seems as if I keep thinking, how can Bryant University Black actually kind of break into this one? Do they need to default more? Do they need to be more execute heavy? But it seems as if again it's coming back to those individual errors or the minimal errors in terms of, I mean, that Empress pop that came through after the smoke, it was just easily collected.
Oh yeah, that activation was a little bit too late. Well, they should have just waited till it was fully procced and then pushed through the smoke, because there was no way to respond on that one. And speaking of no way to respond, losing that tour de force down C-Lung is going to be a critical hit. And there it is, just another recognize that there's no way defenses of Gothic Knights can be broken, but hold on, getting shot through the wall makes things way easier for Frog Up, and this could be an attempt for them to take on mid, because that's 2 down there for the Knights.
Nailed them.
Oh, Justin once again. No, seems as if the Jets is doing their work here. There's going to be a 2 versus 1 here for Justin. Gets one. Now has to face an op. This is where things do get tricky. But for which Jet? That's the thing. The op obviously more inclined at the longer range. The Phantom at a shorter range because it has a high fire rate. Spike is going to be picked up, but dashing through on towards A. That other Jet of Justin heard that. And now here we go. It is going to be a battle for this round. 5 on the scoreline. Post plant now started, and it is going to be that 1 versus 1.
Okay, a flurry of sound cues that we're seeing out from aimbot. Maybe they were attempting to go up into heaven with that updraft. It wasn't committed though, and now we see him in the cubby on A long. So there's a lot of places that Justin needs to check out before they could go for the defusal, and this will be difficult. I mean, once we hear that Justin's down on the ground, there it is. Aimbot responds with the op shot. It's a 3K for them. Multi-kill city. Population Bryant University.
That was a nice one. I really liked that. I appreciate that so much. And with that being said, we are now moving from multi-kill city to ultimate city. You look towards your top left, you see Gothic Knights. They have 4 of those online. We have the Tour de Force, we have the Seekers, we have the Bladestorm, and I believe it's from the Shadows. For the Omen, not too sure. On the other side, we do have the Hunter's Fury and that Omen Ultimate. All ultimates in their own right are, well, pretty nasty. Can Greedy Vikings be nasty? No, aimbot can, and there we go. The ultimates have been popped. We are seeing that Seekers coming through. Greedy Vikings gets 1, and it is still that 3 versus 4 right now. The advantage still towards these tackles. Attacker being hit by the trademark. Greedy Vikings capitalising on it. Aimbot getting ready to trying to contest, but it's not to be. It's not to be advised. What is happening?
Gothic Knights are on the attack. This is not a defensive side for them. They are ready to jump in the faces, jump down the throats of Bryant University, and they're having no problem with it. Bryant doesn't have a response. I think the main issue is that they're letting this happen. If you're attacking, it's going to be way more difficult for the Gothic Knights to take forward positions against you, and that's just not what we're getting. We're getting now in this round, round 9. More sheriffs on the side of Bryant. They do have some ultimates to work with. From the Shadows and the Hunter's Fury been killed for quite some time. Put them into use. Make a play. Get up in there, because if you're allowing Justin to take pot shots like that, you're getting no ground.
No ground indeed. And well, with that being said, look at this. The Jet is starting to move through in towards Garage. This could be where things are going to happen. But Greedy Vikings, though, look at that. They're trying to contest in towards this position. It's again the continuous aggression from Gothic Knights. And it seems to be working out constantly. Greedy Vikings on for the ace, trying to contest in towards Spawn. The Jet's coming through from window. Aimbot with those knives rack. The Sheriff can't find Greedy Vikings. And now we know where aimbot is, and just like that, 7-2.
You can't allow this to happen. You cannot allow a 2-person strike team to walk all the way up A and get into your spawn. How are they getting into the spawn of Bryant? This can't be allowed. You need to have someone in position to punish them in A lobby. Wait for the play, because they're not really expecting that. They can make it all the way through to the lobby or a mid window without any resistance. Little to no resistance is being presented against the Gothic Knights, so you need to set up somebody to make them think twice about that push.
Yeah, it seems as if Gothic Knights are just identifying exactly where they can push out from, and they're just utilising the space given to them. Like I was saying at the beginning, Haven can be really aggressive for these defenders, and we are seeing that continued stuff. Can aimbot actually manage to clear out these corners? We'll try to do so now. Swahili tried to heal, but we'll get that kill. We are now in a 4 versus 3 advantage. Defenders 4 versus 2 now. 4 versus 1. The spike carrier's killed, and it's all up to Stanky Leg to try and bring it all back from the depths of A, where the beast lurks, and that beast is the Gothic Knights.
This is just getting worse and worse here for Bryant. Having such little success. I don't even know what it is that they could do to adjust their plays. I think maybe playing for a default, covering all your angles, looking for a pick somewhere, if you can even do that. When the money's so low, it's so tight that you're unable to build up a good amount of an economy here. What options do you have?
That's a question we keep asking ourselves. What options do we have? I mean, they seem to be less and less and less. Seems as if any options that are being taken just keep being lost out on. And we can already see that. That Seeker's back online once again. And there's only one player to find. That is aimbot. And they're going to be found right out. One more round and Gothic Knights are in a position to win this within the first 3 rounds of the next half.
Before the switch.
And looking at the money, it might be a possibility. Finally, there is some rifles in the hands of Bryant University and an op on aimbot if they decide to make that commitment, which I think it's worthwhile. It's worth getting into. It's worth trying to get that shot, because that is how aimbot allowed themselves to earn that 1v3 3 clutch in the end, I believe. And that's what they need. That's what they got to do. Maybe this is going to be their key to victory, but it all begins right now on this initial pick. And oh, no! It's the wall bang! The supposed win condition is stripped away from Bryant in a matter of seconds.
Oh my god, Demiurge! We are seeing the Hunter's Fury trying to come out, trying to get something. Can't get anything. The only thing that's going to be getting is Gothic Knights getting that round 10-2 flawless round again,
Switching
constantly
sides.
at the throat of their opponents, and we are seeing no answers.
Another NECC flawless, which exists. It's a thing. Regardless, it's time for them to see what they've got on the defense. I mean, now if we're looking at the strategy of the Gothic Knights, it's just do the same thing, right? And do the same thing that you've been doing the entire game, taking the fight to your enemy. The pushes are going to be crazy. We will have a 3-man stack over onto A. Majority of them sitting by the short tunnel. Or no, they'll back off on that one. It's a gamble, though. This will be a full-on rush, a 5-man stack here for A. It's all dependent on aimbot's play. Oh, but they're going to be cheeky in the corner, waiting for it. But greedy Vicus will fall. And they're allowed to get away. Aimbot dashes using the tailwind, and they can make it out alive.
Blocking sight.
That's absolutely perfect. Sasha, though, gets the refrag, and all players descend onto the A site. But it seems as if players are just starting to drop Big Mark, dropping those electric arrows. Frogcup drops the players on the site, and it seems as if Swahili doing work from hell. But look at this, Big Mark. They'll descend the attackers in towards hell. We actually see these defenders clap back. Bryant University winning a pivotal pistol round here.
That was absolutely necessary. If that was lost to the Gothic Knights, it would have essentially guaranteed the map and series point. A force coming out of that squad would have been detrimental, absolutely destructive to Bryant University. But now there's a glimmer of hope for this squad, for the defenders. They have the tools, and now they just need to utilize their talent to ensure that they can survive another one out. Looks like it's a garage play, though. No one really playing it close in that area. It will come down to Frogcup, who had a major round in the previous pistol.
That's it, and well, look at this moving through and towards mid. There is a crossfire set up from B, but it seems as if the attention is put in towards Garage. Frogcup with the spray gets one, Big Mar on towards Long gets another, and look at this, the pistol comes out. It's like a different person coming through here. Sasha trying to swing, can't get much, only little chip damage, and a flawless round to come through.
This is looking much better for Bryant University. They've doubled their rounds from the previous half starting off. This is the real challenge here. This is going to be the real test. A real test to see if they can walk out with a little bit more victory, if not this map in general. Taking them down on the rifle round. If this isn't a victory here for Bryant University, I can't see them fully coming back here on Haven.
I really can. It's just getting to that point where it just might be the point of no return, but no. Aimbot with that lovely shot from the op will make sure that there is a point to be made. It seems as if, though, there is going to be a trade coming through. Justin does pick up Frogcup. I don't know if that was a little bit of aggressive pushing. It does seem to be on the map. The spike not fully picked up. It just seems to be a default strategy coming through from the Gothic Knights, being patient, waiting to see what they can get. Both teams, though, are being patient and waiting to see what they can get.
Information gained there. The players are hanging out by C long. And now the spike will be recovered. We have 2 players moving up through A. That's Justin along with Swahili. They can get things started right now. Starting off with that Trailblazer aimbot. Previous kill up in mid is good for another.
Oh, that second shot not connecting. The chamber gets picked up as well on B. That's where that was a little bit of a luck. But aimbot in this position. Getting ready to pick up another kill. Misses though. That's perfect. That's perfect for these attackers. They can move through on this. Swahili though is still holding down long, waiting to see if a flank comes through. Seems if the KG hasn't made a decision yet, we'll finally move up. Aimbot's ready and picks up that kill. Huge. All up to Swahili now. All up to this lone Sky will swing and can't hit the shots. The comeback potentially on here for Bryant.
There's a new mayor in Multi-Kill City, and their name is Aimbot. Aimbot very critical to be able to use that operator throughout these multiple rounds. And that was a pivotal play. Having that aggressive positioning on mid-window, removing, I believe it was Demiurge who lost out on that. You have no smokes. You have no ability to stop that operator from taking the angles that they need. Without the smokes, it is going to be a very difficult way to make your way through onto site. So that's why we could see them going for the timeout, because they are in a bit of a pickle. They have to figure out, what do we need to do to remove that threat of Aimbot?
Yeah, and that's it. It just seems as if Aimbot actually has Aimbot for something like it. I don't know what is going wrong for NGCU. It just seems as if we've got a new team, man. It seems as if we've completely swapped things over. And I've said it before, Haven does have a preference towards the attackers. And this is not what we're seeing. This is not the trend on this matchup so far. It's been towards the defenders. The defenders are locking things down. And I mean, Greedy Vikings on the last half, and now we're seeing Aimbot in this half. The operator seems to be a key kind of momentum booster for these defenders.
A gift.
This is really a jet off if we're thinking about it right now, Kairo. Look at those two jets. They are certainly making ways for their squads to find success. 22 and 16, that being Justin and Aimbot respectively. So this is a much more relaxed setup on the side of Bryant University. They don't want to give any kills in the beginning, but there are a lot of players postured on grass, making their way potentially to mid or garage.
And I mean, sometimes those little sneaky plays can work out. Aimbot though is there and well makes their presence known. We can already see it. Couple of bullets does not hit the mark. Players are ready for Aimbot. Swings with the knives. Can only hit a couple. Can't finish things out. Sasha does get stanky leg, and now it's an advantage towards these attackers. There's a few players that are low. Omen is going to get healed up, but that Sky is still low. The layer coming through there just to deny those lines of sight. And it's Sasha again to pick up Big Ma. She seems to be really doing the work here, and now it's all up to Aimbot. The knives come out. Needs to hit things perfectly. And this 50 round, Gothic Knights finally answering back.
See, that was a great use of all of their different utility to deny Aimbot any proper positioning. You know, we had that scout player, or that player in the middle window who was ready to take a shot over at Aimbot the second that they updrafted to get onto that mid box, that B box, for that superior angle. The smoke denied the vision from mid, and the scout, or the martial player, oh man, I'm thinking of the wrong game here, Kairo. That mid-window sniper was there to punish any updraft. Oh, the shot won't be taken, but Aimbot dashes right in. That must have been a fat finger, because that should not have happened.
That certainly should not have, but the thing is, though, this operator passed on towards the chamber, the other open agent that we usually see coming through, and it seems as if, look at this, the spike hasn't even made its way towards C, where the players think it could potentially be moving. Demiurge picks up Frog Hub. This now is looking worrying in this round.
And that's from the shadows all the way over onto A site. If they'll clear it out. Oh, that's even in A heaven.
Destroyed.
It does come down to Stanky Leg, continuing to put pressure on mid. That doesn't help him out too much when full site control has been taken by the Knights over on A, especially with the spike planted.
And not only that, information gained through that Trailblazer that came through and towards CT. The Omen just lurking. They can't seem to get his outline. They don't know that he's there. They don't know exactly where Demiurge could be. They're going to try and move through. It seems if they gave away their position through audio. But they managed to get the kill. Stanky Leg got a lot of damage on towards 30 HP. The clock is ticking, and it's ticking fast. We need to see something come through. We need to see some sort of movement. But I think it's just over. Dropping onto side. They lose all the guns and potentially losing the map as we now move through on towards map and series point.
There isn't much money to work with on the side of Bryant right now. They can afford a Spectre, maybe a Bulldog, but it will cost them some of that full armor. Oh my lord. Are you seeing this, Kairo? It's aimbot and Big Mart, double judging it up.
Oh man, maybe they're just going for a little bit of a cheeky play, you know, sticking themselves in towards a corner, waiting to see if someone moves up. Frog Hub's going to be swinging in towards A long, where look how many bodies are lying in wait. Drops out straight away, which is probably to be advised, considering how much utility, how many bodies are about to run it down.
Have the Emperor set ready. At this point, they might as well pop it, but it's the lockdown coming out for the Gothic Knights. This is going to be a difficult one to deal with. Dasha starts things off with that ultimate, but jumping in is Justin. The Tailwind finds them no value. Only their life loss as Frog and Rock are able to maintain this site control. One player is detained, but it won't matter because now the spike will go down.
Step out the moment here. Now the time starts to count down. We now see the, well, I guess an almost even man count as time is in favour of these attackers. CT though, we need to see Guns be watching players' position, and the man count even for the time being. Aimbot taking out Greedy Vikings. Can they see Demios pop off here? It's doable, but as I say that, Aimbot does shut down that last remaining player. The defuse will come through 12-6 now. And the operator has been picked up once again by Aimbot, and we know how this one goes.
It almost seemed that the Knights were a bit too desperate to get that victory and close out the match. They had more time to work with. They forced out the play very quickly, very hastily, and it allowed some mistakes to be made. Starting off with Justin, tailwinding into the back line. While they knew that Frog Hub was there, I guess they were a bit more overconfident in that play, thought it would work out, and they could get that initial frag. But losing out on Justin is a big deal, especially the double updraft. Aimbot, how'd you fall off? Regardless, they're staying alive. The shot misses, and Aimbot, at least this time, doesn't dash into certain death.
That is what we like to see. We don't like to see that operator get picked up too soon. But with that being said, Greedy Vikings, though, look at this swing that may be coming through. Do they know about Stanky Leg all up on high on that top rope, ready to drop down with an RKO or some sort of wrestling move? Could be available. Nothing to happen just yet as the players are going to stay at the bottom of C-Long. Fair enough. You don't want to be giving away your position too much. Look at the aggression and the map control being taken up, though. If you look towards your top left on that mini-map, we are seeing players in towards the area, taking space. Will lose a lot of health though. Demiurge not to be advised to move that far up, mate. But Justin will get big bar, and there we go. This control being taken. They just missed out on Greedy Vikings. No, Stanky Leg, sorry. As he got Greedy Vikings with that RKO from the Vandal. Aimbot getting ready to swing with that op. Can't find anything just yet. That spike needs to go down soon.
And it will indeed. Justin is in such a difficult position to get out of. No tailwind for the ease of escape, but at this point, if they put on some more pressure on the outside angles, may give them some safety. However, Justin using their life in the beginning, and Rock and crew will deal out death to the very end. Swahili, though they managed to find a few frags before they fell, it will go to Bryant University.
One more round is all that's needed for the Gothic Knights, but is it one round too far? Sometimes that's the case, and we do move through and towards overtime. That's what Bryant University Black need, to have a lifeline. This lifeline does seem to be doable right now. Do we see Gothic Knights maybe go for a bit of a save here, as we do see Demiurge can't really buy up fully? Neither can Justin. Would they rather prefer to, would they rather prefer to eco and then play for next? But right now it seems as if that's not the case.
That works.
Don't give them.
No, why would you do that? Oh, wait, okay. No, will be an adjustment.
Get out of my way.
They'll spend a bit more money getting under that 2,000 credit mark. Aimbot still unable to find success in these initial picks down mid, but they did get a wall bang over onto Demiurge, losing a lot of health. Speaking about losing, already two players losing their life on the side of the Knights. Might not even be worth checking into Garage again because, well, you've got a lot of damage coming through because Stanky Leg is making that tour de force felt.
And it is some blow to be felt, but look at this. Swahili so close to Frog Hub, doesn't even know They don't even know who's close by. The Jet also on site. The operator. No, not like this. Not like this, aimbot. Look at this. The 2 picks picked up huge stuff right now. And there is an ultimate available for the Omen. And no, here we go. The Hunter's Fury to come through. The flank as well on V. Demier doesn't even away. Oh, not like that. 12-8 the score.
Oh, things looked so bright for the Knights in that round where they had the pick, they had the cutoff smoke, and they had the opportunity to get out of there, but finally Big Mar comes through big with that Hunter's Fury, denying the plant, denying them the ability to get into that post-plant setup. But it was a bit of a save round, and now they do have some money back in their pockets. Now they've got ultimates, now they've got Vandals, and one lone Phantom on Justin. And now it's an opportunity for them to finish it off. But it has been for the previous 5 rounds.
Yeah, how many times have we been waiting to see this being completely closed up right now? Nothing, no team able to do it just yet. The Trailblazer does come through once again. Frog Cup shooting it out in the information gained. That's why the sprays come through. But look at the quick flank that's came through from Aimbot on your top left mini-map right now. Aimbot just moving through and actually been able to deny the information of the flank. And look at this, all the kills have happened on site elsewhere. Too busy occupied by this flank. Seems as if this round might be over already.
Sasha on a 1v3. If she gets this kill over on to Stanky Leg, that could have been a possibility for that big rotation over to C, but it's denied. And round by round, Bryant University is clawing their way back to equilibrium. They are slowly making their way up. 4 in a row coming in from this squad, and this is looking pretty dangerous if you're the Gothic Knights right now. You might want to consider using a timeout if you got it, because whatever strategies you're employing is not working out.
I think the Gothic Knights have already used their timeout, if I'm not mistaken, in that first half. Do you remember? Is it just me?
I don't know how many timeouts they get.
Ah, right, okay. Maybe they got more than what I'm thinking they do. Thing is, though, they have been able to do a thrifty round before. Will they be able to do it this time? Stanky Leg does get concussed and will have to rendezvous out. But only 2 window can contest again. Will do so. Aimbot getting a kill, but Justin trading it out. Huge stuff right now. And with that being said, that Vandal will be picked up. Seems as if those shock darts doing a little bit of chip damage. But look at this, the spike making its way elsewhere potentially. Maybe on towards B, maybe on towards A. But this is doable right now for the Gothic Knights.
It all really depends on who makes contact here with Frog Hub. With a paranoia right now, this could be a big win, but it's starting off with some repositioning. They're actually heading over to A. An immediate response is coming from Frog Hub. It's up to this player right out, Demiurge. They don't win it out, but it might be a good time for the refrag. No! Oh, Sasha's there. She saves the day and saves Justin's life. They still have some work to do. 3 players still left standing there over for Bryant University, and Aimbot made their position known up in heaven.
Justin whiffs though, and Sasha doesn't, and well, the knives and the rifle of Big Mar will hit their mark. The tree sprouted from the, well, I guess the depths of elsewhere. Big Mar will defuse this, and it will be 12-10. Come back well and truly on, and well, you have to. Oh, nice little cheeky spray there, /FF. But with that being said, we'll be seeing the Gothic Knights have another 2 chances at finishing this map out. But the question is, are we going to see overtime?
I think it's a possibility. I definitely think overtime is on the table right now. However, we do have Sasha with the lockdown. The last time we saw this a few rounds ago, it did not bring the value they were hoping for, and it was another round loss here for the Knights. And I think they're going in for a retry. So we have 2 players over on long. This is going to be critical. If they lose their lives early on, that won't be the case, though. As they round about in tunnels, they've got a Frog Hub waiting for them.
Seems
You
to
should
be that
run.
ultimate from the Omen coming through, trying to gain information on C Long, but look at this. We've actually pulled a rotate through on players and they don't even realise it through this lockdown. This could be huge, the space being given up. It seems as if C Long has been completely gifted here. Justin moving through on towards
I've
that
got
B
your trail.
area, will pick up Big Ma. The Seekers come through for the information, and now look at this. C site completely in control of the attackers.
It's exactly what they needed, and Sasha getting another frag over on A is critical as well. If they could pull off another one here, it would be a nail in the coffin, but that won't be the case. Frog Hub does remove that flanker, but now it's still a 3v3. The first plant set up by Gothic Knights right now is going to be hard to break. However, there is the smoke put into the back of the site. Starting off, Frog Hub going for the swing in the back. They're blinded. They don't know what's going on. Aimbot jumps into the smoke. Demiurge leaves it all up to Frog Hub. In the end, if they can clutch it out to 1v3, they could save the day, but they don't. The Gothic Knights win it out 2-0, 13-10 here on Haven.
Yes, a 2 old-fashioned one out on Haven by the Gothic Knights. It was such a good matchup. I mean, that first one on Bind, so one-sided. Haven, a little bit more contested, but my God, what a matchup we had here, Loss.
Oh, yeah. It was great to see Bryant come back in this second map because we were not getting any real plays from them over on Bind. It was just a very quick flash of aggression that allowed them to get 3 rounds in the beginning, but otherwise, it was the Gothic Knights all day. This time, they were sweating, and they were having a struggle. We almost went to OT. We almost went into a map 3 because the Gothic Knights were being thrown for a loop there by Bryant.
Yeah, they certainly were going through loops, having to jump through all the hoops, and that's exactly what we saw. Haven was such a good matchup between these two competitors, and now we are going to see NGCU continue their good run of form. I think that's what them 5-1 now, so that's some form going in towards their next map, or their next series.
Yeah, 100%. So it will be interesting to see how they continue throughout the NECC, but that's going to be it for this series, and there's still plenty of Valorant action for the rest of the night, so don't go anywhere. The next series here will continue.
Hello everybody and welcome back to NECC Valorant Mondays. It's me, Kairo, joined by the wonderful Ashcon. Ashcon, if I could speak, oh my god, how's it going, man?
It's going great, Kairo. Pleasure to be casting with you today. Pleasure to be on NECC once again, and as always, I'm excited to cast some collegiate Valorant.
Yep, certainly is going to be some good. And well, today we have Marian University playing again against SNHU White, which will be a brilliant matchup. And well, we need to get introduced to these rosters. I believe it is Marian up first here, Ashcon, and well, let's see exactly who is on these teams.
So it looks like we are starting off with Ulan, Zesty Boy, Excalibur, Spicy, and Big Stink. And hopefully that name is not going to be reflective of their performance. Maybe we'll see them popping off instead. And then on the other side, Kairo, we're going to be having the SNHU roster.
Yep, we certainly are. And well, starting off tonight, we do have Godel, Averly, Dickard, Luna, and Braderella. Oh my god, Bradderall, oh my god. Thank you, someone that can speak English here tonight. Well, that's going to be a good team to be looking out to see how these two teams go against each other in this Emergence Navy matchup. And well, I'm getting ahead of myself because we do have a map ban to look at. Unlike last time, we are going to get this map veto. And well, I'm going to let the brains of the operation, Ashcon, I'll let you take it away.
So it looks like we've garnered Split, Fracture, and Bind. I don't think I've ever seen this combination in a best of 3 before, and I'm really interested to see how they're going to be navigated. Split and Fracture have seen a lot less play. Now, Fracture has slowly been on the rise because of the trickle-down stratonomics, as Infernosis and I have coined it, but Split has really hit the dirt. A lot of the other maps, Icebox and Ascent in particular, tend to take its place as the first map of a series. So really, when it comes down to these close quarters angles on map number 1, I'm wondering what these teams will pick. We've seen a very drastic shift away from Sage and towards the Initiators. But without further ado, I think we can get into the agent selection to really see what's going on, Kairo.
Yeah, exactly, and I'm liking Spicy's pick, and as I say that, of course they're going to pick away from it. I love seeing KO every time I get the chance. Me and my duo Hazza, when we always get a chance to cast a KO, we always shout out the person, but unfortunately, Spicy, you're getting no shout out because you went to Chamber.
So it looks like Bradderall is going to be opting for that Breach pick. They're hovering over it, but I'm interested to see the selection with Sage on Luna for SNHU, right? What we tend to find is on Split, when you have the reason we've seen a lot less of Sage is because Viper has been able to fill in that role as a Sentinel. We saw it initially on Bind earlier on in this episode and in the last episode. To double up, it seems a little bit strange, but I think I can understand why they would, because recently, of course, the Viper changes have come out, making it so that her gas runs out a lot faster if you put up both pieces of utility.
Yeah.
Her mollies are a lot weaker, and I think overall she's been tuned down. So I think it is a justifiable choice, but not having the Jet means that we're likely not going to be seeing an operator out of the SNHU side.
I don't think it's Split really an operator map. I mean, we think towards all those close quarters. I mean, some people argue this is probably Phantom's best map because of the higher fire rate, etc. I don't really know if it's such a bad thing not bringing a Jet. I think I love the Brimstone, though. The fact that I know it's been honestly flogged like a dead horse. The fact that the Brim stims make you run faster, make you have that extra movement speed, which can obviously let gunfights be taken a lot faster, let you get onto site quicker, etc, etc, etc. I'm not going to keep moving the point, but I still like seeing them nonetheless. That ultimate, the orbital strike, the fact that those smokes can last for 20 seconds a piece, they can really cause havoc, and Brim as just an operator with a molly as well can deny so much. I do like to see him, and it will be interesting to see what happens on Split. A very defender, I'm not saying defender sided, but it definitely has a leniency towards defense and this the kind of trends that we see.
I think if we check out the spike, it's actually 52% in favor of defense, so it does have that bias. You're absolutely correct. Looks like right now we're seeing a mid-B split, which is very standard, and with no Sage Wall, that means the side of Marian have to be on their toes, making sure that nobody crosses into ropes or gets into the mailroom.
Interesting thing is here though is that Viper will actually allow the breach to move through and behind that box. Big Stink having to dip out here, but look at that firing line up above. It seems as if things are just going to work out here, but not so much as well. The initial push is aided by that second push from Heaven, leaving Ulan to go up towards Heaven here to try and retake on towards Godell. Won't even get that pick first round going towards the attackers.
So this is likely to lead to the anti-eco, the force up to the Spectres. And that's going to be a huge advantage in the close quarters. But what's interesting about Split is that more often than not, especially comparatively to the other maps, you're going to find shotgun buys. Now in round 2, there's really not a whole lot of credits in the pocket of Marion University. But as we move forward onto the rounds that they have maybe around 3k credits on average, we may be seeing some of those judge buys or bookie buys.
I just realised, look at this 5-stack that's going out of B, and it just sorry, not out of B, out of A, and it just means that they've completely given up B, wasted utility, wasted credits. But does Dickard and Godell realise that's what's happening? It seems as if they might hear the sound calls very soon. Are they? Well, it seems if they're finally going to turn around now. The breach flash did come out, the plant being initiated. Sees one player, but do they realise how many are there? That means they'll get one Spectre if they can manage to get there in time. No! The paint shell's doing work, and so is Dickard. That's an ace. That's round 2.
That is a very scary place to get an ace, right? I mean, of course it's impressive to get an ace in and of itself, but we all know that the entirety of Marion, they didn't have anything on them. They grouped up. But the product of that, the byproduct of that ace is the fact that SNHU are that much closer to the showstopper. Dickard is 1 point off. And now that Marion are sitting on rifles, if Dickard is able to pick up the orb, which both are, I want to say, more favorable for the attackers to grab, that's going to be an easy entry into the site, and it will translate into a full rifle for one of the attackers.
Seems like we are getting a little bit of contention in towards the mid area. Omen just able to TP across, which is good map control, but they don't know about Dickard. Now Viper will deny the information about that player moving towards A, but the spike still on B for the time being. That's an interesting strategy that we're seeing being picked up here by SNHU, the way that they're kind of defaulting through this.
Holding on tight in the B main. It looks like a little bit was noise made in mid to create a distraction. Godell shows contact against Spicy, but Excalibur finds Dickard out, and that's going to be a player down. SNHU still posted up, still waiting patiently, and this is exactly what they wanted. Look at Marion. They are rotated completely off of B site.
They've called the bluff. I was going to say the bluff. It's not really a bluff. It's
planted.
completely read into the spike planted, and now that's extra util. That's the objective of this round almost completed. Snake Mite does go out, but how good is it actually? I don't think it's really hit the mark. Big Stink trying to gain the angles, can't find anything so far. The 5 players trying to contest here. The molly goes out, still can't displace evilly the Viper. They could swing at any moment, and here we go. Here it comes. There goes the aftershock as well. Bratterall doing so much work here, and now it's all up to the Sage, but gets taken out here. That's 2-1, and so many rifles lost.
That's actually huge. The minimum they wanted to do, the minimum SNHU wanted to accomplish was get rid of 3 rifles, and they did. That means going into round number 4, if you look at the economy, they themselves get to have heavy shields in the rifles. They get to buy full utility. They're feeling great. But it means that a good few on the side of Marion, they're not going to have their weapons. But as I said earlier, if you have enough credits to buy a shotgun, it's likely going to be the case, and especially for Spicy, right? They have the Headhunter. That's going to function as their mid to long range weapon, and now they can get into the faces of any attackers who want to get in on the close angles.
Absolutely huge. Again, contested in towards mid here. Ashcon, they're trying to put the pressure in, and I think you always have to leave someone lurking there to put some sort of presence in mid, because at the end of the day, if you can just allow people from B to rotate through ropes, I mean, it allows for such an easy rotate and such an easy retake on towards the A site or the B site if that's what happens.
It's Devil Satchel, and Spicy's around the corner. He's waiting for a contact, but no one has quite gotten his face yet. He's hearing them approach and does find one. A second to follow and teleports out. It's a clean getaway. He's a thief in the night. He's stolen the lives of SNHU White. Dicker tries to refrag, but they're going to be taken out in the process, leaving Godel alone, who was trying to lurk. But I think their position is more than obvious, and they get caught by Excalibur.
Yes, they certainly do, and on top of that, I think what we're seeing here is finally Marian University finding their groove, finding their rhythm, starting to throw those punches back as well. The first two initial rounds, when it was the pistol and anti-eco, I think they were just at that disadvantage where they couldn't contest. Dicker really is putting in a performance right now, but for those at home that are wondering what actually is the form of these two teams, Marian University are 6-0 so far, yet to be defeated, and then on top of that, SNHU, they're 2-4, so realistically, they're putting up a really good fight against Marian right now.
Absolutely, but now they're being forced to slow down. Marian have set up the Viper wall to cut off not only mid, but B main, making those key spaces nearly unobtainable, especially when they lack rifles across the board. They have Breach to slow things down, and the trademarks by Chamber on A means that any move they make to go deeper into enemy territory will be found. Excalibur is going to reveal themselves as a footstep. They're going to take the peek regardless. A spray out of the Sheriff will not land a kill, but do a little bit of damage.
And sometimes chip damage is all you need to do if you think about it. If you can get one spray off and get two players, sometimes that's just enough. And that can really cause players to really feel the pressure being felt right now on towards that B site, but it's phantom pressure. There's nothing there. It's all ghosts in the night. And Zesty Boy, do they know that there is someone lurking? The Omen, shadows. Oh no, Luna, not
left.
like this. Do you know you don't? And we'll get picked up. The spike completely denied. And the players start to scramble. They don't know Godel so close with that classic. Could pick up anybody at any point like this. Finds one, can't find the second. Yes, they can. That's Godel on a triple. That's absolutely huge. The space created, but the spike is down. They need to contest. They get one. They get another. Evilly helps out there. 3-2 the scoreline. SNHU White. This is a little bit of a comeback, or back into the mix anyway.
Godel is an absolute maniac for landing that play. The first shot onto to find Ulan caught out using the smokes utility, the sky smokes, already amazing in and of itself. To land a headshot onto Big Stink, two of them, from the distance of screens to CT spawn, even more so. And then they leverage that further to the third and fourth kill. Absolutely insane. And of course, Aviarly comes on in to clean up the job. Not necessarily an ace there, but we know it was going to be. And that has to be a huge ego boost for SNHU White. And it looks like they're using that to their favor. They're feeling confident. They're moving up A ramp to A heaven together.
Oh, that's great shot. The shock is absolutely perfect here. Zesty Boy swinging off of that, getting dickered, and that's absolutely huge. Seems as if Heaven is going to be the point of contention, but they don't know about Godel on that left-hand side there. Is just going to TP out and back on towards ramp, but they could go through hoops here. They could go at any moment if they really wanted to. Are going to use that Omen ultimate, but the thing is though, there is Brimstone close by. Maybe trying to call a blow off. Nothing coming through just yet. The smoke's come through now though. Here comes the utility follow, but Spicy's picked up ably. There goes the smokes. Here continues gunfire coming through, and no, look at this. It's pure denial. There's only one player left, and it is Godel. It is that Omen on site. Gets one, gets two. Maybe potentially another clutch to come through, but it's Excalibur that picks up Godel.
That was a huge rolling thunder to clear out the entirety of Southern New Hampshire. I think it's amazing. I think I have to point out and continue to pay respect to Godel for their consistency. Even losing the entire team, to drop two guns out of the hands of Marian is impressive. Now, it doesn't do any impact in the short term, right? MU, they still have enough to buy to go into this round. They're feeling safe. But it means that they're not coming in with 5k credits reserve. And that's the most important part, is that we've seen SNHU pull through on a save round. If they do it again here, they will once again flip the economy in their favor.
And we always need to talk about economy in Valorant. It's such a massive mechanic. It really can decide rounds, decide games. I mean, if you don't get the right eco cycle, it could really fall apart for you. I mean, it's just sometimes the way the cookie crumbles. And well, the cookie is potentially going to crumble in towards mid, as we already see that stat coming through. They are going to use the boom bot to gain the information. And Molly to deny, but no, Ulan isn't ready. Is eventually ready now. Seems if there's a bit of a trade, but that does favour the attackers a little bit. I was going to say, because they can upgrade, but Big Stink isn't allowing that to happen. The spike's down. But can they manage to somehow leverage the positions into a winning position? It certainly seems like it's 2 versus 2. Pick up this spike, and they can escape towards the other site right now.
Zesty Boys prepared to use that flash. They come off, they see the head of Luna, but they escape by the skin of their teeth. And they're booking it towards CT into the A site. They were stunned, but it's not long enough to find a line of sight against them. They're going to move directly for the plant, and it looks like it's going to be in front of the heaven window. But Marion, they're taking their time. They understand the possibilities that await them, that anyone could be in heaven, in ramps, in main, in screen. So they're taking their time. They do have the Viper's Pit, but it's not going to find so much use here. Luna's around the corner here in elbow, waiting for contact. He's hearing those individual shots, but it's going to be Dickert who falls first. A spray through the screen lands him, and a flash through will find Luna. It's a final kill for the round. And Marion move up 4-3 in a round that shouldn't have been nearly as close as it was.
It certainly should not have been as close as it was. And on top of that, what we're finding is Marion University again hemorrhaging that eco. After that, I mean, they're really struggling and are now SNHU white. They're going into a buy round. So again, we're now back to that eco on a knife's edge. It's constantly at this point where it's like almost pots and pans for some people. But the thing is, though, SNHU white, they have an advantage here.
I think what's going to be tough right now for Marion is waiting for the oncoming Rolling Thunder, right? Bradderall has been holding on to it for a good few rounds now.
Yeah.
They're expecting it to come their way at a moment's notice. It's been a little bit too long for it to be used. They know that since everyone is fully armed, it should be coming their way, but I think with the positioning of him right now, with Bradderall down in the bottom of mid, they want to first find a pick. They do damage onto Excalibur, but that Tailwind is going to aid them in the retreat, but that's more than enough to make them feel confident to push through and take the space.
Surely this is the perfect time now to use that ultimate from Breach. Surely this is the best time, because you know there's going to be players in towards heaven, and you can capitalise on that so easily. But look at this, look at where Spicy is. That could be a great flank to come through. Big Stink picks up Godel, which is an even bigger pickup, because there goes the smokes for this round.
Absolutely. A blind is going to enable Excalibur to fall. That means Dickert takes the swing, but Ulan is available for a refrag. Evierly and Luna work to keep the advantage in their favor, and SNHU, despite having an agent lead for a split second, lose it once again to Ulan. But the spike is going to go down inside the Viper's Pit, and all of a sudden, it's a very toxic round.
Yeah, it's an extremely toxic round, but well, can we potentially see some sort of potion, some sort of antidote? No, not yet. Seems like Godel's going to swing, but look at the trade that came through there. That's perfect. Spicy jumping straight in. But how much of a Spicy situation is it? It's pretty hard. Luna, she's going to get one. And now Ulan has to go in by themselves. Does spray the right location, but Luna, she's well aware on how to contest that one. And we go back towards an even round count. This does not seem to be letting up.
Southern New Hampshire, they still have that Rolling Thunder in their pocket. They still have everything they want to get rid of a buy round, but they know, right, Marion is weak. Marion don't have anything to defend against, so they're likely not going to invest a whole lot. They might have Godel run from the shadows to get a little bit of information, maybe to find a cheeky angle, but they should be relatively safe in making an aggressive play. Marion, on the other hand, for them to run it down mid means that they've completely given up the round.
They really have 4 versus 2. Maybe winnable, maybe in some really distinct universe. It just doesn't exist here, does it? It just seems as if it's going to be all but over. Already, players are getting ready to contest in towards CT. That's a lovely shot there from Big Stink. Bradderall shut down. There is a rifle upgrade available, but nobody's going to allow that to happen. Paint shells have went out. The two players are getting ready to swing from TVs. Trying to close out this round as time ticks away. It is all but over. It's just almost trying to see what damage can be done, who can be picked up. Big Stink just waiting patiently. But let's start to think about the next round. We are almost at SNHU, right? 5-4. And in terms of narratives, in terms of what could happen here, Ashkin, what are you seeing from these two teams?
What I'm looking towards, what I'm finding to be a tough spot, is that Marion, because they don't have the extra Sentinel, because they don't have, for example, Sage, who can really hard stop a push, they're losing these rounds. They're bleeding out what should be a half that should go in their favor, as it is, of course, split. And that means that if they come out with a disadvantage starting on defense, it's going to continue to be difficult for them. SNHU have the same stall utility and more when you look at the Asian rosters. That means that they're going to keep moving forward and increasing their round score. They're just waiting to begin the new half.
Oh, that was perfect play with the ultimate, gaining that information. And this is where potentially we could see SNHU put themselves in that place where they can potentially pick up an advantage. Time ticks away, and it seems as if no player is in position for the retake just yet. Excalibur waiting to move forward on towards Rafters, but can't pick anybody up just yet, only hearing sound calls. Here we go, the utility comes through. We move on towards the site. But again, nobody getting picked up as I see that Godale gets the Excalibur. The trade comes through. We're into 3 versus 3. More utility coming through. And it is going to be hard. But it seems to be working out for these defenders. On towards that spike. Can Luna deny? She'll need to get ahead of one. And she gets it! What a clutch!
I am not just your healer.
I have no words to describe what Luna just did. Marion, it seemed like the round was closed out. It should have been over. But the absolute bravery to step out of that smoke and get the spray down, certainly. Right, little bit of aspect of the Vandals RNG, but the lineup, the angle was perfect. The peak, the timing, all of it, down to Luna's decision making. That is absolutely amazing. And that means SNHU get to hold on to a 2-round lead.
Not only that, they get to hold on to the 2-round lead, but they get to be in a position to increase that lead, increase it to the point where in the next half, it will be almost an advantage. 4 versus 4, there is ultimates available here. They know where Big Stink is. Could we see the ultimate come through? No, we can't. Big Stink will just pop off with that Sheriff and close down any opportunity of an ultimate to come online. Bradderall does have theirs though, the Breach ultimate, which is so pivotal sometimes. Can deny a retake. Spike is committed. But here we go. Oh my god, Spicy gets the shot off just after the ultimate. Evelyn now also stunned by it. And well, there we go, another round will go towards Marion. This may go in even at half.
Poor Marion, or how I should say. Marion, they weren't feeling so good after having the round robbed of them. Number 9. So now they come in full force. They get rid of SNHU's chances. And on top of it, the Rolling Thunder being expended means that they get to breathe a little bit more in a relaxed manner. They don't have to worry about that incoming utility, and they can feel fine. The issue with that for SNHU, they on top of it get to utilize their own Rolling Thunder, and still Dickert has yet to use the Showstopper. It is likely to make an appearance here. I can't imagine any other time they're going to use it.
Yeah.
I mean, the joke is that maybe he might be saving it for second half, but clearly, the entry should go completely in Southern New Hampshire's favor.
Oh, can you hear the amount of ultimates being popped by that defender side? Tour de Force and Viper's pick invested. 1 on A, 1 on B. The Viper's put on B, Tour de Force on A. Don't want to be giving too much away to that. We are going to see the boom bot come through to gain information. They know Excalibur's there. but nothing to get picked up just yet. And it seems as if, oh no, Zesty Boy very close to getting that pick on towards Dicker. There just seems to be a standoff in mid right now, but it's Omen on A Heaven that is closest to potentially picking up a frag. Very close to swinging on towards that jet on A Heaven. The Omen, Godel, ready to contest here. Can they do anything? Luna gets Zesty Boy. Fights happening all over the map here. Godel gets picked up. Excalibur doing the business for the right now. Ulan makes it 4-3, and it's the 3 remaining that have ultimate. No, why did you jump into the ultimate? Dicker, no, not like that. There is a Viper's Pit to be expended on B, and there is also a res available. Big Stink gets Averley, and right now it's the last remaining player. It's all but confirmed. We will be going in even at the half.
This is a difficult spot. Being 1 versus 4, you're being sprayed through a wall and a Viper's Pit. Ulan makes the swing, and they won't even have to worry with the Viper behind them. They get their 3rd pick of the final round of the first half. And that seems to me, Kairo, that despite having all the utility, it just felt like SNHU didn't want to make a group effort into one site. When you have that much in your back pocket, you want to just simply execute. They were defaulting, which had worked in previous rounds. Of course, they were getting picks left and right, but they needed to just use the strengths that they had immediately. And I think by shying away from the B site because of the Viper's Pit really hurt their momentum, and that's what allowed Marion to come right back around and steal, I mean, for lack of a better term, pull the rug out from under SNHU.
Yeah, totally. But the good thing is, though, is you can argue that SNHU kind of, I was about to say, have an advantage due to the fact that, well, it's not defender sided. The scoreline is dead even. And well, it seems as if it's continuing in towards this kill feed right now, as we're seeing there's an advantage towards the defenders. Can anybody manage to clutch up here? It seems as if that's not going to be the case. Ulan does get Averley, though. The Sage just dropping off the wall. Godel get a 2-piece. And well, they are going to take the advantage in towards this half.
Right now, Godel is the shining star of Southern New Hampshire to consistently be getting these multi-frags, to consistently find these timings against Marion. They are single-handedly leading the rise upwards, but it's a rise by only 1 round. The difference is not massive yet. They do get the Spectres in this round. The chances to increase the gap are high, but we can't cut out Marion just yet. They have that chamber, and the Headhunter is quite lethal in rounds like this. Deceptively lethal.
Deceptively lethal is extremely true. Luna spraying out a couple of times. The breach flash does come through and makes Luna drop all the way back. Well, I guess giving away so much map control, and oh my god, giving away an upgrade as well. Ulan getting that Spectre, maybe better to drop it off to someone else, but no, decides that they have the advantage with the health, and it's not going to work out. We're seeing it, all the bodies turning into an absolute meat grinder. Who can win this one out? It seems as if the defenders can. 1 remaining, it is Big Stink. What can they do? They do have snake bites they can't deny there. They're not going to use the utility. They're just going to continue to spray. Finally it comes out, but I think it's just too little, too late, and the defenders, they'll defuse that spike out.
Luckily for SNHU, they come out on top with at least 3 other Spectres, so they have a decent amount in their pocket to continue forward. It's the buy round for Marion. They're feeling confident. They have the weapons of choice. They're comfortable. And so that means that they're likely to be a lot more aggressive, of course, in any area that they're running 2 or more agents. For SNHU, this means that they need to be stacking resources, and we see exactly that on A. Right on the outskirts, they've got their Breach, Omen, and Viper. It's a lot of utility spam, and Spicy is going to be on the receiving end of it.
Already we are seeing that. Oh, Big Stink. That's 2 huge kills. But look at the rifles that are being dropped here. That's huge upgrades potentially. Luna only having a classic. We'll have to drop off, give that map control over to those attackers. But fair play, that's what you want to see. Seems if we are going to have to wait for the recruits to come through. The reinforcements, that would be the Viper with that upgrade. And they are going to go straight to heaven. We take that control, which is probably one of the biggest parts they could take over here. Can get those angles through. Smokes to deny. So the thing is though, Averly already has put down the wall. Can't actually pick it back up again. Zesty Boy will contest Heaven just briefly with utility, etc. But can't do much. Averly does get Ulan. Massive stuff here. Time ticking away. Excalibur gets diddled. It's 2 versus 2. Make it 2 versus 1. Excalibur, the last remaining player. But look how many rifles are dropped to the floor.
Yeah, 4 of those down on the ground means that Marion moved forward with light shields across the board, maybe not full utility. They're going to have to be making decisions and choices to spread out the credits in a way that they might deem advantageous. And in the case of Zesty Boy, that means picking up the Judge. Spicy as well. Now, we went over this before, right? Spicy has the Headhunter, so they can deal with shotguns and it's no problem. They're feeling comfortable. But for Zesty, it means that they're playing in the back line. They have to wait for one of their duelist or their chamber to find those first picks so that they can swap to a different weapon.
Potentially the weapons could come out here, but there's utility and gunfire happening right now. Bradderall does get picked up and the spike can be initiated, but not there.
Spike
No, why
down
would you
A.
open it up to Heaven where there's players still being able to contest? Big Stink finally rotates that spike into a better position, but they are at a disadvantage on health. Very low, 10 HP remaining, and as continuous bodies being dropped, Big Stink doesn't have a hope in hell right now unless they manage to hit stuff like that. That's a beautiful snake bite. Averly comes round from the side, those side swipes, and gets that last remaining player.
Now that has to hurt for SNHU. They drop 3 rifles of their own, but for Marion, who forced, it really puts them in a somewhat difficult position that 4 of their players have less than 2,500 credits. Sure, they have ultimates, they got the Rolling Thunder, they got the Viper's Pit, but the only thing that's really going to aid them right now is Excalibur's Bladestorm. And with everyone else unable to even buy heavy shields to pick up any rifles that are dropped by the Blades, it means that it likely shouldn't even see the light of day here. Bladestorm might even be held onto. Of course, that's going to be the individual decision of Excalibur, and right now it looks like Marion are discussing how they want to approach, because they've realized they're being stalled out by paint shells, by snake bites, by slow orbs, by the barrier orb, by breach stun. There is a whole lot coming their way, and they aren't really armed to deal with it.
That's it, and I mean, we are now seeing Marion University kind of having to stop and take that moment of kind of, I guess, where they have to kind of think about what's going on. They're having to review exactly what's happened within a 60-second period. But what can you actually say in that 60 seconds that can fix all the problems that's been going on?
They're relegated to Sheriffs once again, Kairo. That and the pistols.
Yeah.
The issue for them is, right now, that they need to build up space in the mid. And right now, they haven't really been going there at all. They've been going B main and A main. Now, here on a save round, I understand that they want to get into the close quarters combat, and it works in their favor as Spicy and Excalibur find those frags. But overall, they need to move around the map. But here is another frag right in Heaven. Excalibur is waiting. Bulldog in hand. Godel around the corner. It's a game of chicken. Spicy has moved into the spawn for a very daring angle, and they are punished for it.
They certainly are. 3 versus 3 now, and there is ultimates available, and there is one of them as the Rolling Thunder. No, Averly almost missing out on that chance, and now there's only 1 player remaining. It's off to Big Stink. Gets 1, gets 2, can't get the third. Averly is able to shut that down, but that's a very costly round when you're playing against a thrifty round.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great showing by Big Stink. That Sheriff was a pop-off, but I guess he's just not stinky enough.
No, not stinky enough indeed. And look at this, it's now a 3-round lead for SNHU White.
That is a huge lead to have, especially on the defensive side of a map like Split. When you've got 2 insane ultimates as well. From the Shadows goes very underappreciated here. It can be used for information consistently, and on top of it, they got the resurrection. They shouldn't be worried about dwindling numbers. The issue is here, the possessor of the resurrection, Luna, is on the butt end of a hard push. They've been stunned by the Rolling Thunder, and they're being dashed on, but it's A-okay. They're gonna land the headshot to save their own life.
That swerve was absolutely pivotal there, keeping themselves alive, and now it's down to a 4 versus 2. Potentially could be winnable for these attackers. It's down to a 2 versus 2. Where does this come from? And well, it's come from the depths of hell, the biggest nightmare you could have after Marine University using up their attack boys. They still lose out.
There's not a whole lot left for them. I mean, they could buy rifles, sure, but they're low on resources, light shields on a good majority of their players. The Viper's Pit is there and available to them, great, but their struggle isn't the post plant. Their struggle is getting to the site in the first place that they are consistently being denied.
You want to play? Let's play.
Oh, what a shot. What a shot from Spicy. Absolute pixels all the way through. Picks up Dickard. And now they have the initial advantage. And when you have that initial advantage, I think your chances go up to like 67%, 70% once you get that initial pick. Because there's so much utility denied. We can already see that. Look at the space and the time that these two players on A have kind of picked up. And no, the spike hasn't even made its way into any of these sites just yet.
Right now, SNHU, they're centralized around A at 7 angles. Godel is making a very dangerous decision to move in the center of the map with no one to trade them out and refrag. They should know full well by now that Tour de Force is out. And it's being waved around with no reservation.
Well, there is going to need to be a reservation, but it might be at the Heartbreak Hotel. Which team will be feeling that heartbreak right now? It seems as if it might be Marion University. No, it will be SNHU. Wait, 2 players remaining. There's the 2 players that were coming from A, rotating through, trying to clear that site, see if there is anybody round those corners, any pesky rodents. Seems as if the pest control is out. 2 players are going to have to go for this retake. Bradderall just checking in towards mid to see if anybody was lurking, but no, they are all on site. We can see that from the outlines. They think they're coming from CT, but they drop in from heaven, straight off the top rope. They're not even able to get land a mark. 11 the scoreline, Marine University, they answer back finally.
They wipe Southern New Hampshire off of the map with that round, and that's going to eat away at their economy. And that's the kind of round where, when you're in that 2 versus 4 situation, when you know Tour de Force is out and in the hands of Spicy, you want to just back away. The optimal solution there would have been just to leave, maintain 2 rifles, and maybe be able to buy someone a 3rd to really flip this round in their favor. But unfortunately, that's not going to happen. They got maybe 1 Spectre to work with.
Right there.
If Dickard is feeling daring, they could use the showstopper, but I find it to be extremely unlikely. Instead, I have to take it back. It immediately ascended to market, but connects with no one. And it looks like SNHU have opted to turn their defense into an offense to try and find guns once more, but Spicy is feeling the heat, and they take down 3 in a single spray.
Single spray, sometimes all is needed. Potentially 1 more spray to do it all. 2 players remain, Bradderall and Luna. That could be an ace here. Excalibur wanting in on the front. Gets one of their own, especially getting a 4th. Flawless round, as you can see on the screen. And sometimes when you're in that disadvantage buy situation, kind of doing a full send, trying to get that extra upgrade can maybe take your opponents off guard. And well, it nearly happened there. Well played, and I like the kind of ingenuity coming out from SNHU White.
I think the choice, the decision to move outwards on save rounds is something that teams generally reserve for maps like Bind, for Haven, even Icebox. But we don't see it on Split, and I think that really worked out in their favor, or it generally should have. They did get a lot of space, but at the end of the day, of course, Spicy just had the beautiful spray down to counteract it. I think under normal circumstances, it would have been an amazing strategy to implement.
Oh, absolute roar of gunfire there. Zesty Boy picks up Dickard, and it seems as if Marion University have done having fun. They are going to be actually really trying to take this these gunfights by the scruff of the neck, and well, again, they've got that initial advantage picking up Dickard. Godell, though, is going to get dealt so much damage, down to 60 HP, and things continue with how they are. It seems as if we're waiting to see what is going to get picked up. Ropes cleared out by the orbital strike. Nobody clearing out B if that is where the players find themselves. Seems as if the kind of attention is going to be on towards A right now, where there is a disadvantage of 2 players for SNHU. White blinded completely. Ulan somehow makes it through all the way on towards site, able to get the spike down.
30 seconds
and well, this is going to be a worrying situation for these defenders.
Luna biding their time, waiting for the Viper to come right on through. And I like the intuition to look towards ramp and try to search for someone. They know that it's unlikely to be empty. All 5 players are on the board. There's no way all of them sit on the site. And unfortunately for AV Early, even though they take the fight, they're going to lose it. And that's going to be, again, a dwindling in the numbers, leaving Luna alone, the final player. And they can get rid of the sword and the stone, but Zesty Boy is going to add a little bit of flavor at the end to ensure the 10th round is picked up for Marion. And that's 3 in a row, swung first in the favor of Southern New Hampshire, and then again back for Marion University. They're looking hot, and to come into the 22nd round with all guns in their favor and nothing for SNHU means that they're likely to even everything up. Kairo.
Yes, they certainly are, and just to remind you folks at home, Marion University is the one in form right now, and this is also their map pick, and they could have lost this all a few rounds ago. And look at the investment in this round so far in terms of ultimates, in terms of utility, and in terms of taking this site. They really have just full sent it, and they've even got a pick for it. Well played despite being initiated, not confirmed just yet. Ulan trying to contest in towards heaven. And it will have to be a 4-man retake with sheriffs and the like. Seems if this is almost all, but certain this is going to be 11-11 after this round.
For you.
Here comes Luna with a heal to the Raze. Immediately drops down to hell, and Dickard lines up ahead. It's Excalibur who falls to the ground. And Big Stink is going to make an exchange, but you know Godell will always be there for some consistent shots. 2 for themselves and a second for Dickard means that SNHU have brought themselves back from the brink with no guns, being pushed over by the Rolling Thunder, and still making way for the defuse. You see it loud and clear in the big bold letters, Thrifty, and we've made it to match point.
Kisses Curse coming through, but this time I've actually seen an operator being brought by Excalibur, and I mean Split isn't the most operator favoured site, most operator favoured map all in all. I mean, I'm thinking towards, the likes of Haven, I'm thinking towards Bind. There's big long areas. I think the the longest angle you can hold is from TVs in towards just below ramp. Oh, as I say that though, Excalibur makes it work and picks up Dickard once again being punished.
Cover going out.
Now everything is slowed. Marion know that, okay, there's a numbers advantage here for us. We can just let Southern New Hampshire struggle, make them feel the pressure, and let them make another mistake so we can pick up a second kill of our own. Right now, Marion, they've opted to go for a mid-hold. Right now, that Omen dropping down into ropes is going to be free information for them, so they know how exactly they want to navigate, that they can dump utility before even entering Heaven B should they decide to move forward. But I think they want Godell to make the first move. You see that he's holding the stairs, and none of Marion are moving except for slight movements forward.
Oh, I like the fact that Luna got that res off. That could be huge for SNHU later in the round. Molly has been used, and this is not CSGO. There is no denial through smokes of Molotovs. There's going to have to be a Viper's pick
30
here for
seconds
Evilly
left.
to try and deny. Snake bites come through, but Giz get taken out from behind. That means that we can't see the plant come through.
Spike
Goldale
planted.
has taken out that operator of Excalibur, and now we are in a
You
4
want to
versus
play?
4 retake.
Let's
Viper's
play.
pit is invested, shows it to the fours, and they look at this. Marion, they just want this round over the line. Goldale gets 1, no, Ulan gets 2, and Big Stick helps out Salty Dickers, and a 1 versus 3, and like that, Ulan will get their 3rd. We are going to a 1-round shootout. Will SNHU take the map, or will Marion University take OT?
This is a nail biter for both sides. I want to say that Marion, they're really shining when individual players get to find the multi-frags, but SNHU overall are having more consistent map control. And I really like this timeout in addition to the fact that they're on match point, because A, it kills the momentum for Marion. They feel themselves after their last round, especially Ulan, who got the 3K. This forcibly stops them from moving into that, let's say, caffeinated, overexcited energy to keep forward and finding multi-frags. For them, in addition, they're getting this time to speak about what is going on, and specifically, it's them losing the initial frag. Of course, how are they to know that an operator was going to be posted up in the lower side of ramp? But now they can 100% be wary of it if the credits show for Marion.
It's just one of those one. It's just so hard. SNHU White, I think, want to get this finished right now, and I don't mean to be like, oh, of course, Kairo, of course they want to finish it out in regulation, but I just feel as if with the way the momentum's going, with the way Marion University are playing right now, they have just really found their groove, and I feel as if we move into overtime, I think Marion University, they just have that edge. They just seem more confident themselves right now, and I just need to see exactly what's going to come through. Already 2 ultimates invested, Bladestorm and Orbital Strike. They've got nothing from it just yet. The shotgun version of the Bladestorm doesn't work out. Excalibur though does do the damage, and now with that being said, there is the Rolling Thunder available for SNHU White if they choose to use it for the retake, but it seems as if it's not going to be available after that pick that came through. Ilivili has answered back. Big Stink though gets the trade, and we're into a 4 versus 2 overtime. All but awaits us right now. The plant coming through. 2 rifles on the board for these defenders to try and contest, and time starts to tick down. The 4 remaining players of the attackers, they're staying on this site. They're staying in. It's a tight knit group. Godel and Luna cannot find anything. Well, they'll need to be going soul searching in this round. They need to send it. They can't be waiting for picks, because well, at the end of the day, this is everything has to be left in this round. As here comes the utility. Luna's trying to spray through, gets 1 and will be able to heal. Godel swings, can't even get 1, and now Luna left with it all to do as time ticks away. It's all into Marion University, and we go even in towards OT.
Switching sides.
Map 1 split overtime. There's no other map more intense than this one to get it overtime. You're right in the face of your opponent. Everything is so close quarters. The only map similar in size I would reckon is Bind, and maybe most similar in terms of the angles is Icebox. Both of those two, the most intense, and I think between Marion and SNHU, now that they have to swap sides back and forth, they're going to be struggling to remember what worked and what didn't, as they both continue to adapt around each other. It could very easily be double or triple overtime with these two teams, as they're constantly forcing strings of rounds to catch up to each other. So it'd be no surprise for them to continuously go one round, back and forth consistently.
Well, consistency is key in overtime. That's one thing that does have to be said. As well, you need to get 2 rounds in a row. And well, if you can't do that, we go into another round and just cycle back and forth. It was a nice little bit of utility. Did catch the chain, but there's no one there to actually capitalise on it. Obviously, they were aiming to try and get a player that was potentially on those heaven stairs. Oh no, Ulan dropping there is not good. And like this, they're going to move through. Like SEAL Team 6 clearing out those corners. Dicker picks up Spicy. Ulan could potentially get picked up from the aftershock, and no, actually gets cleaned up by Paint Shell. Zesty Boy got Bradderall, their opposite number. And here comes Excalibur getting another pick. Luna gets the trade, and we're into a 3 versus 2. Averly not wanting to move through in towards site as they know there is potentially a player there. Yep, that would be that Viper. They're going to move towards A where the spike is going, and this is going to be another A retake.
And this
30
is a huge
seconds
plan.
left.
As Luna is
Spike
one off
planted.
the resurrection, if she gets a kill, she can essentially guarantee the round, make it a 4 versus 1. And for Zesty Boy, who's up so far ahead, they could easily be isolated. But they pause for the meantime. They're waiting for their partner in crime. They want to move together, and that's exactly what they need. Moving as a unit is necessary if they're to secure this round with an agent down. They're smoked off the entryway into the site. They need to make it in, but luckily Zesty Boy has enough utility to enable them to do so. They're going to start with the fault line and go further with the flash. And they find Godel, or is it rather Godel finds them because Zesty Boy falls. And Luna, posted around the corner of Elbow, will follow in kind to take the round in Southern New Hampshire's favor. 13-12. They just need to win one more.
One more round, but sometimes one more round can be a mountain to climb. And well, right now this whole match has been mountains consistently. It's like a mountain range almost, the way these teams have been fighting each other. But SNHU finally are at the precipice. They are at that potential summit here of winning out Split, and what a hard fought map it has been. 13-12, Marian University's map. Can SNHU convert this one? The Sage Wall has gone up just to deny and gain information in towards Garage. Just deny those lines of sight, and it seems if Marian University, they realise this and decide, well, let's not make any noise. I don't know why you wouldn't want to make noise early in this round, but they're obviously thinking, we'll wait for the wall to drop, and then potentially we'll move through with that spike.
Being walled off and waiting for the wall to break is great and all, but I would hope that, you know, Marion would at least show some presence mid. Right now, there's a whole lot of nothing going on. The timer's being ran down. Sure, that's going to make SNHU feel a little bit pressured, but just look at how open their defense on mid is. There's absolutely nothing there except for Godel. Luna sees a smoke, understands that, you know, they've been aided by their teammate, but that's actually going to deny line of sight once again, meaning that if they burst out, if Marian University opt to dash in, it's over for her. And it is. Luna, they will get one, but immediately traded out by Ulan, means we're 4 for 4, and the spike is going to go down essentially for free. No, on top of it, they get a 2-for-1 deal, and Godel falls as well.
2-for-1 deal sounds like my meal deal. Something is nice and tasty, and well, this round could be tasty. Averly ready to move through from heaven. Spicy just holding down CT, but doesn't realise the player behind him. The aftershock comes through to deny that area, but actually pushes Ulan to contest. Averly actually almost losing their life through that orbital strike. It seems if the smoke will dissipate, but not before Big Stink dissipates the body of Averly. 13-13, another round of overtime is needed to decide this matchup.
That's round 27 we're now entering. Double overtime, exactly as you said, Kairo, and things are only going to get more heated. And with this, right, this is a best of 3 series. Let us remind you, all the folks at home, that there is another map after this, and it shouldn't go 1-1, a third on top of it. Both of these universities, both of these schools are turning this into a war of attrition for themselves, and they're really testing each other on the consistency, on their ability to just remain awake in front of these screens, to keep going and keep aiming in these monstrous angles with these monstrous flicks, and the way that they continue to do. They're seeing if they can keep the pattern going.
Well, only to see if this pattern continues. Excalibur A little bit of aggression here, but the crosshair isn't placed just right. It's just below those heads as they move forward, and there it is. Luna, they get the pick. They're going to be able to heal up straight away after it. Probably better to give it to the breach, but hey ho, if the shoe fits, may as well use it. And now that means that mid-control gained by these attackers, absolutely huge, but it's denied. Door closed. Ulan gets Godel, and that's no more smokes for this round.
They found my trap.
And here Spicy's patiently holding on to the B site. The trap is broken. They know people are approaching. The wall is up. They are suspecting that everyone's incoming. And they know that there's presence in heaven as well. They're feeling trapped. Fish in a barrel. They see one slide down. That's Dicker taken out. And they find a little bit of respite here by the ice wall, by the barrier orb. Spicy can chill for a second, but Bratterall will take out their ally in Heaven B. And that's going to put the pressure right back on, that there's a vertical enemy, an enemy above them who can see them from overhead, that even when they go for the push, toe and toe, Zessie and Spicy, they will have to clear him, and they do. Bratterall falls. It's a 2v2. The numbers evened up. Aviarily taken out after finding Spicy, but Luna consistently in this corner, in the post-plant phase on B, finding the frag that she needs to keep the ball rolling. Once again, in the round of 27, it happens, and it pushes us to round of 28.
The round rally does continue. I think we are we are heading to a pause there. We just caught off guard. You can see us in our nice little casting poses there. It's almost like we are just kind of showing a little look behind the scenes, but no, we are going into a pause right now. 2 rounds of OT, Ashkin. I mean, what can we expect from these two teams going further and towards this last round and this second round of OT?
So what I really haven't been seeing from either side when they go on attack is orb farming. Whether it was in the main rounds or now here in OT, there was no priority to pick up those orbs and turn them into a potential ultimate. Here in overtime, everyone is 3 points off of that ultimate ability, and they should be leveraging their free utility, their recycling utility, to get that so that they can move on in. Particularly, you know, if you have a chamber, you're going to want the Tour de Force. Both sides have Breach. They want the Rolling Thunder. And of course, Resurrection is one of the most key ultimates to have in overtime. Doesn't matter which one they pick. It needs to be one of those 3, and it needs to be farmed with intent. If we keep going back and forth like this, it's never going to end. And I think the ability that'll bring things into the swing of one team or the other will be the ultimates.
Yeah, I think the Ultimates is a great place to look at right now. I think also a great place to look at is maybe the fact that we're seeing over-aggression for the fact of Excalibur actually kind of moving down mid in that round there. We saw it giving away that initial pick. I just don't think that we need to see that aggression just yet. Sometimes it's worked, but I feel as if there's a bit of a gamble, especially on a map like Split, where everything is so close quarters.
And here we go. We're back, ready to fight. 5 seconds in, pre-round left. And we see Luna, they're posted up for the barrier orb to slow things down immediately. And it looks like they're going to guess correctly. They're waiting for some contact. Marion is posted up on the outside of Garage, but it looks like it wasn't fast enough to appease Luna. And so they're moving into the mid to toss the barrier orb there instead.
Nice little bit of ingenuity, a little bit of adaptation there. And that just allows a little bit more denial. Obviously, the barrier will get denied, but it's just wasting more ammo as well. Let's be honest, you don't get unlimited ammo when it comes to Valorant. Just taking our time, just denying more and more delay as we wait to see Big Stink and the Spike move through in towards... Oh my god, what a shot B! And it seems as if it just opened right up. It's like a hot knife through butter, and Luna's bullets there like that as well. They managed to deny 2 moving into the site. And well, it's down to a 3 versus 3. No ultimates online. You were talking about it when we got our chance here, Ashkin, but it's not going to come through in this retake right now.
They spot the head of Spicy and take it right off. Separated from the shoulders, and Caliber would do the same thing to Godel. It's Big Stink versus Aviarily, and in the Viper battle, Big Stink comes on top. Bratterall is trying to defuse the Spike against 2, but they can't even find 1. And where Big Stink picks up 3 in second round of overtime. to move us to OT number 3. We are going to hit 30 rounds in map number 1.
We certainly are, but not only this, look at Ashton, look at how all these players are fragging out. Every single one on double digits, every single one putting in the effort. Marion, every single player nearly dropping a 20 bomb. That's nearly 100 kills between them. That shows the efforts that we're seeing, how close these rounds are becoming. And Marion University, this time round, they need to make it work. The denial comes through. Oh no, Big Stink gets caught out by the breach utility. Can do big work here. First kill is huge. Second kill is even bigger. They spray through the box. Gets Godell. No more smokes. No more breach. And 3 more attackers remain. Can they somehow fight back? Do have some utility of their own. Averly just having to retreat more. And I've just realised, for the first time ever, SNHU White are actually running double controller. Averly has moved in towards mid and gives
Spike
up the
down,
spike.
mid.
Dicker does get the trade. We're into a 4 versus 2 scenario.
Everything is slowed down now for both sides. SNHU White, they want to go to the A site. They realize that there's a lot less presence there. They just did a quick head count and realized what's to their advantage. But the trademarks are going to provide free information. It's going to be an instant rotation for Marion University. And that's going to be the plant going down. Dickard will be one off the showstopper. They need 1 frag, but they're going to be reduced to 70 HP. They've been spotted on the site, and their companion Luna is stuck in hell. Now, they are able to find 2. But this still leaves Dickard as a disadvantage, and they try to go for the spray, but they're still walking as they're clicking, and that means nothing connects. It is a defuse for Marion. And I want to make a point on the Sage pick right now for Southern New Hampshire really quickly. Luna on the defense consistently has been an absolute menace, a thorn in the side of Marion. But on the attack, that barrier orb to move in is creating a funnel. That means SNHU are going to be lined up in a very specific width that is being util dumped, and that's how Marion is consistently finding success when they're on the defense, is that barrier orb is just not working, and it needs to be changed up. They need to hold it to maybe wall off heaven or wall off the tree room, but whatever they're doing in the front of the site on entry is not working.
It really isn't working, and well, now Marion University have been so good on their attack. This is where they may have found an advantage here, as all players are on A. Look at the map control, trying to be taken in towards mid, but do they realise exactly where players are moving into? Well, they'll know now after that flash, the sound call that's came through. They've gained key map control, they're clearing the corners, they're even denying the map space with the fact that they're using that molly for people to try and retake in towards heaven. And look at this, the site has been taken, the spike needs to move on. Will do so now if you look towards your top left of the map. Victor manages to get an opportunity though, and that's huge. That could be the gap that they needed. Godell is denied, so is Bradderall, and it just seems to be more and more delay here. Big Stink gets stickered. Look at this, the trades come through, and it's absolutely huge. We're back to the advantage towards these attackers. As I say that, no, it's not going to be. It's only Spicy left, and easily picked up by Luna. We go into another round of OT.
That's 4th OT! Round 31! This is starting to feel like the length of a Counter-Strike match.
Switching sides.
I thought I signed up for Valorant, but it looks like the length is just going clear over Kairo. This is absolutely nutty.
It really is nutty, and these two teams are absolutely nutty. It is confirmed, by the way, we have over 100, and I think there's 110 kills from Marion University, nearly 120. I mean, that's enough to win nearly 2 games of Valorant in their own, I think, off the top of my head. No, it's just only a game good enough to win 1. But with that being said, we are seeing loads of shots coming out here, just trying to create that noise, that interference, that little bit of a distraction, but again, it's still a slow take from SNHU White.
I like that here in the overtime, neither of these teams are overly aggressive on the attack, but I would say I actually want to see the opposite. Neither team in overtime have been taking risks on the defense to work together in duos to push up for territory, especially in mid or outside of A main, where we know both teams have left the least amount of attackers. I want to say at the beginning of every round, no matter who is on what side, we see a lot more presence in mid and B. And it's not being taken advantage of by the defense.
There really isn't. It seems if they're going to try and use their point of insertion.
Excalibur's going to be fully flashed. They use the cloud burst to cover the line of sight, but a spray down from 3 players will leave them in the ground. Bratterall, in addition, will find Ulan not before a pick of their own is found, but this means SNHU once again have an Ancient up.
Yes, it certainly does, and it seems if these attackers having the advantage is perfect, but look at this. They're rotating away. They've decided, well, we've got the pick. We know where there's extra players on the site. We have the advantage. We'll move towards 8, but no, look at the time. Are they going to get it on time? Oh no, I don't know if they do. The time is ever so close, but they just get it down with 0.5 left on the clock. Playing things with margins thinner than, oh, I don't even know, thinner than a big bag of thin things. Zesty Boy moving through in towards TVs. There's a player in towards him and Godell with a perfect flash there. And look at this big sting stuck in no man's land after that utility usage. Perfect from SNHU White. Marian University picked up once again.
Switching sides. Match point.
32nd round, Southern New Hampshire. They're here on the defense. This is where Luna and Godell have consistently thrived. This is where they've been racking up those kills, which both players, by the way, right there at the big 3-0. Almost 30 kills. Each need to pick up 2, which it's what they've been doing. It's what they're known for, especially over here on B for Luna. She's comfortable. She's been, again, I've said it before, a thorn in the side of Marian. And she's going to keep doing exactly what she's doing, which is holding onto the barrier orb and waiting for another place to find it. Now, out in the mid, I do like seeing the aggression. So then New Hampshire, they've changed the pace. They lost a player in the process, but it's going to make Marian a lot more reserved because it is their Brimstone down. They've already tossed the Viper Wall, meaning they are very limited in the options they can take if they want to be covered by smokes.
The coverage of smokes, the Brim Battle Arena, as I like to call it sometimes, because the way that he drops those smokes can create that little bit of a wrestling ring sometimes. But it seems if this map's turned into a wrestling ring of who can take the most map control, who can do the most work. It seems if we are seeing a bit of aggression in towards mid, the 2 duelists close by, and there we are. Excalibur does pick up Dickard. Does that mean that we rotate the spike on towards Heaven? No, it's still going towards 8. No, wait, maybe I've actually read into this a little bit too early. I'm looking towards that top left of the map, and Luna's picked up Spicy where the spike was, and then rotated towards the CT position. This could potentially be key for denying this plant. The man count is even, so both teams are at that point where anything could happen. Spike planted now, and the time is starting to tick away. Luna really wanting to swing. And Excalibur's position really hold fast. Needs to be not picked out, or picked out if you're the defenders. Oh, that's a perfect use of the utility from the breach. A nice little trade comes through, and now we're finally at that point where things are starting to happen. The fireworks are starting to fly. 2 players find themselves on the side. Big Sting trades it out, and again, another round of OT. 1 HP, Big Stink was on.
Switching sides. Overtime.
Quintuple overtime. I don't know what else can be said here, Kairo, that these teams are going back and forth. Luna and Big Stink have finally hit 30 kills. They are good for, approximately 1 kill a round now, give or take the 2 rounds, right? And so it really comes down now to the decisions that the defense is making initially. I can only reiterate that point because that seems to be the only thing that's changing things up, is who is dying first, and is it the defense being punished for their push or being rewarded for it? And this time around, Marian drop 1 real early, meaning that Southern New Hampshire get their advantage, and essentially for free. They go completely undamaged, but Spicy finds Godel lurking up the ramp.
Finally, a trade comes through. A little bit of fireworks, a little bit of action straight away to kick things off. We are seeing a little bit of preference towards the B site, and remember those defenders will be split up and will have to be a little delayed in their retake if that's what they decide to do. There is an ultimate orb there, but do they want to pick it up? Give away the position. Seems not to be. They are going to walk through. The snakebite just denying the slow orb did come out to trade the snakebite, but I don't know if that's the correct decision. Oh, that's perfect. Zesty Boy's trait. Fire goes through and actually picks up the kill, especially with that aftershock. That's a perfect use of utility overlay, and I believe there's another player stuck behind him, stuck in that corner. The Brim is coming through with the smokes to help out there, deny the player that was in towards Garage, but they've actually moved through. Luna, the Sage, and they could easily be picked up here. Bullets flying, but nobody being dropped just yet. We need to see this come through now. They're going to jump on towards the spike. The spicy goes huge. So does Big Stinking Marine University. They deny on the defense round.
Switching sides.
I'm
Match
scared,
point.
Kairo. I fear both of these teams because right now, we might go to a total 40 rounds. It seems that Southern New Hampshire, alright, they've dropped the ball there, but we know that their signature here is defense. We know that they will not shy away. Every single round, Luna has been conserving that barrier orb, adapting it to wherever she sees fit, and then through some course of events stops Marion as they initially go to A, forced to go to B, and Luna, she's right there waiting to stop them in their tracks.
Well, to see if they can be stuck in their tracks. Look at the utility used in towards mid, and yet nobody capitalises on it. It's only delay. That's all it really comes to. And with that being said, it is players going to have to drop off of mid. They're going to actually forgive that map control. As the ultimate orb going to be picked up by Spicy. They're going to move towards that tour de force. And right now, it seems as if
That works.
seems as if nobody's
They
going
found
to
my trap.
actually move through. The trademark got destroyed straight away, interestingly enough. So that's some information for Marion. But can they capitalise? No, it doesn't seem as if they can. Bradrow gets Excalibur. There seems to be a total trade. We're into a 3 versus 3. Luna and CT gets picked up. The spike needs to be planted. Look how low that Brim is. That could easily be one spray for 2. And with that being said, the spike is going to be planted. Time is starting to tick down now. Marion University need to convert this if they want to win out their map pick of split pushed so far.
Off your feet!
Two players move through. Oh no,
One
the
enemy
ultimate's
remaining.
perfect. And like that, Marion University, they put themselves on position
Attackers
to win
win.
out split.
What was that? 36 total rounds? 34 total rounds?
Oh god, it's something like that. Something like that. I tell you something, I'm ready for my bed already, and that's only map 1 of this second best of 3.
Yeah. 18-16, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be Marion taking the cake, and we're going to go ahead, come back to you after a short break so we can pick up where we left off on map 2.
Hello everybody, welcome back to NECC Mondays where we are casting some Valorant. I'm Kairo, joined by the wonderful Ashkan. Sorry, I've got to get that right on my left. So with that being said, Ashkan, it's been an amazing first map on Split.
18-16, quintuple overtime. Marion takes the cake, and we move into Fracture, which is now Southern New Hampshire's territory. It's their pick. They're happy to be here, and they're ready to show off their stuff. They might even send us to map 3, because when you go quintuple overtime on the enemy team's map choice, you're setting yourself up to look strong on home turf.
Oh, without a doubt, and we're all getting excited for a little bit of a chance at map 3. Already we are seeing another double controller. Ashkan, what actually is the benefit of a double controller lineup?
So with Fracture, there's of course multiple lines of approach, and so you generally want to have the ability to move around and cancel your pushes to rotate to hit the other site. For Viper, she's a great asset to have because you can default her utility to one site on the attack,
Choose your
and then use
agent.
Brimstone to move to the other side if you need to. On top of it, your post plant with both agents are going to be reinforced with their ultimates, the Orbital Strike and the Viper's Pit respectively. On top of that, if you're a Viper, you get to act as the Sentinel. Once again, just like on Bind, just like on Split, so too is Fracture. You can do so much with the Toxic Screen and the Poison Orb.
Well, we are now moving forward and towards this, and it seems as if, yep, both teams have went for that double controller setup, and it seems to be potentially, I think, if I'm reading this right, yep, it's a completely mirrored agent select.
I'm glad both of these teams have adopted breaches as well. It's been very interesting to see the rise and fall of the other initiators. Of course, Sova will continue to be one of these stronger choices, but Fracture has proven to be one of his weaker maps, so you don't see him as much. Sky and KO were initially very popular, but everyone has been settling on Breach, not only here on Fracture, but have been transferring him to other maps. We saw it previously on Split, and even on the stranger picks such as Haven, he's made headway. And it's great to see him as an alternative to KJ. On Fracture's initial release, people were using Lockdown to try and get onto B site, but they realized, look, Breach counters the Lockdown with his C, and then on top of it, he can do exactly the same with Rolling Thunder. But anyways, here and now, in the present, round 1, it looks like SNHU are just storming their way onto B from Arcade.
Seems to be the case. The paint shells are being sent out
Spike
to try and
planted.
contest on towards Dickard, but nobody is going to be able to do so. The spike planted, and now we're in this post-plant situation where we have to see a retake. A little bit of a trade coming through there. Lovely stuff there. And there we are. Advantage towards these defenders. Things coming through. Fault line on towards that tower position, but nobody able to capitalise. The only people capitalising is these defenders. The two remaining players is Luna and Averly. Luna playing in towards that flank position, but the defuse is coming through. It's more than half, it's more than 3 quads. It's denied though, and because it's been halved, time is just going to tick by, and that defuse is just going to come through, passing over that ultimate point towards Mr. Breach, and that is first point towards Marion University.
Things were looking a little bit sticky there for Marion. That SNHU, they were able to walk freely into Heaven B. They got out into Arcade, and I think they ended up just they got a little bit caught in the choke point out of Heaven B onto the site, and that really led to their downfall. And it is a huge retake as well by the Headhunter from Spicy to just continuously find those frags.
Together.
One for himself, and then doing assist damage for somebody else. And what's scary if you're SNHU is that Marion's Breach is 4 points out of 7 for the Rolling Thunder.
Yes, it really is. Big Stink, though, is going to
Spike
gain
down
more
A.
ultimate points for their own. The Viper's Pit doing some work. Dickard gets one onto Zesty Boy, but is it going to be much more? The spam comes through the box. Big Stink isn't going to get any damage, though.
Player standing.
Godell gets picked up as well. One remaining attacker is that Dickard. 4 points in that round from Big Stink, and that's going to be a Viper's Pit almost on lane after that.
And that's really dangerous. It is. It's not often considered the first 2 rounds and the butterfly effect they have on the others. Everyone kind of understands, okay, you win the first round, you get to force. In the 3rd round, you get to go for your force buy if you lost the first 2. It gets a little awkward if things go 1-1 and you move into round 3. But who you drop the kills to can alter the flow of the entire half. And for the case of Marion, it means that they will have a round soon where they can freely ult a site with the Viper's Pit and retake with Rolling Thunder on a separate round as well. That is 2 free rounds in their pocket, assuming they play it right.
That is a big assumption to make. The flash did come through there. Be able to pick up into the aftershock as well. Waverly gets one, and oh my god, the trade comes through from Zesty Boy. Spicy doing their own work. Gets Godell. There goes that chamber. There's a 4 versus 3 now, right now. The spike's still in the hands of these attackers, and are slowly trudging their way towards B. But they can't really make their mind up. Whatever side they attack, they are going to be a 1-man advantage due to the split. Maybe even a 2-man advantage after the way that things are going. Here we go. The utility does come through. Trademark just denied in time. Bradwell, though, actually put their back towards where Ulan was. The Molotov not hitting the mark. And it seems if bullets are just going to be fired off. Dickard does get spicy. And we're back to 3 versus 3. Make it 3 versus 2, though. Ulan picks up Luna, and things start to slow down as players are in towards these corners, in towards positions that can't be contested just yet. They're going to go through on towards the main site though, and that's where Bradderall is. Fault line comes out, can't get one. No, Bradderall won't be able to get one. It's on to Excalibur. They're actually trying to defuse, but the judge does the work, and now the defenders will win round number 3.
And there it is. Implementation of the Rolling Thunder down and out. Marion University string together a 3rd round. What does that mean? It means Southern New Hampshire University, they're broke. They got nothing on to use. They got maybe some pistols, maybe some shields, and that's it. Dickard can change the flow of the round, has the showstopper, but cannot expect the rest of the squad to roll on in with them. He has that mobility, and he's going to need to use every ounce of it. Squeeze every ounce of value from those blast packs if he's going to land a showstopper enough, one strong enough to change the course of the round. That means they're going to have to sacrifice their life in the process. For now, it doesn't look like they're going for it. Instead, it's going to be a full stampede into B. And somehow, for free, both rifles are now in the hands of the attackers. This is one of the most unlikely occurrences I've seen, Kairo.
Yes, it really is against the odds, and on top of that, there is a Viper's Pit available if it was to be invested, an orbital strike, and again, as you said, the showstopper. There's a Rolling Thunder though, but do you want to use it against 5 people? 5 people that are all around this site. You just take off picks. This is questions that'll be going through these players' mind. And the only thing that's going through their minds is bullets right now as they take out another. And that's Marion University down to 2. Big Stink looking away the wrong time. Spicy gets 1. Make it 2, maybe even more. No, it's not. Luna gets another sheriff, and it seems as if mostly pistols won that round for SNHU White.
That has to hurt. Because SNHU didn't even bother to expend an ultimate. Avierli picked it up in that round, didn't need to use it. Luna as well. Dickard, of course, started with the showstopper. We already pointed that out. None of those 3 ultimates expended to pick up a win on a Thrifty means that they get to keep guns from the enemy, buy up their own, and ensure a post plant here. Big Stink may be using some utility to delay the inevitable, but they're going to be ganged up on the same way that SNHU did to the B site in the last round.
Well, with that being said, the toxins are getting ready to drop. And there's going to be somewhat of an aggression on towards A. Luna's going to get their opposite number there. The big stick, the judge. Oh, I was about to say the judge uses the sheriff trying to contest in towards that disposition, just moving out. And well, they will get picked up. The spike's going to get planted. And we are moving through into this 2 versus 5 scenario. And well, with that being said, it doesn't seem as if there's going to be much to be able to be picked up from the Marian University side.
Luon taking it slow, trying to figure out what options they have, but the reality is, very few. Spicy as well. They break it out a rendezvous, but it's not going to be enough. Dickard is going to finally contact and Godell can swing right around. And although the Headhunter pierces through the wall to find Dickard, 1 kill isn't going to stop the onslaught that SNHU are bringing to the table. And we move into round 6 again as we check the scoreboard. A clear momentum in their favor, and Marian have to do everything in their power if they're going to stop SNHU in their tracks, because quite frankly, they've got the tools to do it, and for some reason, they've just been holding on to them.
The tools in pocket. Well, maybe we'll see a little bit of a sculpture with those tools. A sculpture of around perfection, flawless. That's what we want to see. Whether we see that is just a totally different story. There is a tour de force being popped. That is from Marian University's side. And that is posted up on towards B. Contested. I don't really know. I think it's down the steps. And there's no one actually going to be facing that. It's all going to be the action on A. Moving past the door right now, but do they know? They'll know now after all that utility being used. And here comes the orbital strike. Big stink, almost getting caught out here. Bradderall trying to move through to capitalise on it. Not going to be able to. Oh no, the showstopper doesn't hit the mark either. And like this, it's just almost falling apart. The Viper's Pit invested, and now we get the spike down. But that's a lot of ultimates invested to get, well, near enough nothing.
This really hurts for Spicy. They have tour de force out and about. All 5 bullets still chambered and ready to go. But unfortunately for them, none of them are going to be used. The Viper's Pit forces close combat. And in that kind of situation, they're just going to fall. Excalibur is able to find 1, and Luna is low, 7 HP. A stray bullet can kill them, but their positioning is just ahead of the game. And between them and Aviarily, Excalibur is going to be put right back into the stone, laid to rest. And SNHU tie things up, and it looks like with the economy for Marian University, SNHU can even take the lead. Forget about things being even. They're ready to roll right on through to make headway for themselves.
They really are, and the headway is coming. Seems as if we could potentially see... I don't even know what we could potentially see, because things are going back and forth like a rally here. And Spicy's being caught out by that fault line. That's perfect. It doesn't seem as if Endy's going to capitalise on it. Not going to rush through. They're going to take the time. Maybe a little bit early to use that fault line, you could argue. Potentially, but maybe they were trying to aim on to see if there was someone on stairs rather than someone that they caught on the side. Spicy. That sneak bite's placed to perfection, though, leaving Spicy a little bit vulnerable. But again, it's a very default and slow play style by SNHU right here.
Rendezvous up. If anything happens, Marian's chamber can get right on out. Zesty boys around the corner. They're going to use the fault line to slow any oncoming push, but no one's there. Bradderall is way back all the way near the tree and continues to go further. They're walking away to A. They've showed enough presence. They've pulled enough utility. They know that they can leave. The exception is going to be the lone player lurking by Arcade, but that's not the problem for Marian right now. It's the fact that they hear 4 players out and about in A main. 1 is already on the site. They've taken out a defender.
30 seconds
and the
left.
onslaught continues.
Spike
A
down
retaliatory
A.
showstopper by Caliber can stabilize the bleeding, but it's not enough. 3 players left. It's still the agent count ahead for SNHU. And a quick succession of bullets and fights lead it to a 1v1.
And look at this.
10 seconds left.
Who do we think is going to win this one out? Luna or Ulan? Seeing Luna does have that rifle, but the orbital strike's available. Time doesn't work out for Luna. Commits to the spike plant because of the time. And well, we see Ulan win that out for Marian University on a thrifty round. Well, I'm not saying it wasn't deserved, but they certainly did not at the very start with the economy deserve to win that one out. Marian University, they're going to take the advantage, and that is 4-3.
Cheaper. It'd be just me and a bottle of scotch.
I like that Ulan is not reserved in using the ultimate. In the collegiate, a lot of players would opt to take a swing or fight in that position instead of playing the safer option, which is the orbital strike. And I mean, if we bring it into chess terms, it's a mate in one essentially. There are no options there for Luna to take in that position. You pointed it out precisely. There was no time left. She needed to commit to it, and any other option would have allowed Ulan to be vulnerable. A swing would have meant that Luna could react and shoot back. Orbital strike leaves things in the hands of Marian, and on top of winning that round, they proceed into number 8 with a pick with the operator.
And look at the preference now, like of SNHU White. They were more towards the A side where the spike is. But already we are seeing aggression coming through here from Marian as they move forward. Spicy with that operator trying to see if they can find anything. And like right now, I'm liking this aggression because, well, look at this. The tripwires are gone. Sorry, the signatures are gone from the chamber. They know they can go forward. And, well, they know that they can contest. But what can you contest? There's nobody there. They're all gone. And that is a lovely clean up there by SNHU White as they proceed to go towards B now.
They killed the defending players. They're punishing them now for their over-aggression. Ulan is trying to stall for time by sending out that Molotov, but it's not going to do a whole lot. Their position is compromised now. If they take the swing, they're going to be shot out by 2. If they move around, another 2 players on site will have them. And there it is. Falls into the ground. It's a 2 versus 4 retake, Kairo.
It is a 2 versus 4, but do you even attempt it? Do you even go for the retake here? I'm trying to search for picks. Can't find anything. Bullets go out. Information relayed to the team. They all know exactly where the push comes from here. They all know exactly what to do. They all know if they should move. Big Sting does go on. He's got to that point where it's just a little bit too far. Zesty Boy maybe want to save the rifle here. Won't be able to. And there we go. 4-4.
This is quite the back and forth, and I guess we really shouldn't be surprised, right? On Split, we knew it was Marian's pick, and even despite that, we went into an 18-16 quintuple overtime. So here, SNHU are still, of course, going to have to fight tooth and nail to pick up rounds, and I mean, if you look at the timeline, it's in parallel. 3 in the favor of Marian, 3 back in the favor of SNHU. Marian can get a defusal, but then Southern New Hampshire want to win their own. Neither team is falling into the pacing of the others completely, and I think both are adapting live as we continue to go through these rounds, and it's impressive.
Impressive is one of the words I would use. Clinical is another, as Bradderall has found another 2, and that's the push out from A. Moving towards B now, where 2 players are actually lying in wait. They actually decide to move the spike towards A, meaning that, well, look at this. There's going to be nobody there to contest. I'm going to pick up that ultimate, or for good measure, the spike coming through. Well, SNHU White, they are now going to move through into post plant. Trademark gets shut out, and it's kind of at a point now where it's almost over because, well, let's be honest, they're moving through into a situation where... Oh, I was about to say they're moving through into a situation where it's almost unwinnable. Godale does get taken out by Spicy twice over. And now we're at a situation where this is winnable. The operator does get picked up, and I think this is going to get saved. Ulan realises what he has in his hands, realises the potential that he has, and that's fair enough. You don't want to waste that.
Meanwhile, though, Spicy wants all of the smoke, but none of it is going to last long before it disperses because he's going to get it put right on down in A main. Buried 6 feet under. 2 rifles for SNHU White. They get to continue outwards. But Marian, the operator in their hands on the defense, having that little extra tool, 4,700 credits less that they have to spend. And it's, for Spicy, it's going to be their hopes and dreams. They've been getting picks every once in a while. But I think they have to swap up the angle. We're not seeing any, as the as people say in streams, flotations of the operator. The angle isn't being changed. No shuffling around is occurring. Meaning, it's very predictable the angle that Spicy is going to peak.
Well, predictability is a huge factor, especially in Valorant. I mean, being able to check corners that you know potential people might be, pulled in angles that you know potential people might pull out from. He does get and Spicy, getting a bit of chip there. The thing is, though, might be cornered a little bit, might be feeling the heat very, very soon after that orbital strike, as they're the only one there on that tower position. Anybody could pick them up. This could easily be a winnable one for these attackers. It's 4 versus 4. Dickard trades it out on the Spicy. That op has been dropped, but Zesty Boy goes huge. And now we are in towards a 3 versus 2 here. A spike, though, going towards A. And do they know about the luck from the Viper?
Playing a game of chicken with Luna, and they are going to win. That's going to mean the snake is down, deceased, but aviarily flying through the air out of the drop down to get their spike planted narrowly, being missed by the fault line, but punished for the re-peek, and Zesty Boy gets a defuse.
Lovely stuff here. Again, the rally continues between Marion and SNHU. This rally is just kind of... I mean, it's all...
They pass it over to Excalibur. It looks like they wanted him to get a little bit closer to the showstopper, which they are, 5 out of 8. And okay, Big Stink and Zesty Boy, they have Viper's Pit and Rolling Thunder. So that means that their tools are ready. Spicy, they lost the operator that last round, but Tour de Force is ready to be used. And so I see no better time to pop it, because if I'm not mistaken, if my math isn't wrong, if Marion can take this round, it's going to mean Southern New Hampshire will only have 3 guns to work with in the final round of the first half.
Teleport's ready.
Well, they have it, is another question indeed. And well, with that being said, they are going to move towards A. I mean, I think that's where SNHU have been most successful.
Right here.
And it does seem to be the case. The Boombot has done the clearing and gaining of information, moving on towards A. Trying to clear those corners, but remember there is the players on the site, and it's a stack of 4 that is awaiting. The Brim hasn't had anything on B, and here we go. There it is, the Rolling Thunder, nice boom pack through, and getting 2 picks on towards the site, absolutely huge, but they haven't picked up Spicy yet. They haven't realised where he is as he crouches beneath that box. Bradderall with a lovely fault line on towards those 2 players outside, and I don't know if they know about the flank that's coming through by the Brim. They'll maybe know very, very soon. Spicy almost getting caught out. Another ultimate to follow. That is the Rolling Thunder again. Spicy gets an easy one, but actually gets traded out. It's all up to Zesty Boy now. Time ticking along. So many players to find. 1 versus 4. Not really winnable right now. Potentially could be though. So there's only another 3 to find. Let's see where the other player is. Spraying out. Can get another 3K for Bradroll. Another round for SNHU White.
Last round before the switch.
Having invested the Rolling Thunder alongside the Tour de Force and losing that round has to hurt for Marion. And on top of it, it means their economy is going to be a little bit weaker. Not completely diminished, it's not broken down. They have rifles, it's just they're relegated to light shields. Zesty Boy, they're going to be holding on to a judge, but when you're playing close on A under the site, it's not the worst thing in the world, especially with breach utility. You can stun everyone who's walking in and find a multi-frag if you get perfect timing. The issue is they're not going to have that opportunity. Southern New Hampshire is posted up in arcade.
They are. The bullets traded out, sorry, I should say. Fault line also coming out, and they do know exactly where everybody is. I think there will potentially be a rotate to come through, but maybe not just yet. Gugdel does get Ulan, and they will be moving on towards the B side. The defenders right now, and what they have done has been almost just good enough. Slight advantage now going to be going through and towards this next half for the attackers if they can convert this. It's a big if. There's still plenty of utility, etc. to come through. Luna could get picked up from that and does so. The angle is being held by Zesty Boy. Knows exactly where Bradwell is. The state bite comes through. I think Dicker just give away the position there. The spam to come through that box can't actually go through, folks. And won't be giving away anything. Fault line again traded out here. Zesty Boy getting caught out by his opposing number. I think they might actually jump onto this spike to try and half it. The flash being traded. Big Stink getting caught out, I should say. Again caught out. But look at this. Zesty Boy has to be able to contest, be able to win this out. A lovely round. And actually able to go into the half even.
My rate just went up.
Switching sides.
Marion tying things up. If they entered this half 7-5 and SNHU took the lead on pistol, which was, I want to say, not an unlikely occurrence, they would have been robbed of the first two, making it 9-5. But when we're here 6-6, there is nothing for Marion to stress about now. And on top of it, if they're performing how they've been, if they can keep up those multi-frags, specifically between Zesty and Spicy, they should be able to pull a lead enough to farm orbs and then leverage all of these effective ultimates to keep retaining rounds on attack. Between Brimstone, between Breach and Viper and Raze, they should never have an issue getting into the site and holding a site for post-plant.
Should the key work in that sentence? Here we go. The stim beacon already getting flung straight on towards site. The thing is though, there's Luna, gets picked up. Spiking now being initiated to plant. Well played so far. Things are looking good. Spike has been planted for Marion and now they need to defend it. They now become the defenders rather than the attackers. Spicy though is attacking in towards this retake. Averly gets the trade, but it's Caliber trading once again. Zesty Boy finishes it out. And that's a lovely round from Marion University. Nice and fast.
Now here it is with the anti-eco. Of course, 4 spies to Spectres, or a judge if you're Zesty Boy, though I'm curious as to what angle he's going to approach from. Maybe perhaps pushing into sand on A or holding heaven B. But what I would like to see that SNHU never did on attack is methodical pushes to gather the orbs. Fracture is the only map with 4 ultimate orbs spread around it. And for the attackers, that means opportunity to get one of your agents to halfway into ultimate every single round.
Launching smoke.
Do we see the push onto A, Kairo?
Yeah, we do see the push in towards A. Luna
Spike
picks
down
up
A.
Ulan. The Zesty Boy getting the trade. It's Caliber trading now.
remaining.
2 massive kills. And look at this. Bratherall will get picked up. Spicy taking out Godell. Another round towards Marion University.
So going as expected, nothing unusual about that. Except for the fact that there are 3 judges in the hands of Marion, but hey, if it works, it works. They look like they're going to opt for a similar strategy.
That works.
But unfortunately for them, Spicy is the only one increasingly close, getting increasingly close to their ultimate. Tour de Force is not the first one you want out when you're on the attack, but it's going to be there regardless. So they better be having their fingers crossed, hoping Zesty can pick up some extra frags here and now.
We will need to see if those frags can be picked up. Godell does get one. It seems if things are winnable here. Seems to potentially if you keep flogging a dead horse, things will be known. Ulan does launch those smokes. Have you heard the voice line? The Brimulus stimulus goes down, and so does all the bodies. Spicy gets a couple though, makes it a nice little spicy round. Big Stink though could easily get picked up here. The spam coming through, and here comes Godell. Oh, sorry, it's not Godell, it's Dickard. There we go. And we see another SNHU round.
Standard buy round going in the favor of the Riflers. SNHU are happy to even things up, but they're not celebrating. They're not dancing in place. They're not popping off. They understood that things kind of just went as they should have. For Marion, that means that they're going to retaliate with rifles of their own, but unfortunately, since Ulan decided to force in the last round, they're going to be relegated to the Stinger. But it's not the worst thing in the world, because remember that, as you said, Brimulus Stimulus increases the firing rate on the Stinger, which is already one of the fastest shooting guns in the game, meaning he can pour out a mag and secure a kill. Doesn't matter what the range is, because they're going to be sending out bullets faster than the eye can see.
Waiting for that Viper wall to come down. Has gone. Well, obviously it has gone down. We can see it on the map. Don't need to tell you guys that. You can hear. You can see. With that being said, though, there's a little strike team moving on towards A to cause some damage, cause some distractions. Big Stink is going to have to watch this flank as Godel tried to move up, but has got the information that maybe two players might be on A and has to have dropped off. Players are starting to split up now. The Brim of the defenders, the SNHU white players, is trying to move out in towards the spawn, and Excalibur has somehow managed to find that kill. There we are. We can now move on towards the site. You see in the top left hand corner, you see all these players, and oh no, Ulan gets caught off guard, not checking the corners. Dicker gets another. Braderol, look at this, it's a complete shut of the door. And it's a 4 versus 2. Safety boy, Spicy, left just outside. Not even getting a chance to step inside. We are seeing the lines of sight as to where Spicy's holding. Decides that the better decision is to go in towards tower. There's going to be one player waiting. Spicy gets one on towards Bradwell, gets another that goes Dickard. Oh no, Zesty boy. Unfortunately not able to get another. 88 is the scoreline. And SNHU White are answering back.
I'm surprised, frankly, by how long Bradderall was able to stay in the safe corner of B site, despite the fact that Marion has a Raze, a Brimstone, and a Breach. On top of it all, of course, the Viper's Molly as well. All of those spots should have been... all of that utility spread amongst those 4 agents should have been able to easily clear that spot, and yet for Southern New Hampshire to be able to maintain an agent on site like that is indicative of the fact that Marion aren't aware of where to throw their utility as they execute.
Well, that Boombot has gone out to gain information. Nothing coming out of Arcade right now, apart from Zesty Boy firing off a couple of shots. I don't know why you do that. Just let it go. I mean, it's not going to see you, man. And now with that smoke being dropped, means that he'll be able to just not get any lines of sight. Big Stink and Ulon moving through on towards the A site. Well, there's only one player. That is that Viper. And that Viper doesn't even know, watching on towards the door. Must have got a sound call there because he flipped across here very quickly. Ulan, though, trying to get the kill, does so with the frenzy, and now can get that spike down, shut it down. But do SNHU have the response that they need to get this down? The Viper wall is up, and it seems as if the snake bites is more important than getting that spike down for the time being. Ulan has picked up the rifle. Bradderall dropping Excalibur. There is an orbital strike available to deny time. But can they deny time with their guns instead? Nope, here we go. The orbital strike does come through, displaces players, lets Ulan pick up another 2, and now it's all up to the 2 remaining. Dickard and the Brim moving through, putting a bad place. Ulan gets shut down, paint shells to come out, Spicy does their own work, and now it's all up to Evilly, all up to this last remaining player, and a 30 round comes through for Marion University.
Once again, Marion in the lead, but they don't have any room to celebrate. Just because Southern New Hampshire look to have nothing in terms of credits, 4 ultimates is something you definitely have to be scared of. Dickard with the showstopper, Aviarly has the orbital strike, and Luna with the Viper's Pit. And on top of it all, a defender on Fracture with an operator is something that you need to be wary of. If that operator is specifically the tour de force, you need to be quaking in your boots and finding every alternative you can to avoid it.
Fire in the hole!
You want to play? Let's play.
Lots of ultimates. 3 ultimates in a 1 round. The showstopper coming through. The rocket fuse. No! Not like this! No! Excalibur gets shut down! How's that happen, Spicy? Can't win out the gunfight. And just like that, 3 ultimates almost wasted. Godale comes from behind, shuts things down. 2 players remain. Zesty Boy and the Brim just behind him. The blind comes out. can't pick up Godel as he retreats. And just like this, it's completely wasted the whole round over in a second.
Alright, Godel is
Player
finally
standing.
taken care of, but Ulan isn't able to get rid of their counterpart. Aviarely puts them into the ground. Zesty Boys in a 1 versus 4 situation. Now, with the spike in hand, I like that they're patient here. They're going to fake out Southern New Hampshire, make them think that they moved up A main, but the reality is they're hiding in their own spawn. Problem with that is, if you don't find the shots on the second agent, you're going to be put down yourself. And I started that round knowing that ultimates were going to be invested. But Kairo, that round having ended, I have a lot of questions as to how every single available ult on Marion's University got used and had no return.
Yeah, if you use 3 ultimates, we're expecting the round to be well and truly won, and it to be a kind of back and forth tie. I'd almost say where the kind of situations arise to use those ultimates, not all in one round. That was a complete waste. That was blowing everything before you even need to. And well, with that being said, that is another rifle dropped. Viper's Pit invested, and well, another tough round here for Marion University.
Time ticking away. Marion are an agent down. They see the Viper's Pit right in front of them. They should have figured out the presence of at least 2 of the agents that SNHU have spent towards the A site. Now, the decision for Marion has to be to rotate. They don't really have the resources to fight it out here, especially in such disadvantageous terrain. They need to move over, and not only silently, but swiftly. And instead, they run right into Bratterall and Sand, meaning that they're leaving alone their Raze and their Viper. And Excalibur jumps right on in, while Big Stink is finally able to get rid of that breach. It looks like things have turned on their head. Possession of the counter-terrorist spawn goes into the hands of Marion University. And instead of rotating around the map, they're going to take a direct line through.
I found my trap.
Sometimes
10
the best
seconds
way
left.
is just to go right through in towards the path. That is, well, obviously the easiest. Oh no! Oh, Big Stink, that was close, man. That was far too close. And while the Viper's Pit is invested, there is obviously a chance to get the snake bites down. Kicks Caliber, loses the gunfight, and SNHU wait. They're able to win this one out.
That is an unfortunate micro error on the side of Marion University. I repeat it in a lot of collegiate best of threes, and I'll say it again here. In that kind of a situation, if you're in a clutch 2 versus X scenario, one of your players is a Viper with Viper's Pit, that Viper should not be the one to plant. You need to have your other agent stick the plant, and your Viper can go ahead and utilize the full extent of their ultimate, because their gun will be out, the enemies will be highlighted, and they get to get the Viper's Pit out that much sooner because you can do both of the spike plant and the ult usage simultaneously. But we're in the here and the now, we're in the round of 20, and it looks like Marion have opted to go for A main, but they've been slowed off once again by a Viper.
They have been, and look at this, look at the talent that's being used, the space of this beat, and the map to control the Narian, and it's all leading down to a flawless round. And we've been here before, 11-9 to SNHU White, and Marion University had a tough task to do last time, an even tougher task this time.
This is a patience, a lack of patience that is eating at Marion. And the reason I say this is because A, they're making plays that they never would have on split. They're a lot less methodical, and of course, sure, it's not their map pick. Maybe they haven't rehearsed Fractured as often, but still, they're not spreading out their resources. And B, they haven't called a timeout yet. On split, we saw those spent every half, and not a single one has gone out here on Fracture for them to really discuss things and turn the course of events.
Do you think maybe Marion have maybe reset, thinking to themselves, GG go next, can't be bothered with Fracture? potentially is an idea that could be happening. I mean, it seems like as they
Spike
get
down,
mowed
B.
down once again on this B site, they just don't have an entry point. They just can't seem to find it. Averley will get another. That's 3 for them. Spicy off the board, and now it's only to the 2 players remaining in arcade. Not coordinated enough, not
One
good
enemy
enough
remaining.
is the questions, and it's only 1 remaining. 1 on the floor, 1 waiting to see if they can pick anything up. It doesn't seem as if it's going to be... Can Zesty Boy do anything here? Doesn't seem so. As the spotlight goes out, gets 1, can't get the second. Just denying the inevitable at this moment in time.
Does drop down. It looks like they want to go for this rifle that's been dropped. They have the utility to pull people off
30
of the
seconds
angle.
left.
Continues the flashpoint. No, I'm completely incorrect. They take the swing instead, and it works out. But Luna, again, around the corner.
Match point.
And this is a very different Marion University from map 1, where both teams we saw on Split fighting tooth and nail, sinking their heels into the ground to dig deep and put everything they have into the win. Marion, of course, coming out on top. But here it feels like they're just letting the rounds slip away in these very uncoordinated executes, that they are losing an initial player, and so many of the rest of the squad are so far back, unable to trade, that they realize, oh no, now we have no other way to re-entry into these sites.
Off your feet!
Well, we'll need to see what can happen here. Zesty Boy has went below and used the Rolling Thunder, but almost feels like a waste because, well, I mean, nobody's followed through on it. Nobody's even capitalised on any potential mistakes there, which means the 2 players on A won't move. They know that they don't need to. With that being said, they also have a Rolling Thunder in pocket. Bradderall gets
down
1.
A.
Can they maybe get 2? That's potential. The spike has been denied. This has been a trade of controllers, but still 1 remains on the side of SNHU
Spike
White.
planted.
He is about to come through for the retake. Doesn't have the orbital strike, but we do have a showstopper. Dickard on 12 HP must be feeling the pressure of potentially being picked up here. The only one with an ultimate gets picked up, and like that, we finally see an answer back. Marion University, they'll get that round they've been waiting so long for. They get on towards number 10.
And finally they can exhale. They can stop holding their breath. And they can see that, okay, we've broken the curse. We've gone on through. We didn't have to lose every single agent to win a round. We just dropped Ulan, and that's A-okay because they're building up to their ultimate to go for a post-plant anyways. We can break through the defenses, but what needs to happen is the initial attack has to be coordinated. This time around, it was. But can they maintain that consistency? The previous 4 rounds say no, but that last round really showed off exactly what Marion had. Unfortunately, what they're not going to have is Spicy on the chamber as he gets taken out immediately, punished for the lurk.
Well, the luck has been punished, and that's another point where SNHU White could really start to invest the ultimates and invest into a point where they could win out, make sure that they can confirm things. They do have that Rolling Thunder. Do they have the information? No, on where players are and towards that A kind of tunnel position. Luna having to be displaced after that aftershock, though goes into a better position to contest. Ulan does get that trade though, and it seems as if he's going to continue to trade out. Places that places the spike up above for his ultimate to contest. 26 HP is all he is on, and nobody will be able to contest him from this position. Here comes the Rolling Thunder. The smokes go down, but here we go. Finally, the orbital strike comes through, but not at the point you wanted to be at. Ulan, oh no, Excalibur actually denies. That's all up to Ulan. 19 HP, that's all he had, and he gets picked up, and there we have it. Map number 3 is confirmed.
Southern New Hampshire. After
Defenders
losing
win.
18 to 16,
Last
map
player
1 on
standing.
Split, they gave it their all. Here, they don't allow Marion the opportunity to swing back at all. It is 13 to 10 in their favor, 1-1 in the map series, and in this best of 3, that means we go on to the 3rd map And Kairo, that means you and I will be back after a short break to see everything close out.
Welcome back, I can't do a Scottish accent. I'm sorry. My name may be Scots, but I cannot do a Scottish accent. Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC. Kairo had to take a step back. It's quite late where he is. Scottish accent, Scottish person. It's 2:20 a.m. where he was, and unfortunately, when it goes to 3, it goes quite late. My name's Infernosa, joined by Ashcon. Love this game so far. Got to tune in on the map there of Fracture, and it's SNHU still versus the Marion University. I have a couple talking points because I wasn't here, and now I want to spread my knowledge. SNHU, maybe a team that their record does not show them as being very indicative of a good team. Some obvious mistakes and losses on their board. I mean, they're 2-4 versus the 6-0 side of Marion University. But I'm just going to say it. Bratterall is one of the nastiest players I've seen here in the NECC on the Sova. I don't know if he's been playing Sova at all tonight, but if he has been, there's a reason why we're going to map 3.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, he's been relegated to Breach because both Split and Fracture, not Sova maps. So he hasn't had the opportunity. But Scott, we're going to move onwards to Bind. So he will have that opportunity now in map 3 to really spread his wings.
You can see the bags under my eyes. It's late for me here too, apparently. Sorry, getting distracted. I'm quite excited for this one, if you cannot tell. And I actually love the map of Bind, even though it is the kind of everyone plays it now because it's just the amateur scene and the collegiate scene as well. Just everyone does nothing but Bind, Ascent, Icebox. Bind, Ascent, Icebox. I love how it cuts out of our cameras as I'm staring at the camera, trying to do a bit. Appreciate that. Agent selection, though, underway. We shouldn't see anything too shocking. Jet is kind of a shocking choice when it comes to this map, but it's not too shocking to be a comfort pick for a lot of teams. Now, looking over the opposing side, Bratterall is not playing the Sova.
Sky?
Yeah, pretty
You were hyping him up, Scott, and
yeah.
he betrayed you.
Last semester, I cast an SNHU, and Bratterall he picked up 18 kills in... Actually, no. He picked up 13 kills in 8 rounds and every assist possible. Literally. Every assist possible. And now the second half wasn't as good for him, but the sheer fact of the matter was at the end of the game he had like 27 assists. It was the most disgusting display of camaraderie I've ever witnessed in the NECC, and it was all off the back of Bratterall. So that's why I remember the name really well. Godell's also really good, so look forward to what SNHU can bring to the map of Bind. This should be a pretty standard map for both teams, all things considered. Like we said, it is the go-to map for the amateur and collegiate scene, so I'm looking forward to it. Ashcon, I know you may be tired after casting it, but I am ready and raring to go.
No, I'm happy to be here, Scott. I'm with you. We can go ahead and pop off. We're going to be back and forth. We'll use the power of friendship to give everyone the show of the century. And I'm looking forward especially to the double controller comp, the signature out of SNHU White that we see traditionally on Bind. And I'm wondering how Marion are going to respond with double duelists, only a Sova behind them for that information support.
Well, I think the bigger question right now is what's the strategy going to be for the first round? Some teams do like to go for that really swift assault onto the site. Some people like to go for the slow and methodical siege. Whatever the anticipated route is for them, Ashcon, I think one of the big things to keep in mind will be whoever takes that first pistol round, almost guaranteed to take the second. That'll give them a huge advantage early with that significant first round lead. Having them have that disparity will definitely separate the distance considering how close these last 2 maps have been.
Okay, Godell goes for the instant information play, uses the rendezvous to get right out of dodge, and that's going to be enough to pull 2 agents off of the A site. Southern New Hampshire University are already making quick work with everything that they've garnered from 1 teleport.
That's a lot of intel. Godell's now trapped in the back side, trying to work from 2. Caliber swiftness is key. With the force for charging horse, step onto sight, top of tube, find the kill. That's going to set things up poorly for SNHU. And try to work around Aelbo. It's Averly trying to find it first and foremost, but unfortunately seems to not really gain the upper hand nor lose it just yet. Averly's quite low. They're going to bait them out first on the double swing, but it does not work at all. Ulat finding the first make of the second, and Zesty Boy off screen finds another with the Headhunter. At least just Dicker left standing in the 1-on-4, and Spicy will ensure that it's not for long. 1-0 the start, and the attacking team at Marion University hold on quite strong.
And it's exactly like you said, Scott. They're going to go ahead and get an instantaneous advantage. It's going to be Spectres and Judges, and look, I don't know what's been going on in this series between SNHU and Marion, but every single anti-eco round that I've seen on every map so far has had a judge in it, which has been completely out of the ordinary. Usually we're used to finding specters across the board, maybe a marshal and a bulldog, which we are seeing those as well, but a judge, it's consistently finding its way here and also consistently finding payoff. Zesty in particular has been making quick work, and I think he's about to do it again.
Oh, what a cheeky spot. We call that the ratty angle of the century, and I don't know how Big Stink managed to come up on top there either. Forcing with an AR, not a shocker when you have Arena. This one being the Bulldog, though, obviously with its changes, it's a little bit more strong of an option for an attacking team to bring to the table for that little bit of long-distance assistance. Now, only with 5 people on 3, SNHU on the lower hand, and it'll be a flawless round for Marion University. More and more cheeky, more and more decisive, and they are starting to very early dismantle SNHU, but now they'll have to face the full rifle buy. But the real question is, do they have enough to full rifle buy? All utility, all full armor, and all rifle. Looks like they're close, but Dickard has no full armor, and I bet you some of them may be missing key util.
Looking at this lineup, the Bulldog on Big Stink is likely going to aid them the most. And if Zesty can find a key pick in Hookah, that judge might pay off, but I think any case aside from that one means the 1850 shotgun is not going to be useful whatsoever.
Specters in hands. The great thing about being on the attack and having won that second round in first, despite facing off against rifles, usually you'd be scared of the long-distance approach, but you can kind of make a very swift execute onto the B site, but does it look like Marion's just going for that swift approach? Instead, they're playing for the distraction over on A as well. An interesting split, but the spike being over on the B side in Hookah definitely leads us to believe this will be a dedicated assault on site. Owl Drone will be sent over the top. Averly will spray and pray through the sky smoke, but not really finding him just yet. Luna with a nice opportune moment of bounce takes out Ulan, and while Spicy does find an impact back in return, Godell does the exact same thing and takes Excalibur off the board. Now leaving the spike not only on the ground, but outside of Hookah. It fell to the wayside once Ulan stepped onto site, and Marion University, a man down, a spike out of their control, and only 35 seconds to work with. SNHU seem to have this one on lock and key. They just need to play this one smart around these elbows. Spicy's working in tandem with their chamber to try and get anything together, but they're going to have to be more than just a zesty boy. They're going to have to be a successful one. They're still trying to step out, and their cohort, a Big Stink, and Hookah fails to do it. Averly with the frag down. It looks like this will be a round lost for Marion University. It's just a matter of how much more impact can they find in these last few remnants of 10 seconds. Zesty boy with one headshot kill with the Hunter. Spicy hip fires the head of Godell. Now they are able to pick up the Judge, Jury, and Executioner. They can start to rush themselves onto site. Panic spray for a moment there, but Bratterall will finish the job. A nice round win for SNHU, but they bled 3 rifles dry.
You called it an interesting split, Scott, but it really left them in a bind. They were left without a safe haven, and it felt like the push was not a breeze at all. Cold as an icebox, and frankly, they could not mount an ascent onward. They dropped the round, and it's going to be the 4th with both sides. Rifles are present, but Aviarly and Luna aren't going to have the 2,900 credit guns.
I regret responding to Kairo DMing me to come pick this up with you. I regret it. That right there just ruined this. You managed.
It was brilliant.
It was actually really good. How long were you thinking about that?
The entire time that you were doing the play-by-play on that round, I just kept saying it over and over in my head.
Making sure I don't mess it up. Don't mess it up. Oh, I would have messed it up, that's for sure. But speaking of messing up, no mistakes. That's kind of the name of the game right now. From noticing what I saw on Fracture, it really did come down to capitalizing on the small mistakes and the small misgivings that the opposing team were giving you. And for Marion University right now, when they're able to rebuy out and actually have that full rifle to contend against SNHU, it's about capitalizing on the few shortcomings of SNHU. And with the fact they lost 3 rifles in the last round, there should be quite a few shortcomings. A couple weapons, maybe not as fully fleshed as the rest of the arsenal. That could be the deciding factor. Looks like 3 players still perusing the B site. They're going to leave the spike over towards Spices. A smarter idea, as we saw them jump out of Hookah last time, and unfortunately, that also was the player with spike control. Not sure why Ulan do that, but Still trying to kind of make their decision-making in due time. The decay on Excalibur will dissipate back. Tailwind available to dive out inside. Godel swings from Hobby, takes the head off one, make it two. And though Ulan does find the refrag back in return, Bratterall still maintains the favor for SNHU, but Ulan has something else to say about it. Dives just as quickly through tube, managing now to plant the spike. 3K to their name, almost solo, backpacking the squad of Marion University on this attack. And now the attack has switched to the defense. Post-plant situation. Dickard with a quick swing to two. Brim on Brim. And it's all SNHU. Finding the re-swing back to Octagon. And Big Stink falls short. Knockout KO. And SNHU go up. Now tied at 2-2.
I want to talk about the impact Godel had on that round to find the 2K before perishing. On Split, when he was playing Omen, we saw that same consistency, that they could turn to Godel, their rock, to consistently hide behind and know that they will have some form of kill potential. And now that kill potential is only going to be furthered. The tour de force is out in full effect, and that should have Marion quaking in their boots, especially now that they have lightened armor and only one rifle to work with. Zesty might have some potential behind them, but it only takes even a shot to the leg with that chamber ultimate to get a kill.
On Bolt sent over the top. This one just short of reaching Tractor, or Truck, whatever you would like to call it. Find as much information as they necessarily would like. Excalibur goes over the top of Truck and tries to head on over towards U-Haul. Fortunately gets to a safe spot, but continuously puts themselves in a worse situation. Marion University have just fallen apart entirely. With the rest of SNHU not only just collecting the frags where necessary, but doing it in a flawless manner. Now 3-2 for the side of SNHU. And they've got themselves extra cash, extra comfort. It's not pizza. It's not delivery, it's pizza. Sorry, I was also trying to come up with a cheeky line for that. I was going to say something DiGiorno, but I take it back. I take that one back profusely.
No, that's fine. That's understandable.
I'll get one, though. I promise. We got at least 13 rounds. More than that now, guaranteed. At least 15, but at least 13 rounds total. Where I can come up with a good one.
Between these two and the series so far, it's going to be at least 20. I mean, no questions asked. I think between SNHU and Marion, they're very evenly matched. They're going back and forth. Neither allows the other to take a lead. They're putting pressure against each other. They're constantly adapting. I really like this aggression out on the B long angle by SNHU to secure the orb. They don't go any further, it seems, but they are going to use the Seekers to get a little bit of extra info, and that's going to reveal two players, one of which looking at Spike out in Hookah, and Godel is going to land it. Hear the Spike drop, and that's going to be enough information to understand that if they can get rid of Caliber, they'll be up and in one of the strongest commanding zones that they have been in the entire series.
Marion University have been bleeding the man count down on almost every single one of these rounds, Ashcon. You cannot allow first blood to fall so easily. And the main problem has been, it doesn't matter which site they're going to, it's just not been working. I'd like to see a bit more of a methodical approach. Instead of doing an assault on site, like I said earlier, siege it down. Take control of some of these more important apex positions. Double swing these angles. Try to find the first blood back, and even if you lose it, instantly trade it in return. If you lose the first engagement, there's the opportunity for the second, and that's something that Marion have not been strong about. Finally, though, diving onto site, we see Zesty combos in with their cohorts and Hookah to take the headshot kill for themselves, and Big Stink, the prowling presence over on the A site, managing to catch a player as they step over towards Link, and that's a man advantage for Marion University. They flipped this one back. Sky Smoke's going down for SNHU, but a player all the way back in Elbow. They're working towards these back halls. A shock dart sent Luna. She has the option. She goes for the swing. Spicy falls short now. Marion University are on the back burner, but Zesty still not done just yet. You will see the orbital strike go down for SNHU. That forces two players in the line of sight of Dickard. They spray them down quickly. Now Marion on the back burner. 1v1 with Big Stink and a Dickard. They try to heal themselves back up. Luna, she has to swing. She falls short, and Big Stink finds the kill instead. And Marion University come back, tying us at 3-3.
2 rounds first in the favor of Marion, 3 strung along for Southern New Hampshire, and then back around comes MU to even up the round score as we move on to number 7. It doesn't look like all resources are available for the attacking side. They do have that Empress, they do have the Hunter's Fury, and sure, Excalibur might be able to drop someone else a Vandal to pick up the Bladestorm, but we haven't seen that happen quite yet. Speaking of things that haven't happened quite yet, Big Stink, I don't think has popped the Empress anytime we've seen them use Reyna. But what
Spike
will get
down,
popped
B.
is the head of Ulan as they're taken out by Bradderall, and it is a safe retreat. You're right, Scott. The numbers are being bled out at the start of the round way too early.
I'll crack a joke saying, for we have yet to see Bradderall pull out in any of these maps so far the Seekers. Because obviously Bradderall wasn't playing the Sky earlier. Just because I want to be cheeky like you know, tongue-in-cheek. Haha. They haven't utilized the ultimate. Why is that? Just keep the audience on their toes, Ashcon. Maybe they know.
Of course, no,
Maybe
absolutely. They got to keep... It's got to be a balancing act for everyone. It's not fun if only...
Yeah, it's not fun if only we're
us, right?
participating. How dare they?
Yeah.
I mean, come on. Everyone come up with witty remarks. Feel free to send them on in the chat. But yeah, I think Marion University's biggest weakness, their biggest flaw on these approaches has been the lack of the counterplay, the lack of the counter swing, the lack of the refrag. If you lose one, like, give one up, take one. That's the name of the game. They push and pull of Valorant. And right now, Marion, they're just trying to push, and instead they're getting pushed back. Kind of flipping this one in return, and SNH2, they don't really have to do much to give themselves any level of safety. They just have to play the way they want to, and that's kind of the name of the game. Big Stink, dangerous spot. Bradderall will spray through the hookah short side and give away their position, but from the looks of things, they were just baiting out the Reyna over on the B objective, and instead they'll dive quickly now onto the A side. Dickard plays in with the molly, bait and switch by Luna. They'll swing and find the impact to deny here the spike, and that's going to be all she wrote. The round impossible, as they will not be able to plant down the spike, and Marion University will fall short once again. Big Stink gets one kill, but they lose Spicy. Another rifle dropped down, and only one rifle will remain. The Empress popping Big Stink, and it did not find the impact they would have wanted.
2 rounds in relatively close succession for the defense to win by time. It's showing how indecisive Marion are when it comes into getting into the site, and that makes sense. Brimstone's Sky Smokes are the longest lasting in the game. All of Viper's utility damages you when you go through it. And the trademarks on top of it aren't helping the fact that they're scared that they would be slowed and fall into a trap. On top of it all, Bradderall consistently finds kills on aggressive plays. They aren't able to make any moves without being threatened from all angles, and that's exactly why they're reluctant to move in.
I think the worst part about it, Ashton, the absolute worst part about it is SNHU's agent selection rewards aggressive plays with no refrag back. They have a Sky. That means regrowth. If they survive the initial escape, regrowth them back in. Now, it's Bradderall that went for the aggression there in mid, but still, the entire point of it is in favor of SNHU. Marion University don't have that. Maybe you go for the Reyna overheal, try to bring yourself back up into Valor, but come on. If they lose their life first, which has kind of been the case for Marion a couple times now, what is there to do? They've lost the intel gathering Silva. They've lost the frag potential Reyna. Now left with just their Jet, Chamber, and Brimstone. Maybe the Brimmy with the Stimmy is the right call, but the Blade Storm out, that's going to be their forefront idea. Tailwind is available. No Cloudburst, though, which means there's no great ability to cut the sightlines down. And the sightlines for them are being cut short first. They'll step into the Viper's pits, the Toxic Cloud being placed in front of it. And Aviarly is just playing this one close to the chest. There's no way to not just see the body walking past. Bradderall cut down by the Blade Storm. And Averly now needs to ply and wait within their own Viper's pits. The objective has been turned back around. Marion have control. Luna from back of Halls. Averly will swing out, and Dickard will finish the last 2. Wow, SNHU 5-3 already. They're looking hot.
I mean, I'm surprised that Marion were even able to sneak past so far to get Bradderall off the board. Granted, he was already hurt, but still the positioning should have completely favored SNHU white, and they just had some missed timings, and I felt like they got off one too many angles. Even though the Viper's Pit is advantageous in the sense that your enemies are going to be dwindling down slowly in terms of the health pool, doesn't mean you can let angles go open. In the case of Marion, if they had spotted Averly first, if they had just taken a little bit more time to see that they were holding under hookah, they could have completely flipped around. But I think having so much space taken away from them and being in the center of the site meant that the round was guaranteed to go towards a loss. Once again, we see a quick getaway by SNHU's Chamber to get out of any danger. And now there's just chip damage going out back and forth. Scott, I think we're finally seeing an A.
I'm glad to see it, but once again, it just kind of falls short. Why only are you sending one person towards showers. If you're gonna hit A, the whole advantage of hitting the A site is the ability to sprint down short. Not only are you not sprinting down short, but you're not watching U-Haul. Luna, she steps up big, finds their doppelganger Jet on the Marion University side, and they do lose one teammate. They've done a good job of keeping it at least even so far. But Ulan will wait for their opportunity to pounce. They'll swing back onto Luna and shut her down. Hunter's Fury being popped by Spicy. That's going to make it kind of hard to sit on site. But Go Adele cuts down one before being felled themselves. Kind of making that even trade, putting the side of Marion despite an opportune chance to go ahead. Back on the back burner. Nice blind by the guiding light. Wombo combo between the two of them, and those shock darts will be sent over the top. Averly seemingly avoiding the fractal damage. And though we see Spicy with the chance, great shot to Bradderall. Quick transfer to Averly, but 15 HP, and they'll survive. SNHU find their 6th.
Southern New Hampshire is just unyielding. And when it comes to Marion, maybe not this round, but on the next rifle buy, I want the Spicy's perspective. I need the perspective of Marion Sova because it just feels like the drone isn't getting effective information, because that's all they need. That's all Marion needs, is what is lying inside the smoke and right past it. They have 2 duelists. It should be a very easy Reyna blind into Jet dash combo with a refrag from Big Stink, and it's just not happening. And I think it boils down to the fact that they're hesitant because of a lack of information.
Just gone. It's nearing the point of no return as there's only 3 rounds left in this half. Notice how intel is gathered by Marion. Something they've kind of struggled to do in the early stages of these rounds, and yet no effectiveness garnered from him. Bradderall was spotted for 20 plus seconds and was not killed off. Zesty, though, finishes the job. Just the tiniest tidbit of information going to their favor, and they'll manage to pounce effectively. Big Stink with a nice Guardian kill to Averly, but Luna from back of Hall also able to find one of her own. And though we see SNHU on the back burner, 1 player down, they have the Blade Storm, and with the kill by Dicker there, they now have the Orbital Strike. Zesty finding impact their own way. Another wallbang for them, and Godell's the player at the opposing end. Still a man advantage in favor for the Marion University side, and in this post-plant situation, the defense has become the offense, and the offense has to now defend. And they're trying to set themselves up. This Dickered utility here for the Orbital Strike is a way to zone. It works fairly effectively, but Spicy plays around it well, utilizing Tube for safety. Unfortunately, they do find one. Luna has done a good job so far. She finds the refract. She'll tap now the spike. The Orbital Strike will be sent instead. Zesty with 3. And Marion stop the hemorrhaging and finally pick up another round win.
They pull it through with plenty of resources, but that's going to mean that they are going to be gone for the rest of this half. You can't expect, unless Ulan picks up an ace, you can't really expect that Orbital Strike to come down once more. Now, that's okay. There is still the Tour de Force, but that's going to be available to both sides. That means Godell and Zesty Boy are the players of interest to be wary of, and if possible,
you want to play, let's play.
But when it comes to the resources able to do that, I want to say neither current initiator is fit for the job.
Oh, Ashgon, Tour de Force on Tour de Force. Guess who comes on top? SNHU first and foremost. Make it second as well. Dickard cuts down Excalibur, who got a little bit too greedy, too big for their britches, so to say. They dashed onto site and paid the price. Dickard finding another option. Duelist down. That's the Reyna of Big Stink from Marion University, and yeah, the 2 players left standing. Only a judge in the hands of Spicy, though a sheriff is also in the pocket. And Ulan may have a rifle in their hand, but being cut short now by the Blade Storm. And there it is, Luna pounces effectively. Flawless round potentially available for them as the shots ring out, and Luna will ensure that it's hers to gain as they go for the defuse. That is, what, 3rd SNHU flawless round in this one? At the very least, 2nd. Ashgon, they have looked really strong.
I'm looking at this timeline to see the icons, and it is always, I mean, with the exception of 2 rounds, it is win by time or win by defuse. Southern New Hampshire are being extremely efficient with all the utility available to them. And I think Marion University, they just need to have a little bit more bravery behind their pushes. Sure, they were able to get that round in number 10, but here in round 12, now that they have reduced resources because of a lack of credits, They really just need to send it full force and trust in the trades. None of that has been happening so far. And if this is going to be their last round, they might as well go out with a bang and risk it for a win to set it 7-5.
It feels a little bit like a paranoia has been guided over the eyes of Marion University. It's short-sighted, so to say. That's what I'm trying to get at here, Ashkan.
Yeah.
In case
They need a guiding light, perhaps?
Maybe. They could use some guidance, but unfortunately for them, it's almost like there's this fog over their eyes. Maybe a giant wall between them and the competition. Maybe it's a cosmic divine. I don't know. I'm just trying to name abilities with this name. I'm impressive. I'm a caster. I know words. But it does feel like Marion University, everything they've kind of pieced together, it struggles to make the impact that's necessary to facilitate an attacking round win. Although they do have a couple rounds where they scrape, it's key players at apex positions for SNHU that shut that down. Luna from back of tube is one of those. She's already found 2 in this round, and though you do see Big Stink finally find a refrag back for Marion University, the question is truly, is it enough? As their limited arsenal has to dive onto site, and there's little to no success. On finding one, but Bratterall quickly back in return. There's only 2 players left standing. Zesty Boo with a headhunter to Luna shuts her down. Big Stink with a Vandal to go. Adele. Now Bratterall is the only player left standing, and they've got to deal with the overhealed Empress up Big Stink. And they'll complete for the 3K. Put that spike down. It's extra credits here, Ashkan. But they don't carry to the second half. Now do that.
Now everything reset to 800 across the board. We're going to see Ghosts bought along with it, and the Classics are followed by Light Shields. I'm actually surprised to see a even split down 50-50 when we look at the pro leagues. We tend to see everyone talking about how strong the Classic is, and the only reason you'd ever buy something else is because you're buying a Sheriff. So that means for, on the attacking side, Luna, Dickard, and Bratterall, they are risking a lot to push in without armor. They can be posted up on by the defenders, who of course will likely have the crossfires. Now, with things having swapped up, let's talk about the agent interactions on the defense versus the offense. It's going to be a lot of angles isolated by Southern New Hampshire. The smokes are going to help them just as much on the attack as they were on the defense, but they're not even going to need them on the initial peaks. Marion University, on the other hand, are going to be completely relying on their soul brimstone to get anything done, and it looks like Ulan is actually going to be pressured almost to the brink of death.
It's crazy to think that despite how dominantly SNHU looked, they're only 2 rounds ahead at the point of halftime. From the looks of things, they're starting off to try to make it 3. They've already found 3 kills on top of that. Ulan, the only player to find a refrag, but they die pretty much instantly afterwards. And it leaves only Zesty in their cohort to actually assist. Big Stink does their best, but Zesty seems to find the first impact between the 2 of them. Big Stink will try to transition themselves around truck, looks towards showers, but Luna comes out on top instead. But at the same moment, Zesty Boy is continuing to make waves. They take out Bratterall off the opposing side. So we'll have to deal with 2 more. Luna, still back of showers, lying in wait for her opportunity to find another, and she will. It's the Ghost in hand. 3 kills to her name, and the 8th round under SNHU's book.
I want to pay my respects to Luna specifically because of how many roles she swapped to in the entirety of this series. On Split, she occupied Sage. On Fracture, she picked up Viper. And here on Bind, she completely swapped from support to primary duelist on the Jet. 16 and 8, leading the pack. That's a jack of all trades. And quite frankly, I think it's exactly what Southern New Hampshire is needed to pull ahead. Because if you see, she's doing all of that work to enable the rest of the supports to fall right on into sight.
Well, unfortunately for Marion University, the phrase Jack of all trades, master of none does not seem to be the case. Master of Jet right now, the master of SNHU. She is leading them basically by the chain as she guides them onto sight and guides them to success. Already the first kill picked up by her. She'll Spectre swing through U-Haul, finding already the first blow. And now Marion University, with basically just classics in hand, a headhunter for Zesty, will try to make their own level of waves. And unfortunately, the Tsunami has not yet reached its brawling point, heavily with a Spectre, but Zesty does find the necessary impact, but Big Stink gets maybe a little distracted, BMing the body on the ground, maybe? But it gives the intel to Bratterall to dive quickly onto sight and find the next kill as Go Waddell waits just a little bit longer. Takes the head off Excalibur.
Alright, we made it to round 3 of the second half. Now it's the rifles from Marion. They're feeling a little bit more comfortable. And Zesty has built up enough kills in the first 2 rounds, well, and deaths, I guess, to have the tour de force. And that means they can save up some extra credits. On top of it, pose a real threat now to the entirety of Southern New Hampshire. Luna has been getting away with murder in the first 2 rounds, but now stuck on a Sheriff and Light Shields, they might not have the same results that they'd ideally get with a weapon in hand. But they still have the support of the entire team behind them, and an initial guiding light will blind Ulan, at least temporarily.
Odell with a quick swing, great guidance through with the guiding lights. But unfortunately, Ulan doesn't need their eyes. No retina is necessary to find the kill. We'll cap things off. Pretty much aware Bradderall is there. Doesn't take much to finish the job. Already having dropped them down to about 25, and the wallbang kill guaranteed now for Ulan. 2 players felled for SNHU. Yeah, we're going to go over to the B side, guys. Talk to you later. Hopefully not. I'll try to cut them down as they try to escape, but no cut angle has been attempted by Marion University, and it looks like SNHU will have a pretty simple time to step through mid. The question is, the pressure and hookah will start to reach its boiling point as well. Big Stink lying in wait big time. He finds 2, looking for the 3rd, and though Luna is quite low, not yet managed to collect for the kill. Great play through TP, and Excalibur finds the kill, finds the impact, and Marion University gets another flawless under their name. 3 rounds separating these 2 squadrons, but SNHU have managed to strike themselves ahead so far. They only need 4 more round wins total to finish off this map and finish off this series.
There was something in hookah. Scott. A smell. A smelly smell. A smelly smell. From Big Stink.
Did I just wait
and they were able to
10
capitalize off of
seconds?
it.
Did I just wait 10 seconds to hear you say a smelly smell?
Well, I was saying it into the VMix call and then didn't have my Discord mic unmuted, so they heard it and you didn't. Yeah, so the bit was successfully endeavored, just not by you.
I'm frustratingly annoyed. This is what I sub into, Ashcon. We're going to have so much fun when it comes down to TSU, but it'll be fine. SNHU, the attempted attack once again on site. It hasn't yet worked out for them, but they finally managed to find maybe a consolation kill for themselves. And the more that Marion cuts down, the more it likely is just a consolation frag. Ulan finding 1 more into it, but Big Stink had found 3 alone in that round as they finish off Luna. 4 players left standing for Marion University. The eco for SNHU will not be there this time around, and despite Luna's best attempts, as she's picked up 17 so far, it's starting to get close, and Marion University are continuing to climb back. Smell. Any silence.
It really... That's what I get hired for, you know, my huge brain and immortal tier analysis.
That's it. Yeah.
And then I spew out word vomit on the level of number 2.
Get out of my way!
Squidward. You like Krabby Patties, don't you?
They're putting me on Squidward. That's just the case. Dickard. This is an eco round, obviously, for SNHU, but they've already committed a lot to a Blade Storm. They've also tried to dedicate themselves on a site with a limited arsenal, and Spicy has a really nice shock dart play. We're back at spawn. Dusty Boy and Spicy each will collapse for a couple more. Spicy, blinded through the smoke, still finds the kill. Godell leaves just Luna left standing. She's got a lot to go through. Wow, she goes through Zesty quickly. That's now 1 step closer, but it will have to be an ace from Luna herself to carry SNHU through the round. Spike is, under control from Marion University, Ashcon, and Luna has to play this one as slow as she can, and there's not many glimpses given. It's going to have to be a push-out elbow.
Well, with 45 seconds left on the clock, she can certainly take her time. There'll be no issue with that. And she is able to find the first angle on Excalibur, but the knives are dwindling. You missed the first 2. It's 3 left. You only got 5 to work with. And sure, they'll refresh, but only off of the frag. The Sheriff is there, and it can do a little bit of initial damage. But that's not going to matter if she's consistently spotted and she's giving away free info. 56 HP left. It's just chip damage back and forth until finally Spicy lands a shot in the head and is going to turn Luna into a phantom. She's been buried down deep, and we move forward into the 18th round. Southern New Hampshire still ahead, but Marion University have strung along 3 rounds in a row since getting rifles in round 3 of the second half.
And that is one of the things you have to keep in mind is momentum. At this point in time, I'd not be shocked to see SNHU go for a timeout. It's use it or lose it, right? Take the time out, talk things through. At the very least, even if you don't talk through it, even if you just pull up your phone, watch some TikToks, get around to Clash of Clans going. I don't know what you're trying to do in that break, but At the very least, it breaks the momentum of Marion University, which is a necessity at this point. Look what SNHU started to do in the first half. They lost a couple, but they had a spree of rounds, something that Marion University was incapable of denying. And SNHU, they know how momentum can carry and control. And for Marion University, they're needing to do just the same to lead us to a closer game and tie us at 9-9. Looks like the Tasmanian Tiger will be set towards elbow. Zesty has a chance to survive this. Maybe not catching up fast enough. Spicy off screen, saying it's Luna, each finding a frag. Spicy being refragged back in. The defense of Zesty Boy, despite the Tasmanian Tiger tagging, down on top. Excalibur finding one more of their own. It's just Luna left standing. She's already found 3, but Ulan will deny the capability of finding more. No 4K, no ace. And once again, 3 will be all she gets, just like the last round. And we'll see it be tied 9-9 as Marion University gets that defuse through.
Let them rot.
You know, Scott, seeing these gunfights break out and hearing the recent news that Fortnite has dropped building, do you think we can start seeing both of these teams play it out on the in the battle royale as well, with how intense it's getting?
I believe first and foremost, they need to get through this and determine who ultimately gets the Vicroy, because there's no way they're going to have the time to jump on Fortnite right now, sign into another launcher on another system, and like be able to finish this game out. There's something to do. For right now, everything is on the line for Marion University. They're 6-0. They're flawless.
So there's no Tomato Town?
No Tomato
Nothing
Town.
going on right now?
Nothing going on.
Darn.
Nothing going on there, unfortunately. There are not... Oh, well, I mean, there's 10 kills on the board right now for a couple players, but not everyone. It's making a break it for Marion University. They have no losses. And now one of their wins is a forfeit win, but it's against a team that hasn't necessarily had the best results so far. They got 2-0'd by SNHU, and that's only one of the 2 wins for SNHU, so half their wins. You can kind of guess the results for how that one would have gone down. SNHU, this one is important. They're kind of nearing relegation right now, as there's only 2 more weeks left in the NECC. If they want to make it to the playoffs, have any chance to keep going forward? I don't know how many teams are necessarily in this, so maybe the top ones go through. It's hard to tell. I don't have that up with me right now. I apologize profusely, but if they lose this, there's a pretty close chance that they could be struggling and could get relegated.
Now, I want to further one of your earlier points, Scott, about the timeout. SNHU taking it now to kind of build up some strategy, perhaps, talk about what's going on in Marion University's defense and how they've consistently been losing out. Well, for one, Excalibur on the operator is certainly a thorn in their side, but luckily it was a narrow miss and they get to stay alive. That's not the case very barely. The victim of the Hunter's Fury, Luna, is going to break down too, and the moon is falling onto the side of Marion. They're dwindling numbers. It's 3 versus 4. They're a man down, and 2 of them, all 3 of them on the A site. And that's going to indicate to Southern New Hampshire that they got to get out of Dodge. They're going to move right on over, and the chamber traps are going to be completely disabled. They have to worry about absolutely nothing to get on, get the plant, and get going. And we're going to see exactly that. The post-plant time is going to be ticking away
Spike planted.
As time grows slim, typically the moon starts to wane, but Luna's not waning whatsoever. She has been as steadfast. That's 2 3Ks in a row. Despite the growing problems for SNHU on the attack, she has stepped up time in and time out. And that micro adjustments, the way that she's changed her play throughout this has been very important for how they play this one out. And there it is, another 3K guaranteed. Though Ulan will find the refrag back. The orbital strike forces Marion off of the objective, and it's easy pickings for the rest of the players on SNHU to clean them off. But Bratterall, I'm not even going to talk about it. You know what went wrong there. Marion University surviving for a bit longer than anticipated, but Coverdale does a good job to spray through the hookah window and find the kill. Bratterall, man, I love you to death, dude. Come on. Come on.
They just keep crushing your hopes and dreams. First, it was Bratterall just betraying you with the sky pick, and now that's...
Bratterall, how many times are you going to betray my trust like this? Absolutely, I am down bad, down atrocious right now. I am shaking I am SMH my heading
I got
right
yous,
now.
okay?
It's on the next level.
Get out of my way!
Ashcon.
Patient. Slow round. What is it, Scott? What do you got for me now?
I wanted to point out
that
SNHU have 3 ultimates on the board, and Marion only have the 1, and it's a Blade Storm, and they're a little bit too close to pop stars right now.
Oh! Excalibur into the face of Godell and then pushing past. A little bit of a daring move, to be sure, but That's going to reduce the number of attackers. Then they're going to go for not just a second, but a third kill. The onslaught continues. Wait a minute. What happened? We're looking at a possible ace. The potential is there, but Luna has made it into U-Haul. Against all odds, they've snuck in. They get rid of Spicy. It's 24 HP. Just hand it over. Give Caliber the ace. They're right there and waiting, but there's no bravery. There's no ego. There's not even an attempt. They're not moving forward. It's a stagnant round. Zesty Boy will clean up Luna. And while I was hoping for the pinnacle, the climax of that narrative to arrive, I think I still have to respect Marion for taking the safer route, understanding that they need to tie up the round score and move ahead with as many guns as possible.
Luna's one of those players, though, Ashkan, where it's like, even if they're in a 1-on-4, it's like, I'm not trapped here with you, you're trapped here with me. Especially comboing that with the Blade Storm. She is 26 and 15! Yeah! I wouldn't peek it at all! I'd say good luck, bye, and I'm going to the B side. Like, I wouldn't peek that whatsoever. That is a scary, scary person to face off against, and to make matters worse, unpredictable. And that's kind of the name right now for SNHU. They're all over the place. B side, then A side, then a double hit on A, then they just stick to B for 5 rounds in a row. Maybe, like, it's just all over the place, and that's good. Unpredictability is key in Valorant. If you can keep Marion on the back burner, keep them constantly guessing, on their toes, it makes it hard to try and figure out where they need to place themselves and where they should split their defense. The more time you can bait away with having Spicy over on the B side, with having your Reyna for the side of Marion University over on the big side as well for Big Steak, the more time that's wasted there, the easier of a job it'll be facing it in a 5-on-3 or 4-on-3 technically as of this moment to take control of the A site.
Out on the angle is Zesty Boy, 2 to force in hand. Dickard's around the corner. He's ready to drop a Sky Smoke. It's a game of chicken.
Smoke's down.
And whoever makes the first move is likely to be a victim. The smoke goes down. It's going to cover the ops line of sight, but Excalibur's around the corner. They're good for 3. Forget about Luna picking up a Phantom. It's a 4 versus 2. And you said it, Scott. Maybe they're trapped in with her. She does have the spike. She can wrap around and do what she wants. But the man advantage is undeniable, and Godel whiffing that shot means it's more information for Marion that they can utilize, they can leverage to stall away the spike. And with 12 seconds, the clock turning red, there's no options left. Luna needs to dash out. She does, but immediately, bullet connected to the head, and Spicy knows Godel is soon to follow. That's an 11th round. And Marion, they were on the edge. The backs were against the wall. But finally, they've strung together the rounds that they've needed, where they thought they were going to get broken by SNHU, not just with that round in 2 previous, but the timeout.
I would like to point something out. The Sky Smokes, with the fact that Brimstone has been brought more into the foray, with the obvious buff that came to him, but with the major nerf that managed to tag Astra, the Sky Smokes are freaking huge, dude! They are thick with 3 Cs. They are all over the place, and it makes it hard to utilize proper smoking when it comes to playing as a utility player, because you can't let it flush to these walls. There was a slight chance there for SNHU to swing out, but it was cut down because everyone was watching it, so it didn't matter if it was flush or not. It also doesn't matter if this round is flush or not, as here in University, 2 players flushed down into the afterlife. It leaves all 5 for SNHU. They're trying to bring it to an 11-11. Zesty will swing out of 2 here. Trying to play a little bit safe. Big Stink will bait really quickly onto site. Throw it out, left alone in that engagement, but finally some teammates will come up, but they'll still find the kill. But Zesty has not yet been contained. The beast unwound. They'll die for 1. Finally refragged back by Luna, but Spicy's looking to deal the damage themselves. 11 HP in a dream. They'll tag the diffuser, still wary of a player possibly towards showers. They'll double swing on out. Go Adele finds the final blow. 35 HP remaining, and SNHU will tie us 11-11 and finally stop the hemorrhaging that has been their attacking half.
I want to talk about the pattern that we've been seeing, not just in this map, but on Split and Fracture as well. And it's that the defenders, no matter the team, have been completely unwilling to make aggressive plays to even bait out utility and keep the attackers on their toes. And specifically for Marion, if they could get rid of the trademarks that Godel has been putting out, they can apply a whole lot of pressure, forcing SNHU to apply market for a longer amount of time to feel comfortable with their flank. but they haven't been doing that. They haven't been applying anything at all. And this has allowed for basically free reign for Southern New Hampshire. Now, sure, the rounds are predominantly going in favor of Marion, but they could be doing so much more with what's available to them. And they're really getting, getting into close calls in these fights because there's no pressure, because the entirety of Southern New Hampshire know that they can commit to full frontal assaults, knowing no one dares come for the flank.
It's an interesting key play right now for SNHU. With obvious control over the ult pip given up, Marion University have some leeway in that direction, but the biggest point of leeway is going to be Big Stink.
I've got your trail.
Impact going down. SNHU will employ the Seekers, the only ultimate they had, but it looks like they're not going to act off of it. Instead, just try to realize where they've gone, and they kind of come to realization that maybe a site is their expected approach. Ulan, though, catches Averly before the guiding light can be sought. Adderall will have to go for the refract, does just that. Dicker, though, catching Ulan in their escape out from showers and the escapades from the rear, though. A possible plan for Excalibur, and that will be the case. Destiny on site has not yet been dealt with, and they are guaranteeing the round to go to the side of Marion University. 12-11, match point, series point, the game on the line, and SNHU are looking down the bullet end of a barrel, a bit too literally in this case.
Map 1 split 18-16 in favor of Marion. Map 2 fractured 13-10 in the favor of Southern New Hampshire. We are 11-12. We could very easily make it overtime. We could very easily have it close out 13-11. But Scott, doesn't matter what result we see in this round, it feels like we're watching the finals of a playoffs bracket, the way these two teams are going back and forth.
It's the battle of the bracket right now. And I think it almost feels like SNHU have been playing as if they realize that they're at the edge of relegation. They have to be alive, and they know that. So they're playing their hearts out. Everything being dropped on the line, but Marion University have given themselves the edge, and it's now in their side of the court. Though SNHU are playing with their life on the line, Marion University is the team that if they make the mistakes, it will be remembered as their loss. Now the other direction around. Steve Boy on site gets damage on the Bradero. Note, your Sky takes the damage. Regrowth does not work back in their own way. Luna, key figure for the side of SNHU, and she will come up tremendous. A very pivotal frag for the momentum in this round. But that's 3 players, quite low on the SNHU side. Thankfully, Bradero with the regrowth will assist, facilitating that health HP, allowing Luna to be at a full fighting force. I see nearing a sightline. Ashcon, this is close.
I'm loving the positioning right now of SNHU White. Now, it's unfortunate that they've revealed their position, Dickard being exposed to Sova on site, but they left their spike with their Viper all the way in the back near showers. The wall is finally going out, having split their presence. Southern New Hampshire are going right on in, and they're doing a great job. They've entered. But unfortunately for them, Spicy has brought out the heat once again to mow down 2 and even the numbers. And unfortunately for Aviarily, it's very unsafe to play it right now, and it's getting even tighter with the time ticking away. Big Stink is going to take off the head of Luna, and in a 1v3 situation, there were no options for the last remaining player of Southern New Hampshire, making it a 13-11 victory for Marion.
There was no options. And there were no survivors. Marion University finishing us off in a very decisive round. They're the first frag drops for Luna. She alone really trying to bring SNHU back into the foray. And despite all odds, SNHU bring us to the point, but cannot find the last. We'll see Marion University finding another win. They'll continue to be flawless throughout this one, but I think this one may be their closest series yet here in the NECC.
Absolutely, Scott, and I think it's the closest series I've seen personally. The very first time I've witnessed a quintuple overtime, and I'm impressed nonetheless by both of these teams to continuously keep playing out these rounds. I was afraid that the war of attrition would have drained all the players of their energy, and yet they continued to survive. Both teams no less than double digits each map. It was a great series. It was great casting with you, Scott. And for the rest of you guys, stay tuned because we're going to move on to the next set of games after a break.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC. My name's Infernosis, joined here by cool guy Mick. And we've got ourselves 2 more teams ready and raring to go. I gotta keep it interesting, Dallas.
Oh, no.
We gotta keep you on your toes there. We've got 2 teams. I'm fairly excited to see these ones because our game that we just casted, I just casted there with Ashcon to finish map 3, the SNHU White side, that division's the same as this one. It's Emergence Navy. And it is the teams of Rogers State University versus Central Methodist Eagles.
Yeah, and even then, I mean, discussing these 2 teams, we're in the Emergence Division. I mean, we can't sit there and give them all the praise in the world, but nonetheless, this is one of these divisions where we get to see a lot of potential. This is one of the more exciting divisions, I would say, overall, because obviously in the upper echelon, you have these teams oh, Immortal, Radiant, yeah, we just know how to land our shots. We know how to get these compositions down. We're copying pros, you know, word for word, bar for bar. And this kind of division here, towards the middle and towards the lower spectrums, we have teams that are actually seeing. We are physically seeing their struggles. We are seeing what they're developing. We're seeing what they're working on. And we see their development over the course of the season. And both these squads, they haven't had themselves the best standing overall, but nonetheless, they've still had their struggles enough for us to see really what they have worked on. And knowing that we're now in the later stages of the season, we get to see where they flourish, where they can excel in, and where they can really go ahead and get themselves somewhat of a stance and I'd say a refined argument when it comes to the playoffs.
Yeah, we'll have to see where those strengths are, but let's see those individual strengths first and foremost. Let's take a look at the players, the stars of the show here for the NECC of these two rosters. Let's first and foremost head on over to Rogers State University to take a look at who they're bringing to the table today.
Even then, I can go ahead and touch on that one as we already see the likes of Salty, Clarky, Danny, Papa Brown, and Jethro. So I don't know if that's more of a jet throw kind of scenario or a Jethro, but we're hoping their jet isn't throwing here tonight because obviously you're fighting for another dub here on the board, and you're looking to close things out. You're looking to get yourself a very, very strong end of the season overall. And, I mean, I feel like RSU, if anybody's able to do it, it could definitely be them.
Yep, definitely the case. I want to point out they're 5-1.
Yep.
They're definitely up in the upper echelons of the Emergence division. A huge possibility for them to continue that one, but not far behind the Central Methodist Eagles. We'll take a look at them next. They're 4-2 coming into this one. So, unfortunately, one of these teams will either be staying at 2 or hitting 2. So it's a game of 2s at this point in time. Gant Season, Andy, Skeptic, NyQuil, and X140 are on the side of the CMU Eagles, and I love their logo. They have changed it, I think, from 2 semesters ago when I first ever casted them. And it's always nice to see adaptation for universities growing their esport programs, too.
Yeah, even then to go ahead and get a little bit more invested in terms of the esports program, it also sits there and shows just overall, when it comes around to player levels, when it comes around to the teams, you sit there and know you're investing a lot more. You're getting those practice hours in. You're getting the resources to back it up. You're getting these coaches in. You're getting these players more excited to go ahead and just play the games and get themselves into a weekly series so they can just go ahead and show their improvements on a camera. So, I mean, already speaking on both these squads, looking very, very impressive thus far, looking to go ahead and close things out and get themselves a very, very good end to the season. But even then, I mean, overall, as we sit there and mention, both these squads are looking pretty good thus far. It all comes down to whether or not who can really be that much stronger as we go ahead and come to a closure here in the regular season era, I would say. So as we do go ahead and discuss these teams, and we've already done that and got it done and dusted, we got to discuss the maps because that's even more important. As we know exactly what these teams can do and we know their records and all, we got to know what the records are in relativity to maps, how relevant that could be, and even then, what exactly they could do in each one of these environments.
I want to point out, neither of these teams have faced the now 7-0 Marian University. There's 2 weeks left in play. 2 weeks left in play, meaning that both of these teams, if I am correct about this, have to face Marian University in those 2 weeks. So this could be a bracket breaker of sorts for either Marian or these two teams. We'll have to see. Obviously, values are not as important when it comes down to this, but we'll talk about it. RSU, they ran out Icebox. We see the same thing here for CMU to take out Fracture. Bind and Ascent are go-to for the first ones, and I know you don't like that here, Dallas. I know you're a big stickler for saying, why do we always go to the same maps? But Ascent is fun, and if we do happen to see the third map, I know you'll be happy. It's Breeze.
It most definitely will be. And even then, I mean, all things considered, Bind, I feel like, is a little more of a static map, and I feel like that's why so many teams kind of gratify towards it. They enjoy just the simplicity of the map, how easy it is to get themselves just really establish where they are. They say, okay, well, defense is very narrow. We sit there, nowhere to go. Attacking side, it's the same word deal. The only kind of special thing we have on the map is teleporters, and we don't really have a middle of the map. And that's kind of my biggest concern when it comes around to Bind is you don't have a, I would say, set in stone middle of the map. You don't have a center like you do on Ascent. And that's kind of why I really like that map, knowing how even and balanced it is and how easy it is to find introductions on the sites, how easy you can manipulate the map to find multiple introductions, and as you mentioned earlier, at least said in terms of terminology, seize your way onto a site. So we do have to have that discussed, and even then, that'll be later on, as right now, we are already getting ourselves into the agent selection for Bind, and please, Rogers State University, if I get to see a neon, yeah, I knew it wasn't, but all things considered, though, I mean, their composition is going to be fairly simple, but the crazy thing about it is we're seeing an Astra being brought right back into the meta.
Earth the Papa Brown, that was nerfed. Interesting decision, to say the least here. A Brimstone is the go-to choice And I did talk about the limitations of the Sky Smoke last map on Bind there with SNHU and Marion University. It's really big. It is massive, ginormous. It's like they've expanded the smoke an extra 20 yards out, it feels like, which makes it harder to keep the smoke fleshed out and funneled to the walls. The more tight to the wall in these doorways and these funnels that a smoke can be, the easier the sightline will be for a defending team to cut down the attackers as they're forced to step out into that fatal funnel scenario. Astro Nebulas are the perfect size. They always have been. They cut so much sightline and they're so easy to position themselves, they don't jet out enough to cause complications for your POV. However, the Sky Smokes kind of do. They're really big. They're hard to get in the perfect spot, and though you can place them down, it's a little hard to realize its perfect capitulating moments. Hopefully, the Nebulas will still be successful, but a huge limitation with the limitation set by the amount of constellations she can keep in her pocket.
Yeah, only 4 feels a little underwhelming. I think Riot kind of did some overkill in that department. I think 5 would have been kind of a nice little even ground. But even then, talking about even ground, there's not an even fight already going ahead and occurring right there towards A short. You can see Salty taking a little bit of damage there, being a little bit concerned and having to step back, saying that was not the move right there. I got a little bit too hit up. So you sit there and either run back to your Sky and say, Mommy, I need some healing. I need a little kiss on the wound. Or you go ahead and sit there and rendezvous. Say, let's go ahead, set ourselves right back up on site and find ourselves some more damage to back things up. But already that wall can start queuing the likes of Central to say maybe B could be a much better option here, considering the spike is right there towards the middle of the map, making its way to the left side of the map, and we can see ourselves a plank going down here soon.
The Headhunter's in hand. That's why you bring a chamber. The early few rounds in these somewhat eco rounds, the Headhunter is decisive. It may be the end-all be-all for your squad. I think at the end-all be-all maybe whether or not these smokes can actually kind of separate the sight lines for these players. CMU looking to dedicate themselves on the site. Clarky gets blinded, but somehow still surviving for just a moment longer, though. Skeptic will eventually finish the job and find the necessary impact to find the first kill in this round and map as a whole. That's the first frac, dropping for CMU, and they have the man advantage, and the spike is down, guaranteeing the post plant and guaranteeing that they can try to hold on to this lead for as long as possible. And notice, Rogers State University are not taking advantage of any and all of the open map, instead really funneling from all of the same POV. But it's all Danny Bang and Salty just here. The elbow being their expected avenue to escape from, and they'll try to do just that. But Salty falls short. You still see the player of Danny try to do their best, but now having lost every single teammate, it comes down to the 1v3, and they'll manage to find one. Hunting for the second, but the Sheriff in the hands of God finds the impact instead, and CMU will hold on site for their first round win.
I remember you mentioned it on this last map, that even then it's kind of just more definitive at this stage. When you get that first round, you guarantee yourself, most of the time, I'd say around 90% of the occasions, you find that second round as well to back up. When you know you had the force, when you had these Spectres in hand, unless we see some just a monstrosity of picks from the side of these chambers with that Headhunter to go ahead and create a precedent here for the round, it makes it a very easy situation for the side of Central Methodist to make their way onto a site, get themselves pretty nice and comfy and accelerate in these close quarter combats, especially when they know they had these angles to set up a round, especially when all considered going towards the A side. You have yourself U-Haul, you have showers, you have these nice, easy spots to really be holding down. Even then, X140 is able to take some damage there, but not enough to die just yet. Still enough to stay alive. Go ahead and flush a player out from U-Haul, get that Sky Heal off, and then stay alive and well as you see them just making more aggression, making it a 5v1 almost instantaneously.
Making waves through the defense of Rogers State University. They're fumbling, but it is only the go round for them. This is the guarantor round, usually for CMU, though we have seen a lot of collegiate teams in recent time between us, Dallas, that have kind of struggled in that second round to hold on to the advantage. But considering it's Spectres and SMGs all across the board, the quick sprint onto site is the go-to strat, and CMU use it quite effectively. They'll take the second in a row. One of the biggest weakness factors for Rogers State University, though it is maybe a moot point as they obviously didn't have the weapons to contend, was maybe their positioning a little bit too into the fray. Knowing you have the weaker arsenal, knowing you're put in a disadvantageous spot, why still play that up close and personal? Maybe play for the post plant and try to catch some of those weapons and drop them out of their hands.
Yeah, and surprise, surprise, we see the retaliation round coming through for the side of Rogers State University, whipping out all these rifles, but the one player who can't really afford all of them is going to be, well, that Astra, because these constellations are just so darn expensive with all this inflation going on. She can't afford armor as well to back it up. So with everything considered, you sit there and know that the rest of your team can really back up. You're playing that controller role. You're trying to stay alive anyways towards the back, trying to play a little more passive in these fights until you do get all your smokes and all your other respective utility out and to have an influence in that fight. But I mean, every single time we see a wall coming out there towards showers from Roger State, making sure to slow down the game, looking to make sure that you can go ahead and isolate these targets, say, well, we know they're pushing showers, that they want to shoot it and they really want to push it out, or just create that option there to alleviate the attention. Well, we're talking about attention. Let's bring it on to the A short. You see a trade come through, you see Salty able to grab one, but NyQuil also grabbing a kill with that Spectre. A huge start there, and you want to make sure to pick that up if you're the side of Central Methodist, because that's going to be a big determining factor if you can get yourself onto B.
Oh no, X14O did not make it through the window of Hookah. Now it's unfortunately been biting that slowed field effect to the chamber. They'll also try to send out the Tasmanian Tiger to make waves, and CMU have struggled. It's kind of a time factor at this point. Father Time ticks in the favor of Roger State's University, and despite the fact that we've seen a bullet dropped down into one player's lap and Roger State are down a man, they found two to even out that impact. But with two players still on the A side, arguably the advantage for Central Methodist. This quick swing out, Andy has a chance to find the frag, a quick refrag instead. That's what you want to see, instantaneously returning the favor. But Skeptic not able to return the refrag back to 1-4-0, and it will drop in favor of Roger State. They pick up the third round win, they're first, and we'll see it go now to the full rifle buy for both teams.
Even then, Roger State still had themselves 3 rifles, a very convincing argument to have for them, knowing that that's the majority of your team. Use it there. We're playing democracy rules. You can find yourself to have an advantage when it comes around to this round, even then full armor to back it up. So pretty convincing argument for them to go ahead and find that second to tie the game up, but this would be a huge shift of influence, and even then, momentum, when you see that the likes of getting able to shut down Central Methodist Eagles, knowing they're going to be looking for this rifle round, knowing they can find it. If you have a couple players stay alive in the meantime, Clarky played a little bit aggressive. I got to say, is a bit concerning, knowing that you don't really have the escape utility like that tailwind from the jet, but Salty to back up as well. You have all your eco guns sitting there stationed right towards this B side, but it doesn't even matter. Salty can still manage one, get out alive and well, and sit there and say, all right, let's go ahead and recollect ourselves. Danny, take care of the rest of them for me.
Trying to hold on to the back of sight. Notice, still two players. Looking to peruse any and all of the options that may be given over there towards Garden. And a lot of people call that Octagon. I like to call it Octagon because it really is kind of the forefront first fight scenario location on this map. Whether you're coming up through B-Long or defending from B-Long, you like to hold within there. Try to keep them at bay. But 2 TPs hurt. Clarky is aware of that, and that kind of gives the inclination over to Roger State University. Hey, guys. They may be coming over to the A side. At least 2 of them are, and we don't know where the rest are lying. Well, that Sky Smoke basically the last itch to tell them, yeah, they're coming on to site. Recon bolts in over the top 2. Jethro in a very precarious position, but Gon just finishes the job. Does not let them have any chance to fight back. Daniel will get a good swing forward, has Rendezvous back over to this objective, and has managed to catch a player off guard. Skeptic is felled, but NyQuil had managed to find their teammate just a moment earlier. 3 players versus 2. CMU on the back burner. 1 player in a bad spot. NyQuil could get caught off guard. Does find impact. Andy saves NyQuil from above in heaven. And the last swinging player of Danny, who made their way with the rendezvous from B, finding the last kill. Unfortunately, not in their favor as their own head is taken away.
Quite simply, an easy round to put together there for the side of Old Central Methodist to get themselves back into a lead. Knowing they had themselves overwhelming numbers, we saw Roger State not really go ahead and capitalize on the fact they found that first pick. No flex to come through, no weapons to be picked up, no real influence put across the map to where I sit there and use that pie chart comparison. You got to sit there and want as much of the pie as possible if you're that defense. You got to fight for it eventually. When you know that these players are on site, we saw Danny Bang move towards U-Haul, try to find that influence, and even then grab an easy pick off of it to show the capitalization, the manipulation you can make sure of there. But instead, we just saw a lot of blanks to really be thrown out there for the side of Roger State. But now it's time for them to bounce back because they do have themselves a torty force. They have themselves a couple rifles still to work with. If you're salty, knowing you didn't get that buy in the last round, you grab yourself some damage there on the NyQuil, but it's not going to be enough to really find the kill there. So we see the default, we see the plays coming towards that A side, and honestly, with that wall already being up, you know it's going to be a funnel move for him here, Central Methodist. They're going to have to rush down one site, and that Constellation's already set up to back up the only 4 players that are now still standing.
That's kind of isolated. It's the ice wall that allows for Roger State to have a lot of safety in the early stages. That's what slowed down CMU in that last round so well. And that's why they had to wait so long for the TP to make the execution easier for them. NyQuil finally finds the first frag in favor for CMU, but Jethro will make the even odds for, even if it's just a second, only a second. They'll find another trade in return. 3 players left for CMU. NyQuil on site. Why are you holding the spike right now? This is an unexpected spot. I get it. That is some interesting control you're trying to play with, but it's kind of a greedy spot. I take it all back. NyQuil managing to find 2. That's their 3rd in the round, a total, and now only 1 player left standing after Gon eliminates 1. Unfortunately for the side of Rogers State, they don't manage to take it. Clarky falls to Andy's hands. Maybe I should just keep my mouth shut, Dallas. I did not expect that position to work. I don't even think they expected that position to work. Oddity to be sure. That's just the end of it.
I do like that keeping your mouth shut idea, though.
Oh, you know what? All right, I got this. I'll be quiet. You take.
I mean, for you, let's be real. That's free money. That's like coming up. That's like working fast food and you just eat on the clock. You don't even sit there making out of it.
Yeah, I was told by my co-caster. I'm explaining to my higher ups. Told by my co-caster to just let him take over.
They told me to shut up.
But I was here, so like I'm still on the clock, right? Like,
yeah. I'll attest to it. I'll sit there and say that I'll admit to it all. I'm a very, very honorable man in that regard. But one man with no honor is going to be right there on the outside. Clark, you're looking to go and try and find a kill, but it's just not really going to pan out. And old Skeptic, a player who sat there and just been nothing but the spike man every single round thus far, moving up, trying to get the plan off, and even then just dying immediately afterwards. Managing a kill here in this round. Able to go ahead and get that orbital strike down. A very early investment towards U-Haul. And a very early kill for Central Methodist once again, as this is now an eco round for the side of Rogers State. We can't freak out about these kills, but then nonetheless, they have to find at least a couple on the way out.
Do you really, at the very beginning of that handoff, segue honor to armor?
No, honor.
Really? You said
like,
no
there is no honor
insane.
Swinging out on that. Like, you're a Vandal player. Why,
I don't
why
know. I feel like armor would have been a really good one. Either way, maybe I misheard you.
What,
I
medieval?
apologize
Elder?
for giving
What?
you... Maybe? I don't know. Who knows? We'll figure it out. 3 players left standing for Rogers State. Now make it 2. NyQuil has been, unfortunately for the side of Rogers State, the medicine brand saying night-night, sleep tight to most of Rogers State, and that's kind of been the tail of the tape. Skeptic finally finishing off Andy was the last player left standing. They only found 1 before Ghost, but consolation kill, not a big shocker that we're seeing Rogers State go for the timeout here at the very least, because it is a use it or lose it. You get 1 every half. At the very least, Dallas, it comes down to stopping the momentum of Central Methodist Eagles, and they have really started to use that momentum in their favor.
Oh, they most definitely have. I mean, already sitting at 5-1. I think the score just kind of speaks for itself. And knowing the ultimates that are at your disposal right now for Rogers State, they only have themselves the Sky Seekers to be working with. And sure, that's very, very influential. You can get a lot of intel off of that. But we're not seeing them utilize that intel. We're seeing, I mean, I want to say the biggest hindrance right now for the side of Rogers State is all these constellations that are on the field. We know that Astra can have these impacts, but we're seeing late calls when it comes around to these sucks. We're seeing not too many smokes to come up to back those out. And quite honestly, that's your biggest play there. I mean, you are sitting there choking Central Methodist. You are suffocating them, restraining them down to one avenue to break onto a site, and you're still not able to capitalize on that. And quite honestly, when you're playing with an Astra, unless that Astra is on that exact site, you have to have the calls instantaneously. You have to have that reaction speed to back it up. And even the last one, we saw the gravity well come in a little bit late. 2 players were already right there towards U-Haul, and you're saying, well, that was great. I just spent all that money that literally has sacrificed me armor for a couple rounds here, and it's not even getting the impact we need. Problems like that have to be fixed pretty almost instantaneously, but problems for the side of Central Methodist may go ahead and start to arise, as we can see Danny Bang now coming out with that operator being an absolute nuisance, especially in the hands of a chamber.
Now, the only differences we're seeing here in terms of agent selection is truly coming down to the Sage not being employed by Rogers State and not for the side of Central Methodist. And yet, the double healing strategy for Rogers State has not really been able to keep them alive the majority of these rounds. They have the overheal as being able to employ the regrow. Speaking of that Sage, Jethro finds the first kill, but Hunter's Fury from Andy denies it back, and another difference being the fact that an Astra's played instead of that Brimstone. I would almost argue the lack of information by Rogers State makes it really hard to figure out where Central Methodist Eagles are playing from, because they've been all over the board, Dallas. Unpredictable. They're pushing towards B, but then all of a sudden they're gone. Where are they? They're back at B again. What's going on? And that's been such a hefty, just mental burden, I would say, for the Rogers State side. There's no leeway to kind of rest your eyes for a moment, to blink and you'll miss it kind of situation, as they have been pretty darn nice with it. And to make matters worse, Salty had the opportune moment to pounce, and NyQuil buries them 6 feet under.
And even then, you have yourself so much to work with here if you're the side of Old Central Methodist. You're set up for the post plant. You know you have the aggression on the site. But the problem is, Clarky's coming alive. Going to get a little bit angry to go ahead and find an answer, but it's going to come out fast. If Danny doesn't win this fight, you know the swing's coming through. The 3K's coming out, and a 6th round is now going to be set in stone for Central Methodist. Doesn't matter how this half pans out. Doesn't matter how many timeouts are still available for this one. You know that you have a guaranteed even half, worst case scenario, but the way they're panning out this game this far, knowing they're setting Rogers State University back in the econ once more, I think they're probably going to get themselves at least a couple more to back things up.
I'm just... Every piece in that round was interesting. One, how does Salty not find the kill there onto NyQuil? NyQuil, somehow, first shot that comes out, dude. First shot that comes out.
It happens sometimes.
And that's just one of those things I'm looking at saying, in the bigger picture, it probably doesn't matter, right? There's still plenty of opportunities for Roger State to come back, move on beyond it, but that's got to be something that kind of weighs down on you. I can't get back my shots. That's on me. You know, taking that blame, and that does hurt an individual. That's something that is going to continue way down in this battle of attrition that Valorant comes down to, especially against teams that are evenly matched. To make things even further a problem, CMU have already managed to gather a lot of intel off the back of their Sky, and they're just lying in wait to send those Sova Recon darts as a bait all the way through the side of Hookah. Danny.
Yeah, he's saying that's not it. They know now.
The mind games, Dallas. Notice what they've been doing all over the place. Danny escaping from the situation on B. Unfortunately, Clarky doesn't have the ability to TP on over towards U-Haul, but Danny, in their escapes quite far, leaving there no chance for the CMU side to be stopped from this defusal placement. And now Roger State have to play from the defense to the offense, and they do not have much to work with, all four coming from the same angle.
Yeah, and I mean, already just going ahead looking to swing out. It seems as if they almost have nothing to lose with how aggressive they're playing. I know you understand that you don't have really too much to work with, but you made some even trades and you got yourself in a 3v3 scenario. You have to pick up some of these guns up. You have to play off that. You know that rendezvous's come through. You know you have an open angle, and you don't have a chamber going ahead and playing that pop-up figure over your life where you just can't push on the side. You have to take the moment of every single one of these seconds to the most, and we are just not seeing that yet. Jethro able to go ahead, swing out, trying to find one last kill on the way, but Skeptic is able to go ahead and close things out with that Vandal with 3 players still alive for Central Methodist. And I got to say, after that last round, I mean, sure, it was an eco, so you can't really have a fullest read, but it's gone ahead and brought some things to light for me when I see what Roger State is providing right now. And once again, kind of backs up. I don't want to give Papa Brown a bad time here, quite honestly. I want to go ahead and see all these players trying to improve as much as possible, but I think it's more of a team call there of saying, where are our smokes in Hookah? We have a player here. We have the aggression. And when they tap out, you're essentially just giving up that B site every single time. If you see that, I mean, Danny doesn't grab those kills, you're saying, oh my goodness, what do we do now? Well, you got to have an answer. You got to have at least a round to put onto the board here, and this could definitely be a promising moment for that. As you see, Salty grabs that first kill, makes it now a 4v5. They're going to go ahead and start shifting maybe over towards this B side, where once again we see no constellation set up in this U-Haul section, and it does not provide any kind of inhibited vision when you're seeing this push onto site, which can make it extremely easy for that rendezvous to be right there on the top tent. Look at that cross angle and find yourself an easy couple kills to back up, knowing you're probably going to go on the way out with it. At least take 2 or 3 down with you. But we're just not seeing that kind of ideology. We're seeing them trying to play slow and steady and very, very safe and secure, and it's just really not working out for them.
I feel like there needs to be more congestion in these funnels. There's not enough utility expenditure, and Roger State's attempts at creating a cushion isn't working. And they have to realize that. The only reason they're winning this round now is off the back of one man, who's now cut down 3 with the operator alone, leaving only Skeptic now to survive by themselves. And they're aware there's a player who just utilized the TP. Clarky playing slow. Skeptic's doing the same thing, though. It looks like Skeptic will try to work on over through Fountain, play through B long, and maybe give themselves a sightline opportunity to contest onto this spike that's placed on the ground. But with only 15 seconds truly remaining, Skeptic has a mountain they have to climb to do so. And this is not a good place to go. They'll pick up the ult orb. That is just it feels like a BM thing. Ha, still got this. Now they'll take the head off 1, make it 2, make it 3! What is going on? They have to find the last kill, but Clarky has not stepped out of mid. What are you doing? Allowing that to happen, and Roger State bleed away 3 rifles and an operator in the process.
You just sat there and caused here. Let me do the math because casters were really bad at this. Okay, so that's 5,800 for the 2 Vandals. That's then you combine the 4,700. That's what? That's 10,500 creds.
It's at least $10.
What? $10.50. Yeah.
What's that SpongeBob reference where he goes, "How many mattresses do you think there are?" Right here. 20 or like whatever the line is, and they're in a mattress store. So basically, that's
but I mean, all things considered, all because you sat there and picked some one-on-ones. It's things like that to where I get it. You had the lead in the round. You think you have it set in stone, That should be a wake-up moment. That is a pure slap to the face. No reference intended to what happened last night. But, I mean, you got to sit there and consider. You can't let these things happen. You have to sit there and be prepared for what's coming at you. And quite honestly, Roger State was not ready for it. But they are ready for the push here. They found themselves at least 3 kills now. They have a 4v2 on their hands, and they're looking to go ahead and put a nail in the coffin. But Skeptic, once again, is the last player alive. He managed a 3K in the last one. Can he do it once again? And I don't blame him if he could with that Vandal in hand.
Skeptic trying to play out quickly. We saw the damage that Skeptic is capable of dealing, but unfortunately, Papa Brown, not a believer, not a Skeptic, so to say, and not a fan of Skeptic. Cuts them down quickly, and we're now at 10 rounds already expended in this half. 2 more to go. And we've at least seen and guaranteed Central Methodist Eagles are going to have a positive half. Not an even, no 6-6, 7-3 at the moment. There's still plenty more damage to be done, and the ego for the Roger State side not entirely there. They'll have to buy each other up, and I don't think they should buy this last person. Leave your jet to play with the Blade Storm, an old stylized strategy to save a little bit of extra cash on the top. But that means that's one person without a rifle, and if they get put in a tricky kind of position, getting pushed in with the Blade Storm being down afterward, that means that Central Methodist have the advantage in that spot.
Yeah, I mean, already look at the setup. We can see Salty looking to play very, very aggressive. And quite honestly, we sit there into that Blade Storm. It's going to have a huge influence here. But both of these players, the one that sits there and likes to go ahead and act like a duelist, and the one that actually is a duelist, both manage themselves a kill on both sides of the half. So you see that, I mean, the frags, the swings are trying to come through. A lot of aggression to come out there from old Danny trying to find that extra kill. It just doesn't come out. But even then, regardless, you're not too beat up about it. You know, you're in a 5v3 scenario. You have the utility finally put towards U-Haul, but instead of a smoke, you sit there and say, let's put a wall here. I think Roger State are just trying to go ahead and twist things up a little bit every single round. So let's go ahead and create somewhat of a switch up. Let's throw a wall here, throw a wall there, throw a wall here. You have other utility to play with, quite frankly. I know it's a very, very hard concept to go ahead and understand, but I mean, we're seeing them rely so much on this one wall to funnel the approaches that now when you see the actual approach come through, you have such an easy read, especially if it's right here on A short, where they're investing so much for absolutely nothing, and it really hurts here for old Central Methodist.
One thing that we've seen Roger State kind of adapt on is that they're holding these angles. They're holding these sightlines. Wow, great play by Salty to just rush through TP and take Andy. Not giving the call out from teammate that the door has been opened back up again, and they'll utilize that information to just find the kill. But I'll point out once again for Roger State, I didn't finish formulating my point just yet. They have changed up the way they're holding these sightlines. They're no longer hiding back and being patient like you were harping on earlier, saying this really isn't the play. They're being a bit too methodical in their approach to defend this. Now they're starting to be a bit more aggressive. And it's not the aggressiveness of saying, I'm going to hide in the smoke and try to be Stewie 2K. Haha, this is my moment to shine. Mom, catch this clip. No, it's them playing sightlines. Salty has been just the main factor for that. And the way that they have been playing this one where they let the side of Central Methodist walk into their line of sight. They hold one where they say, okay, I've got the angle to peek, but I can also take a step back because I'm Jet and I can dash away. And that makes it hard to go against. They're not waiting until it's too late to dash on. They're letting themselves catch them off guard.
The term you're looking for there would be controlled chaos is what they're finding. They're creating enough, I'd say, a disillusion to where you're saying, okay, well, something's here, now something's here, now something's here. Well, we see Salty, instead of playing very aggressively, being right there towards Shower, saying, look, okay, I know I'm overstepping my boundaries, but somebody hasn't swung on this. I don't want to overstep my boundaries once again. I don't want a double swing coming from box, coming from the right of that door, and then also having myself in a 1v2 with an operator. I can only sit there and manage one bullet, and if they don't line up for me, that's not going to happen. Well, if you're Danny Bang, you're thankful that X140 is able to go ahead and line up for you there. Excuse me, X40, no, but, I mean, you see right there, the swing coming out the side, a solo chamber pushing onto this B. It's just a lot of things now that Central Methodists are trying to figure out what exactly are we doing. Well, it all comes down to what are you doing? You're doing a little too much if you ask me. Starting to play the game a little bit more slower, knowing you're on this attacking side, knowing that Roger State is looking to adapt around you, make these adjustments. You have to adjust to that, and we're not seeing that exchange here. But Skeptic able to find a kill there on site, able to go ahead and follow up now, grabbing another one. This man is unbelievable when it comes around to the arrogance of these swings and how much he can manage with them.
It's so nasty. You made a fan out of me already. It's ridiculous. Clarky sees the Owl Drone go out and just dives in. And Danny Bang can handle out Skeptic on site. Though the scenario might have been close, and I would be very wary of Skeptic. Danny Bang has been pivotal to successes from Roger State already. And what started off on being Central Methodist hitting 7 and then having a huge lead. And we're like, oh, well, they probably will go higher than that. Roger State uncontested for the next 3. They're now 5 and 7. Well, they're still down a much better return, and now they can start to do things on the attack, where they start to apply pressure to Central Methodist a bit more directly, and they can start to play a bit more methodical in the approach in terms of which direction they'll push from, how quickly they'll push, how will they want to play, and how many people they'll play in each direction. Something that we said they had a problem with on the defense. They were too slow. Now they get to play as slow as they want. It's just a matter of playing slow enough and still gathering the intel, and they don't have a Sova, Dallas, which leads me to believe that that could be harder than they may think.
And quite frankly, I don't feel like there's too much influence made from that Sova for the side of Central Methodist. I think Roger State are almost going to be in the same exact shoes, if not better ones. Knowing they have this Sage, knowing they have that Astra, they're working for post plans, quite honestly. And if they find themselves a spike down, they have the overwhelming amount of advantage to be working with, knowing these folks are going to have such a large influence. Speaking of trades like that. So, I mean, when you see if you can make these kinds of trades so consistently, push yourself on the site, knowing that Sova can't really do too much on that defense, you still have a Sky, you have a Guiding Light, you get yourself a Wombo combo, you have a Flash and Intel to be working with. I'm sure you don't get the nitpickiness of it like you do right there with that Recon Dart and that Owl Drone, but still, it's enough to make some work do and find yourself at least a spike plant down, and this is where we now see the Nebulas coming out, the walls coming down, and even then, Roger State coming out to play.
It's a Space Maker, and the whole point of having the Ice Wall is forcing him to step through the size of a single wall, but great job there by CMU to actually break down both. Mr. Gorbachev it. Now gonna have to fight on site. Two working from elbow. Skeptic's one of them. They find Clarky. Jethro is trying to fight for their life. How do you win that? How do you win that? NECC was the best player on the side of CMU for that first half for a large majority of that, and they let that happen. Wow. That is... it's kind of funny in a way, Dallas. But great job by Salty to find two more at the end there as well to gun down the two coming out of elbow. A round win and a pistol round win for Roger State University, and they're one round closer to tying us up 7-7.
And that's the crazy thing and fun thing about pistol rounds. You see these classics being brought out. You see that players aren't typically used to these kind of guns. Me, I sat there, pulled off a 4K last night, a clutch with a classic. It's just right clicks, man. The problem is the rechamber speed after those. It takes so long if you're not prepared for it. If you're not prepared for Salty, who's gonna find a 4K just mowing through that smoke. Central Methodist is saying a 5-man push, or excuse me, a 4-man push down A main may not be the move we want to go for anymore.
Now the one player left alive, and it's Gaunt playing in back of spot. Now, I've also been given some information here about what happened there for Central Methodist in the pistol round. NyQuil had messaged apparently in chat. We don't see that because the NECC thing is over the top of the text. Saying, Sage, our right clicks are broken. Apparently something may have happened. Glitch, bug, not too sure, but that could be a reason why we saw it happen that way. But it will be a flawless round for Roger State University, and CMU will take their timeout. I'm not shocked if this is a tech timeout, or maybe them trying to talk things through. No matter what it comes out for, it's just an oddity in the last round, and this should be the round where they turn things back in their favor. I don't know. What do you think they're talking about here, Dallas?
I don't think it's a tech, because those don't typically have a tendency to burn the actual time out in the game. They wouldn't force something like this and use this time, knowing that they now have these two rounds go to the side of Roger State for them to make an answer like this without having some kind of a game plan in their head. So Central Methodist is looking to capitalize on top of this rifle round. That's what I label as the retaliation round. They've sat there and checked off some of the boxes, say that Salty has a Phantom. If we can go ahead and rid that out of their hands, and knowing that Salty's going to be playing aggressive, playing that duelist role, that is the first gun that will be ripped out of them. We need to set up a wall around that, find themselves an even exchange, and make sure to create a stall on site. Well, how do you do that? You don't have nearly the kind of sentinel plays as you do compared to Roger State without those slow orbs and that wall. You have nothing but a trademark and a player there that you pray can get these frags. Gant is going to have to really, really switch things around right now, knowing that your 7-Eleven is great as a little, stop joint that is, to grab yourself some nice Slurpees. It's not really showing up to find the kills right now, and a relativity to the experience that you're trying to find. You're trying to get these rounds, you're trying to go ahead and put a statement onto the board, and especially when you have 3 half armors, it makes sure that this A push, if it does come to flourish, I think it will be a much better shot for Roger State, knowing they have all these specters to work with and how much influential it is.
Clarky's playing close. Specters in hands for the attacking side. Obviously, they lost nothing in the last round. So not only does CMU get no money, no bonus for picking up any frags, but they failed to bleed the weapons out of Roger State's hands. So while they do technically have the advantage, I'm sure if we pulled up the scoreboard again and took a look, not everyone's going to have full armor, and I bet you there's some key utility that's probably missing from the CMU Eagles defense. The question is, which utility did they find worthy to be expunged, and which did they just not pick up? Skeptic holding close on sight, about to swing out from the outside of 2, but Salty will be the first person their eyesight will meet, and Salty is actually full sent in with the Phantom buy, and that will force CMU to feel pressure. They'll take that step back, put a Sky Smoke down, and try to apply a cushion to keep them at bay for just a little bit longer, but a TP is imminent, and now the quick rush on A site should come through.
And that Phantom's the biggest problem against these half shields, because the full shield is exactly what keeps you alive on these one-shot thresholds out of the Phantom. Make sure that you have to get that double tap to the head at a certain range. But now, once it's out the gate, there you go. Salty with a one-shot onto the head again, able to go ahead and grab that introduction on the site, and then you see the exchanges coming through. A 3v2, now making a 2v2 for Roger State and Central Methodist. This is going extremely fast, and quite honestly, Central Methodist was not ready for that exchange.
Andy working from back of Metal Tube. This is just a hard place to come through. Thankfully, Danny's already quite low. Papa spotted. How did that shot hit? Andy finds the head of Papa Brown through the wall. Now only one person left standing. They'll send a shock dart over the top, praying that they're behind double crates, but no one's actually there. Andy, not aware that Danny's playing him showers. He can tap this spike and go for the defusal. Ready to swing at a moment's notice. He'll get to half, and they come out. Andy sprays it down. He doesn't actually get the half, and there's no time there either. Danny realizing they can bait and switch. CMU just barely falls short, but what a miraculous play and a pretty darn good round to say the least.
That is nearly perfect for Roger State right here. You sit there, manage to win the round, you go ahead, you close things out, grab all the necessary kills, rob all these guns at the Central Methodist, and even then to capitalize on that, you say, we have a round. That was our bonus. That was our bonus, guys. And we can go ahead and carry away with that. They are now on a 7-round streak. The entirety of what Central Methodist has managed in this entire game, they've had in one consecutive streak thus far, and it is looking so darn good. Knowing they can get themselves an introduction on the side. Knowing Salty with that Phantom. I said it earlier, that half shield will kill you. Knowing that that one-shot threshold is now infinite for that Phantom, that weapon is already considered stronger by most, if not all, the players in the professional scene in terms of the rifle debate we have. But whenever you sit there and say that you only have yourself 125 health compared to 150, it makes it that much more better and deadly. So, speaking of deadly, what could be is Gan right here on the edge, looking to go ahead and try and place a little bit of an aggressive angle right there in Hookah with this shorty, but with that rendezvous at his exposure, he's able to go ahead and at least grab a little more influence and have that freebie to get out of that site. But it better be down right now, and even then I can't see the frame on the outside, so he has no contingency plans if things go south.
Attempted does not seem to work. They'll try to pull up the head on Jeffergon, falls short. Andy, though, will come up quite successful. 2 kills to their name, but it's tied out 3-3. And the full force of Roger State for their full 3 that are left remaining will start to funnel their way on over towards the CMU's A site. NyQuil, the only one close, and they only have a sheriff, requiring Andy to make that quick transition, a pivot from the site over. They have yet to clear the player here in Wood, and they have not done it just yet. They cannot find the target. NyQuil, no! Not able to fell and sleep off anybody on the opposing side, and Salty will rub one in the wounds there for CMU, as now CMU down a man. Still has to make the comeback. Post-plant situation in the 2v3. Bladestorm is available for the side of Roger State. Not a necessity, though, all things considered. And there's nothing really there for CMU. A flanking player of X14. They're going to try to work in through U-Haul. One player lying in wait. That's the Astro. They try to pull out utility, and X14 pounces quite quickly. Andy onto site, able to find one. Running out of ammo. Right-click kill, and Andy gets a 4K. Salty dashing directly into their face. Shoot back, bro. And they will. CMU find the round win. We're tied back again at 8-8.
A miraculous round here for Central Methodist, and not really just generally by the plays made from them, just more the mistakes that we saw on the side of Roger State really going ahead and creating a catalyst there to go ahead and create that round and create that exchange here for old Central Methodist to get back into this game. But as you now see the exchange, you see the money, this is going to be where the game I feel like is going to be the most even to what we've seen. Then again, you look at the scoreboard, obviously this is going to speak for itself, but even then, talking money-wise as well, Roger State, with them having to buy up so many guns in these past couple rounds, and Central Methodist, even though not managing some round wins, they're at least bleeding these weapons out of Roger State, knowing they're not going to have to go ahead and really sit there and have themselves a gun already to work with, that they only have to spend themselves 1,000. They can spend that 3,900 on every single occasion, and right there you already get yourself a tiny little peek. You have an idea that these players are playing towards A main, and just answers like this, you get a very, very shallow smoke there from Roger State that is going to say, okay, well, now we're going ahead and blocking off our own introduction into sight. more power to you, but I want to see exactly how this pans out because I can't say I've seen a smoke on my own team really working out favorably for anyone.
Maybe the denial of sightline works both ways, I guess, but doesn't seem to work just yet. Skeptic with the first frag. None too shocking. Skeptic's been a key pivotal figure for the side of CMU for a while. 3 ultimates on the board now for them, and only 2 for Roger State with the loss of their Astra. No Cosmic Divide, and you spoke earlier about Astra is a great post-plant player, an agent that is used so heavily in that because of their ultimate and the ability to utilize all of that utility so well, kind of in tandem with the rifles in their hands as well as their teammates. The Cosmic Divide being down makes that post-plant a lot harder, especially considering that the sky smokes that are going down make it even harder to step onto site. Salty has to force something, still finds it, goes through 2 cloudbursts, tailwind in, finding 1 kill, Andy with a refrag back, but Danny and Clarky swing out with their own, and now it's only 2 players left for CMU, and this is a hard one to overcome.
A great utilization of the Seekers there. You go ahead and get the intel, so they're both back there towards bomb. One's on Heaven, one's on CT. You get Clarky on the setup, you find that cross, and you sit there and say, last second, or little scan there, buddy. I needed an owl drone to give me that intel a little bit sooner, but you do at least get the read, and he can find at least one of these kills onto Clarky, knowing that he has a lot more influence to push onto the site. Problem is, this has been the last guy standing for the past 3 rounds. Had to clutch in the first one, couldn't manage it, found the kills, but didn't find the round in the defuse. Second time, did find the defuse, able to go ahead and do it. Now, you have yourself 2 players still alive and a defuse that is ticking right in front of your face, and quite honestly, I don't know if you can be making this. With the time allocated, with the double swing that's going to be coming right there from U-Haul, you're just not prepared for it, can't find it. But Robert State, they can't find themselves a 9th onto the board as Andy goes ahead and closes that with 3. Once again, bleeding out these weapons, which is very, very crucial in terms of this game, going ahead and bleeding out the economy for the side of Central Methodist, but it's just not going to be enough, man. They have to go ahead and close these things out. They have to play together. I mean, right there, you didn't wait on the owl drone there from Danny Bank. I mean, if you're sitting there playing inside of Danny's shoes, you're saying, okay, well, what am I doing? I'm holding things out. Clarky's holding right there towards short. Gan just swings on that. Knows the owl drone's coming out. It's peeking that angle. And that's the first target tagged, and you don't wait for something like that. You were completely blindsided coming for a retake, and it's that patience that's just not even present, not even attentive for the side of for Central Methodist on these retakes.
One thing I really liked in that round, Gone was holding or trying to push in through metal, right, Dallas? And we saw the sky there for Roger State spray early. That's because they saw the barrel of the gun. That alone tells me that the IQ, the game sense there for Roger State University is there. The simple mistakes we've seen have been just that, simple mistakes. And that's why they let CMU kind of stride ahead. Now they're starting to climb in, they're starting to pull back those mistakes, and they're starting to withdraw the curtain and letting CMU fall victim to the strategies they've been employing. And that's definitely what's happening here. 4 on 3, Cosmic Divide is down, just now dissipating. The Roger State have the man advantage, and they spread themselves out quite nicely. Salty holding Cubby. They essentially have gone on lockdown entirely, and Papa Brown is just going to spray down 1, spray down 2. Quick, nice shot again, but unfortunately, Papa Brown finds their 3rd, and that is all she wrote. Roger State now at 10. 2 rounds away from match point, 3 rounds away from victory. But CMU will fully be able to buy out in this one, as that last round was a bit of an eco for them.
And now sitting at 10-8 for the lead here for Roger State, we saw one of the more dominant post plants than what we've seen prior, and that was all kind of giving credit to the side of Papa Brown, who found that 3K, able to go ahead and close out that round. But I mean, even then, what we're seeing from the side of Roger State is they're able to go ahead and get a realization of where Central Methodist is playing. They're making their easy exchanges. They're getting across the map, making these transitions very, very swift. And honestly, that's the best you could ask for. When they sit there and dedicate themselves to a site, they're not trying to play it slow. They're not saying, okay, well, let's fake them. Okay, let's go back to over onto A. Let's sit there and go BA, and throw out utility every couple seconds to get them on their toes. They're saying, if we're rotating, we're rotating. That's quite frankly all there is to it. We're not making a double exchange. We're not doubling down. We're not sitting there running a horse race through these TPs to get right back on the site once again. We are making that exchange on the site. We're utilizing our numbers because we know we're definitive about their exchange. And even then, Central Methodist most definitely isn't. They're playing it slow. They're a little bit concerned about what these players might be. They're trying to play aggressive right there off the get-go to get that intel. And right now, as you already get that intel towards Danny Bang, and they've used some of that util. You have backed up now. Salty is over there towards that A site. He can play for the Trojan Horse because the spike is now on B. If you shut down this trademark, that is an easy 4v2 waiting to happen.
playing from showers. The sightline denial, which was there for Roger State, they used the ice wall to do so on their defensive side, was not available for CMU. And that allows for the transition with the bait and switch over on the B site to work and pay off tenfold. They find 2. Skeptic gets one more back. But the TP comes through, and that should allow for Roger State to dive quickly onto site. Skeptic, not done just yet, though. Takes one more, takes 3. Holy cow! Somehow climbing their way back into it off the back of one man, but Roger State still managed to find another trade. Gan is the last man standing. No tour de force, no utility. Just now getting the rendezvous. The guiding light will be sent to heaven. Clarky may be anticipating they're coming from that direction, but nothing is there just yet. And Gan has to lie in wait for underneath that heaven ramp. I think he just got spotted by Clarky, too. There is no life ping, though. They have that call out. There it is. Clarky finds the final blow. That's Roger State at 11. Kind of prophesying that one there, aren't you, Dallas?
Yeah, and even then already sitting at 11-8. Quite honestly, I want to say Roger State, they don't have this game unlocked just yet. Central Methodist still has at least one more round, and even then, that's just towards match point. That's not the map just yet, but knowing they have an econ, this makes the job that much more difficult, knowing that they've already had a lot of struggles coming to light here in this game thus far, and they barely have any time to really fix things up, knowing that they have themselves to have to play close. They don't have any ultimates really at their disposal. They have a showstopper and an orbital strike. Sure, that can stop a plant. That can go and clear up some time on site. That can go ahead and create that space for you, but it's not going to do enough when Danny Bang is literally just playing with his prey at this stage, saying you've just now invested at least one of those. That's now at the gate, and you found nothing off of it. I'm still sitting at 82 health. You're trying to get aggressive. That's your second paint shell now. There is nothing for y'all to work with unless you sit there and consider Clark and NyQuil already making the exchange there on site. X140 able to find a kill with that frenzy, and Gand as well. A 3v3, surprisingly enough, but only one of those rifles are going to be able to pick up.
Round slow transition round 2, and somehow we're even 3-3. Gand may have gotten that first kill there to give his team a little bit of a nod, trade things out, but not able to pick up the weapon, and kind of a tumultuous point. Great flank, though. The map control is there for Central Methodist Eagles, but they're a little bit slow on the uptick. They will not make it back to the objective in good enough time to guarantee the kills go down and get the defuse. It's just a matter of them getting there fast enough and having Gand work in tandem with them. Andy, amazing shot to find one. That does help things quite well. The recon bolt for the intel also there, and though Papa Brown gets a great swing, Andy's there in the refrag. That may actually be enough time for CMU off the back of having them all work together on the push. Gand was the key point of patience in that one, Dallas. Instead of Gand going out, okay, my teammates are really far away. They're not going to make it here. How much time do I waste? No, wait. My teammates are everything to me. And that's one of the big things we've seen from CMU. That's so important for any of the successes they've had, though they are still behind.
And even then, that's a huge swing around here for the side of CMU. Utilizing absolutely no money. And for, honestly, I like that call there, as small as it may be and minute to a lot of the other people. I'm sitting there saying, if anybody's going to get that gun, if you're CMU, thank God it was Andy. This guy every single time, like on the bottom of Woody's boot, has his name on that site, on that retake, and he's sitting there and is able to find every single of those shots and kills to just create that space, find these clutch rounds for his squad. But once again, gotta say Skeptic here with these smokes, going ahead, giving out some intel for his team. That's gonna cause the force for the other side and to cause a divide to come through, because Roger State has every single ultimate to work with right now, and they've already utilized 2 of them.
He's playing around the Cosmic Divide. That is an interesting one. They usually use it for the post plant. Roger State haven't even given himself the chance to step onto site, and they're using it. What are they doing over there on B? They are so trusting in their teammates to control that objective. If they're just sitting there aiming at each other and having a good time with it. But now, with the man advantage in their favor, they're going to have to rotate over. Andy gets a nice look, but the Seekers come out and tag him back in return. You take some, you unfortunately lose some. But X140 will make sure that they actually take some instead. Sorry, X14. Oh, wow, Skeptic cut down by Papa Brown. X140 will do a good job to refrag it back. Danny Bing with a tour de force, though, and takes out Gand. And it's just them left standing. Dallas, I don't think that's it either. Paint shell set across. He finds the shot. He has to look to the player defusing. He denies it. That's a 3K. One-on-one at NyQuil hopping on, but he's slowed. He can't make the jump up. It's a bait and switch. NyQuil hops back on. Danny can't keep getting away with this. That's 12 for Roger State there at map point.
Match point.
Massive clutches here from both sides to go in and at least get an answer there from Andy. And then once again, we got Danny saying, no, sir, this is not allowed. If you're going to have your spotlight, everybody gets their chance here tonight. Salty being at the top of our leaderboard, but me going ahead and clutching at the match point here, that goes ahead and amounts to a heck of a lot more over the course of the series, knowing we can close this game right here, right now. You have 2 chances now to go ahead and create these answers and get them back-to-back in order to find yourself at least into an overtime. And that's your best-case scenario as Roger State is now going ahead and looking to close this thing out. But already, the exchange on the A side, looking to once again play aggressive. Thing is, you can't play aggressive right there towards B long because Annie's playing out there. He's finding the exchanges, getting these kills, having to swing once again, and it's just not coming out as the resurrection does, though. And Roger State are right back to 5 as they want to push onto this B.
You need in trade, and that's one of the things stages can give you. It's control, it's space, it's denial for entry off the ice wall, and it's the resurrection. Arguably one of the most important ultimates in this game. Now they've expended it quite early, but this one heavily favors them. Salty finds one. Clocky takes another, and now Salty and Papa Brown have been cut down by Skeptic. You've got to shut this man down. Now the orbital strike will go down, but it's a little bit too late as the spike has forced a time constraint now on the CMU side. They have to force. They're running out of time as it ticks down. Skeptic with a shot to Clarky. He just knows Dallas, and he swings it quite well. Skeptic gets the audio key in from his teammate that there's one in corner, but now it's all up to NyQuil. They'll tag the head of Danny, but Danny does not die. Now he can live to tell the tale another day. 15 shots in the gun, and NyQuil will use the guiding light to swing outward. Slow orb sent by Jethro. They'll swing to tube. They'll remove them, and now Danny with 1 HP. The only person left. NyQuil finds the shot, and still we're alive. A CMU will head on to this defuse. And I believe there's plenty of time still remaining. NyQuil may have slept for the last few rounds, but they've come alive in this one.
Clutch, 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 clutch. Every single round, man, it comes down to these single players showing the individual skill coming from every single one of these guys. It is just so outstanding to see on such a consistent basis on a map like this, knowing that Central Methodist, they are not out of this yet. They're wanting to fight for it. They want to find these rounds. Problem is, though, for following suit, it's been 1 for 1 for 1 for 1 on these clutches. Back and forth, back and forth. Look at that scoreboard. Central Methodist started it, and it looks like Roger State is the one who really wants to end it. Problem is, they only have a Thrifty. They don't have the ultimates to really work with. Besides that Blade Storm, you better pray to God that Salty, your top frag, if you want to close out this game right now, right here, you better know that that Salt better go ahead and rub into that wound and better find yourself this map 1. But thing is, it all comes down to the approach, whether or not we see anything coming out from Central Methodist. And there it is, already the 24s. That may be the most problematic one you could have really popped here if you're the side of Roger State. Even then, if you don't hit those knives, that was a near miss and a swing there for the side of Salty. But he goes ahead, backs things up. Danny May can find one. And Andy's coming alive, but he's now dead once again.
Wow, a 4v2, and it's 2 clutch players for the side of CMU. They have to recover from this one. Skeptic cuts and destroys Salty. Pops down the stem and will need to spray down the ice wall. Gand is working from heaven, but a Nebula will go down and make things harder to hold from there. 2 players working from lamp. Skeptic will clear down one of the ice walls, so that also creates an easy sight line because now the side of Roger State know that he has to peek from this direction, so they'll send a slow orb to make things a bit more difficult. He's switching Phantoms. Everyone's going to be ready. Everything will reach its boiling point in this most tumultuous round. Will have to come to its breaking point. Skeptic swings to corner, finds that a Jethro. Gan covers him in the process, flank from behind, and he can't turn in time! Skeptic and Gan in quick succession. Papa Brown with their third, and it's 13-10. Roger State take map 1.
Right there, man. I told you it comes down to these clutches on such a consistent basis. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. It goes down to Rogers, then it's Central, then it's Rogers, then it's Central. Papa Brown said, look, Mick, I know you were giving me some credit on that first half, but I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to show you why I'm here on this team and why I'm here to play today. And quite frankly, it was when you needed it most. I mean, these clutch scenarios, that 3K during 1 round, that double there to go ahead. I don't know whether they didn't have the double swing or the cross ready to give at least that intel, at least for a split second, because at that stage, you're saying, first, you're caught off guard. You're saying, oh my God, I'm dead. Then you're saying, oh, where'd it come from? Oh, behind! You're already done. It's already, map's already over. Sorry, buddy. Your calls are completely useless at this stage now.
Oh, no.
It's not. So, I mean.
Would have had that on land. Call it would have been there in land, Dallas.
Yeah, it would have. Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
No, that was fast. That was nasty. Papa Brown with spray transfer of a lifetime, and the clutch goes through. They kept it interesting. I don't think we can give any negatives to that. They kept that so fun, so just on the brink of everything falling apart, and somehow It never ended until it did. So much fun to have there on map 1, but we've got at least one more map to go. Maybe even 2. If we see CMU make the return, a definite possibility. But you'll have to stay tuned to find out. Give your heart a bit of a break. I know mine needs one. The adrenaline has been pumping after this very, very hectic game here on the map of Find. Stay tuned for more NECC action. We'll take a quick little break between.
Welcome back, everybody, to Monday Night Valorant here with the NECC here in the collegiate season. We are now in the Emergence Navy Division, able to go ahead and find ourselves in the second map here in the series against the likes of Rogers State University and Central Methodist. And as we saw ourselves a very, very interesting conclusion there to the last map of Bind, we're now moving on to Ascent, making things a little more interesting, a little bit more balanced, I would say, in terms of the map pick alone. But even then, we have to see Central Methodist bounce back if they really want to go ahead and bring things to a close on Breeze.
Now, I know you want Breeze. I know you do.
Yeah, I know.
But, is it going to happen? That's a question that I guess CMU have to answer. But if you're a fan out there of Rogers State University, you don't want to see Breeze, right? That's definitely not where you want to go. And the fact of the matter is, this game was close.
Yeah.
Like, the middle stages was a little back and forth, but there wasn't really anything to keep it that interesting. It was a fairly standard map, and even in some areas was a little lackluster from both sides. But gosh, Dallas, they came alive in the end.
Yep.
Both sides realized where they were at. One at the absolute peak, about to take the map, and were just absolutely trying to claw their way into that match point and taking it beyond. And then CMU clawing them back down, saying, not ahead of us, no, 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 and trying to pull them back to their level. Such a back and forth game, but now we have to head to Ascent, a map that is very considered back and forth, because this is a pretty even-sided half. Attack doesn't have a huge advantage, defense doesn't have a huge advantage, but I'll tell you who does get a huge advantage, the team that brings KO over the team that doesn't. And for the looks of things right now, CMU have opted to put Gand on the TO, the KO, and they have not actually picked up a KO on the side of RCU, neither have they teased it.
Well, that's because, let me bring some attention to the, who I like to call the beautiful redhead renegade herself, Sky. And honestly, I feel that could definitely be a valid replacement. It all comes down to really comfort picks in this kind of stage. Knowing the equality we see on Ascent, knowing how these teams are really evened out on both sides, and knowing how I want to say balanced the map feels in comparison to a lot of others, with how open the map could be when you sit there and manipulate the middle of it. Honestly, this could be a matchup that I feel like is pretty evened out overall. Problem is that Brimstone versus Astra aspect is really what I'm kind of keeping my eyes on. Knowing Skeptic, being that huge Slayer, able to go ahead and really step up when things matter most on that last map of Bind. Papa Brown doing the same thing, just more towards the end of the game when he really came alive. Up until then, things felt a little lackluster. It all comes down to whether or not that momentum can carry on for Papa Brown and really go ahead and have that same impact early on in this map to give that quick advantage to the side of Rogers State University. But as it stands thus far, Skeptic's been a lot more consistent. And those Brimstone smokes, as questionable as they may have been on that defense, if you can find that same kind of impact towards Heaven, towards these choke points, towards these impact areas of the map, and really sit there and work off of that to grab control of the middle, we could see Central Methodist find themselves a very, very quick lead here.
I think another thing to point out here will be on the attack. Typically, the pistol round is kind of reaching that high-end point, the end of all ends, off the back of a stim on a Brimstone on the map of Ascent, especially with the reworks and changes. That stim's nasty. Putting it in the hands of Skeptic, the player that's already nasty, the player that is... it's impossible to say anything but carries the side of CMU in a lot of ways with their quick flicks, trigger discipline, and nasty collabs they try to collect to themselves. Yeah, handing that to them when they can pop off whenever they want to sets themselves up quite nicely. However, Danny's been suppressed. Great use of the KO knife, and that's going to put them in a very rough spot. Danny, however, does hold fast. Uses the shorty their advantage and can now collect the Ghost Crossing. Bit of a scary spot to do so, but there is map control now in favor of Rogers State as they're looking to flank from behind as well. Notice the Astra now for the side of Rogers State. Papa Brown was trying to gain control, but Gand's fragment denies Danny an X140, watches the flank as well and puts things back in control for CMU with Gand alone, finding 3 of those kills. And I'm not shocked to see the result fall for them, especially when you've got the Brim with the stim.
Yeah, and even then we saw that KO nade come out. We saw Danny in the back just trying to play a little bit more passive, almost scurrying like a little cockroach from one side to the other, saying, I have nothing but a shorty. I can't really shoot anybody. That was comedy.
Don't shoot me.
No. I'm reloading. But, I mean, all things considered, we're going to see probably Central Methodist grab the second round, knowing that you have, obviously, the aggression. You have Gand with that Bulldog in hand. I mean, they're looking to bring some fight and some bite out here on the second round. But, I mean, all things considered, until we see something crazy, we know what the result is most likely going to be. So I want to take this time in the meantime to go ahead and discuss the fact that we see something interesting and something I'm very, very thankful to see. There is no chamber on this map. There is a kill already for Papa Brown, a very, very easy closure there onto Andy, who is obviously kind of caught a little blindsided with that owl drone, but No chamber, 2 KJs. Legitimate sentinels being brought into the map where this KO can really start to excel instead of just saying, oh, chamber, you can't move now. It's extremely lame, and you can see instead it's having a bigger impact. Even that first round when we saw that turret not giving any of the intel, you just heard that jet dash, you heard the brim smoke, you're like, oh, I think they may be coming here, and on pistol round, that's probably going to be their only option.
Close angle being held. Michael lies within the smoke, but now lies there dead, with Papa Brown finding the next kill, and a fragment will be sent through. 27 HP, narrowly escaping the AoE of that EMP, but and he will be able to find one before being cut down by Skeptic, who also collects for the second there into Papa Brown. 2 rounds in a row for CMU, but there was 3 SMGs kind of dropped, and they're only just now able to collect the Bulldog that was also dropped in the process. I wouldn't be shocked to see CMU kind of force here. We can see NyQuil kind of tempting themselves with the option of it. They picked up the Vandal. They bought it. And they also bought a rifle. They're really still wanting to commit somewhere. And the bigger picture question is, where is that commitment going to? Do they just use it to take control over mid, to try to dominate that apex position of top, or are they using it as just a kind of relegatory thing to maybe hope for a kill and let their teammates kind of toss it around like a hot potato?
I feel like the force is going to be coming through because you know that the smokes are going to be fully there. I mean, as an Astra, when you sit there and consider that your constellations cost 150, it makes things a lot more difficult to make those decisions, knowing that, sure, it's a little bit more, I'd say, diverse in its selection, and you can utilize it to a bigger extent. It has a much more broad canvas of what can be done with it. But with these guy smokes, they're very, very easy to just go ahead and use. You sit there and shoot it once, and you're saying, all right, we're good. And we're having a lot of problems here. Danny...
I love this play, though, dude.
He's trying. He's trying.
Salty's not known here. Yeah, Salty's not known. He's refusing to give up himself. He shoots that.
Yeah.
That gives the intel to the KJ right there in Link. Salty calling that for their teammate tells X140, oh, they're there instead of bottom mid. Now Salty can bounce, and it is easy pickings. Great play by Roger State. I am in love with that.
I mean, I was trying for like a solid minute. That started at 1:30, and we're finally seeing the death at 40 seconds.
Oh my goodness. Everything. Oh, that was just so much fun right there. Papa Brown, though, not having much fun, suppressed and not able to do what Astra does best, use utility, even though Riot doesn't want her to use it anyways. Salty steps up from Raptors, though, takes out Gant. A player holding near Pixel, though. It's NyQuil to take out Salty, but refragged back by Clarky. Good job to trade themselves out. And Roger State now have an advantage of 4v2. Nice Sheriff swing by Andy! And that's one of those situations you look at like Papa Brown and you say, yeah, not sure what I'm supposed to do here. Smoke will be dropped. Looks like they'll throw the orbital strike down, but that will be the last thing Skeptic does. And he needs to watch their eyes. The guiding light is a great bait and switch off of him. And Danny will pull out the classic to finish the job. A really nice round for Roger State, but CMU did a really good job at actually hold on to the post plan.
Yeah, at least getting that spike down, know they set themselves and grabbed a force. They still have enough to really have some relevancy here in this round, and that's the most important thing. They put up a fight. They know that Roger State does not have the economy to buy up themselves. I mean, they can make an attempt and find somewhat of a, I'd say, like the Bulldog force that we saw that last round there from Old Central Methodist, but it's just not going to be enough. I mean, as we really see what they're trying to put onto the table here, it's going to be a huge struggle, and Central Methodists know that. They know they had the allocation. They know they had the resources to be working with, and they're trying to go ahead and disperse those as equally as possible. And it's a really, really patient and methodical play that's just kind of paying its own dividends right now. Really setting Roger State back in these early stages, trying to create a hindrance. We give you that one round, your econ resets. Sure, you get yourself on the board, but at what cost? You're not finding that economy back up. You're not finding these rounds. Unless you find yourself a streak, it's hard to capitalize on these wins.
Spike down A.
Throw the Owl drone. That's kind of the point of information, is to just kind of keep them at bay. And we were able to get the tag as well through it. Oh my god, Papa Brown gets through door.
Huge.
That's huge. Though the refrag comes through, that isolates the players now on site too, with no transitionary players in between. Clarky with a nice headshot to X140. Danny finds one in NyQuil, and though Danny does fall thereafter by Gant, the damage has been dealt. It's just Gant left standing. A 1-on-3. Jethro has not only the possibility to gain intel, but has tons more utility to shock dart and damage Gant thereafter. There goes the Tasmanian Tiger. There goes the intel. And that last shot should have killed. McCann's down to 20 HP in a dream. Opportunity to Salty. And Salty will, unfortunately, rub it in the wounds of Gant and finish off the job that should have been done a second ago.
Well, while trying to keep them at bay, instead they make their way back to shore and they go ahead and dock themselves up as we see Rogers State looking to tie up this game, and they've most definitely been successful in that regard. Even then, with 2 ultimates now on the board, form as Danny Bang and Papa Brown both going ahead and having a pretty good, I'd say, performance thus far. With 4 kills each, they grab themselves on a lot to be playing with now. That KJ shutdown is going to have massive influence knowing Central Methodist really wants to whip out these guns again, but this will not be the round because we see nothing but full sheriffs across the board. And as impressive as Rogers State University was with those Papa Brown grabbing 2 kills with one, that honestly was a turning tide for that round alone. To say, okay, this is now over 5,000 creds robbed out of their pocket. They're looking to struggle here. They're trying to retaliate, but we're just not going to get them the time of day.
Clarky gets her into the Tasmanian Tiger. Everyone for CMU is stacked up there. That guiding light makes massive impact. The knife not being there fast enough. But it also tells them that Clarky is there. And you don't really need it to do that when Nyquil can do the same thing by just telling him where he was killed from. Papa Brown, though, sprays down 2 before dying to Skeptic's hands with the Sheriff. The trade-outs by RSU have been insurmountable. It is such a huge obstacle to overcome because CMU are bleeding too many players, too many agents, too much in general before they can even make it to the full site to deal with that extended player. Now it's just a 3-on-1, lying in hell. Andy will send Clarky thereafter, but with only 41 HP, they have to hold on to this spike. They'll send a shock dart. It gets a little bit of damage off the top, but there's no one else to help him, and Salty will finish the job with the operator. I'm loving what Rogers State has been capable of doing against CMU. It's denial, it's trading, and it's just not, it shouldn't be allowed by CMU. They should not be bleeding 2 to take 1.
Yeah, it's the name of the game here on defense, and that's all they have to do. It's just straight denial. That's all defense comes down to. Teams think it comes down to aggression on the defensive side, which, I mean, sure, there is a controlled aspect of that. They also think it comes down to just going ahead and playing, just holding down these sites and winning these rounds right off the get-go when the initial aggression comes through for the attacking side. No. It comes down to a collective contribution of every single one of those aspects all at the same time. But right there, when you already lose your Sentinel, Danny Bang's now out of the game, you make that trade and you say, okay, we took out a Sentinel, but we just took out your Duelist. So both of the most important players for both of these sides already out of the equation for both of these sides where it matters most. As Rogers State being on this defense, it doesn't matter though all too much. When you see all that utility being stationed towards that B site, and we see all the aggression going towards the middle, they could easily transfer over to A, where Asher is still alive and well, and Papa Brown is looking to work around it.
This is a major transitionary period for the attacking side of CMU. They've poked, they've prodded, they've fallen short. Where do you go from here? Well, you can bait and switch, you can transition, but with the mid control in the favor of CMU and not much more to keep it at bay, the only 2 players kind of holding that angle for RSU actually being in the spawn itself, denying market control. It doesn't seem like a huge possibility for them to rotate to the A site, but now pressure from Catwalk could be the way to do so. Andy gets a nice shot opportunity on Jethro, capitalizing to find 1. And Clarky will be spotted as they attempt to step forward as the alarm bot tags again. Papa Brown's mid-control paying dividends, and they'll take off 2 more. And now only 2 players left standing for CMU. Gand will guarantee the spike placement. The pressure from Clarky from defender's spawn may be the first point of interest they have to worry about. Andy as well, both back to Boathouse. 2 ultimates on the board for RSU if they choose to use it, but the Hunter's Fury also for CMU. They can't funnel all in one way. They don't know what they're dealing with. And it's just a matter of time. Flash in hand for the KO of CMU. I'm not really sure how they want to play this one out. Gon's going to wait for the drop. Toss it out. Quick play. Does not seem to blind who it needed to, but Andy managed to find 1, but Papa Brown finds 2, and that's 4K to the man's name. Another great round by RSU, and that one was not off of the even trade, Dallas. That one was off of them controlling the map, dictating the pace off of it.
Yeah, we'll just go ahead and push themselves back on the site, restraining the space that Central Methodist had control of, and knowing they had those last 2 players, you saw that pressure, forcing them literally into a corner, saying we had to push into Boathouse. We can't play spread out. Knowing they had the numbers advantage, they are working from every single angle. They're going to swing out towards main. They're going to swing out towards market. They're going to swing out towards as well in their spawn. They're going to come at us from all angles, and we are not prepared to stack up against that unless somebody's going to get themselves a guaranteed 2K, and that's never guaranteed here in Valorant. I mean, even then with the Classic, knowing the right click is now in the game, always has been, always will be, it's always going to be a problem. So all things considered, if you're the likes of Salty, you're already in a little bit of a sticky situation. Praying that you can survive a little longer, knowing that shot is coming through and these players are stacking on you. When you see that smoke come down and you see these players rush inside, you gotta back up.
Oh no, Papa Brown in a bad spot, but able to bleed one before being taken out. That's kind of what Rogers State have been specializing in. Clarky working with Danny. They're both kind of isolated away from sight. Only one person having to look from rafters. They'll drop down the orbital strike if you're CMU. Just trying to create even more even footing. I know Jethro was in a pretty good spot. It kind of falls short with Gand actually playing it greedily and finds an option for one. Clarky tries to swing, and that is one of the nastiest flicks I've ever seen. Finds the head, and now Danny is left standing, has to find three. And Gand is not giving them the time of day. Will drop down, now holding Pixel, and does not have the right timing. Danny pulls out the utility of the turret, and Gand pounces.
And finally, Central Methodist getting themselves back onto the board, able to finesse around here. It's going to be super influential for them. Knowing they've been locked up for the past 4, they finally get any exchange. Problem is, we saw Rogers State do this exact same thing in that last map. Sometimes when you see, even on rounds like that, if only a couple players are alive, it's obviously not better to just lose the round, but to keep that streak going, knowing that things are really not going well for you, the decom reset will only make matters worse because it goes ahead and flips it right back around and you still can't manage to buy anything and you're choked up for 2 rounds. Rogers State, they didn't manage to grab nearly enough kills to really create all that chaos for the side of Central Methodist to say, we're making this a problem. Thing is, Salty is a problem when you're flying above the entirety of the map like an eagle, able to go ahead and manage that first pick.
This game is a game of individuals pulling off the most disgusting things over and over again. It is repetitive, but it never gets dull, and that's been the name of the game. Rogers now up 1 player. And from the looks of things, CMU want to go in towards B main. The Tasmanian Tiger gets a close sight line, and Clarky's aware of that. They'll send the guiding light, but Nyquil will survive. Blade Storm in their own hands, and now they've been spotted away. Wallbang potential there. That just slows down that push even further, Dallas, making this one even harder to overcome. Skeptic takes a headshot. What? 50 HP! And Rogers State now trying to regain map control. Papa Brown is pursuing attacker spawn.
Here's a housewarming gift. Take that bullet with you. Why don't you? Take a little memento with you. Why don't you?
Don't forget me.
It just the damage in these teams was being done. I gotta say, I'm a little questionable about Rogers State University and utilizing that much. Just to get the intel of how many players are right there towards main. You had the guiding light, you used both of those. You used the Trailblazer and an Owl Drone. That is a lot, and right now, Central Methodist had to push a little bit quicker, knowing that those 2 guiding lights were gone, but right now, Clarky's saying, look, your right click will do nothing. You can't even grab the plant down, but it will come out. We see so many players of Central Methodist, no Sky on their team. They're all sitting at 58 pitch speed. They're all one-tap, and Danny Big will make the most of that, as Papa Brown will as well. And it comes down to an easy cleanup for CMU to find themselves down another round, and Rogers State come out on top, get themselves a 5th onto the board.
It's just Rogers State's. Ashcon phrased his word vomit earlier when he started fumbling over it. Everything needs to be said at the same exact moment, and everything needs to be done at the same exact moment. And Rogers State, it looks like chaos for them, but everyone's working so well together. It almost feels like everyone is an individual ant. They do their own thing, but it's a hive mind, Dallas. Everyone knows what they need to do to have the perfect outcome. And ever since that 3rd round, it has been that hive mind mentality. The only time CMU have found success is in very precarious spots, and it's few and far between. Rogers State is specializing in these do-or-die moments. They're thriving in these dangerous situations, and they feel comfortable. And it's such an oddity considering their agent selection is not one that's usual for the map of Ascent, and yet they're eating up CMU as they approach.
And even then, you would say with that Sky and that Sova, I mean, you'd sit there and expect they're a little bit more offense coordinated. They're doing all this on the defense, keep in mind. They're now sitting in a 5-3 lead. They get one more round onto the board. They have a guaranteed even half with something I would say is more attack-sided coordination in terms of the agent selection here on the side. I mean, for their comp. And it's looking outstanding thus far. They know they have to play for these retakes. They played aggressive, but Andy with that first pick makes affairs much more difficult for their side. As they can already tell that with the utility coming out, we don't see the same siege mentality once again. We don't see them utilizing every single angle. We don't see a player towards the flank, but we do see some intel coming out. We see some players playing it slow and steady to know that, okay, we can't get overzealous here. There will be players arch, there will be players back gen. The thing is, if you miss those shots and you miss an opportunity with the operator, it makes your job a heck of a lot harder.
Jethro trying to work through door. Yeah, and Gans looking the wrong way. That's null command now down, still in effect. Eventually, he'll need to be stabilized, and doesn't look like the space to do so will be given. He'll fall. Now Jethro Gets one. Yeah. Skeptic, though, with a molly. Just find Danny. This doesn't seem like a likely chance for Roger State. Great shock dart. Creates a little bit of space. They're going to go ahead and step back, though. They know it's not going to happen. Save those rifles for another day. But CMU collect around, and that is a big thing. Despite what we've been seeing from Roger State, despite us saying that they are really striding ahead and they are, like, eating up in this game, how are we only one round between these two teams? How are we at a point where it is 5-4, and we've really only been able to talk about Roger State? That's how important those pistol rounds are, just because CMU took that, they're this close.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the struggle overall from the side of Central Methodist, they're still managing these rounds, so you can't count them out just yet, but even then, Roger State able to manage that chaos. We sat there and saw it once again. They provided, they just didn't do it quick enough. They seemed a little bit lackluster. They didn't have the setup or the players towards door to really create that chaos, create that open window, create that attention somewhere else. But I mean, looking at what they've done, even right there, we saw Andy playing towards arches, and I said it right there under my breath because I always sit there and get a little overexcited when I'm watching Valorant. Is he had no idea where to shoot. He was looking up in heaven saying, oh, there's a turret, there's a player, oh, now they're gone. Oh, there's another player, oh, now they're gone. Well, oh, there's another player, and he's out of the game. It's things like those. You have to be fast. You have to go ahead and be very decisive and make sure these decisions have the most out of them. In a 5v3 scenario, Central Methodist is very definitive about where they want to push. They said both those frags went towards the A side. This Joker is wide open for us. Completely free. Let's take it right now.
Smoke's down.
Can's going to clear out corner close. Good job by CMU to watch their angles. They know where they got acted on against last time. They're realizing the shortcomings they had, and that was one thing we saw them start to key on once again on map 1. We saw Roger State did a good job of keying back on those mistakes and tuning them in, and CMU are now trying to replicate the same success that was had in their direction. But now the post plant's there. I don't know, dude.
That alarm bot wasn't planted with him anywhere nearby, and yet he still looked at it like he knew it was there.
Danny's he's a knower, dude. Like, don't question it, bro. He's a knower. Turret cleared. Danny, still a knower. Removes the turret from that corner. Yeah, Roger State with only 3 players left standing. Jethro will tap the diffuser. Now only 2 left standing. Danny falling. Didn't know it up. As the operator NyQuil's hands finds impact. And I really hate this post plan. I hate it.
Yeah.
CMU sent everyone towards A man. Sent everyone into A lobby. That means 3 out of your 5 players truly didn't do anything. They sat there and just hung out with you and had a pizza party. And I know the pizza's over in Market right across in Cubby, but they just hung out there. Only truly 2 players can swing that arch's door and actually have a good enough angle to find impact. The rest are just kind of there to soak up bullets, which is useful. But why are you sending all 5 there? It's weird to me.
I feel like they already had a definitive round win, so I mean, in rear view, it doesn't matter too much. But I mean,
you know how many times Roger State made a comeback last map? There is no such thing as a definitive round win in this matchup so far.
That's fair, but it was like a 5v1, so I wouldn't say that.
5v3? It was a 5v3, Dallas. Thank you very much.
I mean, only one was really there on site to really make an answer, but okay. But, I mean, one play they can make an impact right here. Salty, literally in the face of NyQuil, saying, night-night, go to bed, GN and all chat, let's move on to a side. So the 3v3 getting ready to play for this control on the B side. No players really there contesting it. We see once again Roger State trying to pay for the post plant, making sure that they don't get overzealous, trying to work with what they got and saying, look, we can't play stacks on top of this. We have no Sentinel. We have no real utility there. We sat there, popped the smoke there towards B main, but it just really didn't have the impact that we wanted. So instead, you've given now full control to the attacking KJ, who's playing for this post plant. Gand is still alive and well, playing the aggression, able to find those kills, and Jethro nowhere to get enough intel off of that Hunter Sphere to really find these necessary kills. So that's going to be Skeptic, able to go ahead and close out that round. Give Central Methodist the comeback of a lifetime now, as they've grabbed 6 before Roger State did, but they're even considering their 4 in a row they had earlier.
How do... We are such a devolved caster group right here. Like we at some points we just like it's de-evolution where we go from casting cohesively to
de-evolved. Okay. Besides that, we're nothing but evolution.
Yeah, because we're defensive when people insult our casting.
Fair enough.
That's where we get it. Nice rush down. Not really. CMU absolutely obliterating the side of Roger State, who go for the rundown. They tried that last map as well. I think CMU may have been the team who did it, if I remember correctly. And it leaves just one, Papa Brown, and the 1-on-4. He has the Cosmic Divide here, Dallas. The possibilities are endless. Pull out the Play-Doh Spectre, and unfortunately, they'll have to craft their way into the next one. Skeptic flanks from Glass, finds the kill, and what started off as Roger State systematically dismantling everything CMU brought to the table, somehow, they went up 7-5 at half.
Yep. 4 rounds in a row there for Rogers State. We set their game so much compliments, but then they said, no, we like to stay humble, so let's go ahead and give over to the likes of a couple more rounds and give Central Methodist the lead here for the second half going into it. But as I mentioned prior, Rogers State University does have the more attacking-sided composition. So to go ahead and manage 5 at least, all things considered, if we can go ahead and ignore those 4 rounds and say that they were all scattered a little bit more, so we could say that this is probably the way we pan things out to be, and this is the best-case scenario they could have asked for, all things considered. Knowing those last 4 rounds on the side of Central Methodist, they looked a heck of a lot better. But this twist-up is where things really start to have that impact. KO and Sova, they're going to make these early investments on the side. But the best part about it is Central Methodist knows they have to have the intel on both sides of the field. They don't over-allocate. They don't put one towards middle, one towards B, or one towards middle and A. They sit there and say A, B, right down the middle, have your jet, have that middle control. Well, you lost it. That's a big problem. But even then, the ideology is there, and the execution just not really there to follow up.
I'm liking what I'm seeing right now from Roger State. They're kind of poking B, but they're not actually pushing B just yet. And that's because they're waiting for the perfect moment. Jethro is coordinating with their team right now. This is communication. Things in the background. They'll send it up into the tree, the recon bolt, looking to attack 2. And if they don't find anything off that, which they eventually will, that tells them they're hiding in only 2 or 3 key locations. Back at Boathouse, back behind the Radionite crates, or back on stairs. Unfortunately, Roger State bleed a lot off the utility expenditure of CMU. That's a Nanoswarm kill and 2 Shock Dart kills there from Andy. And they'll let Skeptic finish the job. What is going on? Roger State peed up so much, and it all just lost it, fickled away, and Central just take it.
Keep in mind, that was 2 kills for 100 creds each. That's just great value. That looks really darn good, all things considered, knowing that first round, and that's the best part about having a Sova, is how much free damage you can get off. Get about 3 classic shots off of just 100 credits. And even then, if you have teams, you're really just getting that contested, that clustered on that first round, what you typically see, you get that much more value out of it. So, good utilization of that. Problem is, can we see the answer? Can we see the follow-up? Because Central Methodist really adding insult to injury right now, saying, okay, we get ourselves the lead, now we get ourselves the pistol, and we get a force 2, really putting Rogers State University in a situation to say, good God, what do we do at this stage? Well, you got to get aggressive once again, but that's just a big problem when you're all saucy and can't find the kill. You're trying to swing out to go ahead and kill Gan, but he just ran back to the rest of his teammates' safe little arms to get cradled up and go ahead and have those trades.
I almost feel like the mental of Roger State is no longer in this map.
I'm completely with you, quite honestly.
I don't like saying that. I really don't. That's, to me, I feel like that could be considered something kind of harsh. But it really does feel like Roger State have lost that oomph that they had on the map of Bind. I think a lot of that's because they had this big lead, and yet they never could really make the lead substantial. CMU was just keeping close, and right now they've strode ahead, and they're keeping it. Andy with a nice shot to Jethro. Their KO will find themselves another. Gan has been quite successful. That's a Marshall kill to their name, and now just Clark who left standing, and Andy will do it with a classic. Roger State, gotta wake up. Timeout, please. That's your best way into this. Stop the momentum, CMU, even if it's just for 60 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, looking at what they have to provide thus far, I mean, Rogers State, they're just kind of getting dissected. This is the retaliation round. They have to make an absolute impact here. If they don't make a stand right here, right now, I'm not going to say this game's scrapped, but it's pretty darn near close to it. I want to say that's the nail in the coffin. They have one more little whack of the hammer before they really seal this thing shut to go into this map 3. But as everything stands, we have to see the setup. I have to see something insane here from Rogers State. I have to see a setup. I have to see a default. I have to see some kind of coordination that just convinces us that they are right back in this game, that it's enough to add some kind of a mix-up to the side of Central Methodist where even rifles in hand, there's still going to be more in their mental aspect of the game to say, what did they just do there, and how do we go ahead and make an answer for it? So the 3-2 split is going to be where it all starts. You see the 2 players making the move towards A site. You see that first kill from Salty going ahead picking off Gan. I want to say this is one of the biggest impact players for the side of Central Methodist besides the likes of Andy with that Sova making all these humongous plays thus far. If you take him down, and Skeptic as well towards the back, I mean, honestly, he's under the radar, and it's the best thing. But it all comes down to the setup. Whether or not you can capitalize on this. If you can find these kills on site, we see them playing it slow, going ahead and baiting things out, and right there, it sits there and creates that pressure, creates these players to swing out towards middle and say, where are they playing? We can go ahead and wrap around now. No, you can't. Central Methodist cannot make these decisions once more on this next round after this comes to a conclusion. Otherwise, they will find themselves once again into a tie game.
And map 3 is a good possibility with the pacing of this. With CMU trying to hold on. More like Skeptic trying to hold on. But Danny has a great job of swinging around the corner. And it does feel like the beginning stages, despite there being a couple picks, was really slow by Rogers State. Almost like they were talking things through, saying, don't let these other rounds get to us. Try to keep things under the belt, locked in and under control. And for right now, it's working. They've got 5 players still alive, and they've now forced the last 30 seconds on the clock. Dallas, I think this is one of those moments where we start to see Rogers State swing things back in their favor. I still think there's the possibility to make mistakes, but Salty will ensure that there's not. Lines both Andy and X14-0 up, and we'll send them out. Now 6-9 our scoreline. CMU may be up by 3 rounds, but there's still the chance for Rogers State to come back. We saw how close map 1 was, still the guarantor. The map 2 will be just the same, but an operator in the hands of NyQuil. And plenty of rifles across the board for CMU. Despite the loss, they still feel confident.
Yeah, they most definitely do. And even around like that, when they sit there and see that, okay, we still have full rifles at our disposal, a flawless round is the best way to get yourself right back into the game, quite frankly. You know, you have all your weapons that Central Methodist did not bite at the bait whatsoever. It all comes down to things like this. So when you find that first frag that NyQuil knew Salty was going to peek at, he said, okay, let me go ahead, instead of matching your firepower, let me double down on it. Find a long-range engagement and win that joker out as Rogers State get one more soul robbed away from their disposal as well to be playing with, and they now sit in a 3v4. This game got a lot more interesting for the side of Central Methodist.
Papa Brown cuts down Gans. A little bit of breathing room now applied for Rogers State. Essentially undoing that first notch on the belt buckle. They can breathe a little bit more safely. But it's not all done just yet. No unhooking it entirely. No kind of dropping that weight off your chest, as they'll still have to get this spike down, and they're heading to the one site that has all of the KJ utility. And this was something that caused them problems in round 1 of the second half. X14-0 played it super well. They got a kill off of it, and then a gun kill, and then they set themselves up to go and have the shock dart get kills. And Clarky did not find intel there. So not only do we see the side of Rogers State University expend the lockdown, but they have not found the kill yet. And we don't see X140 go to the corner to step away from this lockdown. They can finish the job. X140 in a bad spot, but Andy steps up big. That's 2 kills garnered. And now Danny is the last player alive. No spike under control. I don't know where they're looking when they step out from there, but NyQuil's looking better, and they get the headshot kill with the operator.
Huge round there to go ahead and keep the operator able to go ahead and transfer it into that next round as well, knowing that we're seeing Central Methodist bounce back into this game, looking that much more outstanding, and not only that, just looking more confident overall. We sat there and saw that round. Honestly, I was a little concerned knowing that first retaliation round there from Rogers State was like flawless. I was sitting there saying, is Central Methodist really caving in like this? Are they really actually scared of these guys with these Spectres that they don't want to try for anything? I think honestly they were just taking that time. We saw no fight out of them whatsoever. They were saying easy. Let's swing things out, play it slow and steady. Almost like let's make them think that we are playing into their hands. That we are sitting there giving them this game when honestly we're just discussing what they're doing. We're analyzing more than we're actually playing right now. Knowing we get the rifle for the next couple rounds, we bite back that much harder, and even then, double down on it. Find ourselves a 10th, hit that double-digit checkpoint, and go ahead and close out this game to go ahead and into that map 3.
Salty has the high ground. Maybe trying to Obi-Wan their way to a victory inside mid. Kind of the most of Rogers State's doing that, but unfortunately, you sent your spike carrier to do that? You sent your spike carrier to poke towards Puppy, and they pay the price. They drop it. Now they've dropped Jethro and Danny, as CMU have picked them apart quite swiftly. Just Salty to put their name on the kill feed positively. He'll take out Gam. The KO not there, but Andy's got the Odin, and looks like they're about to strike quickly. Salty's ready to swing in a moment, now holding on top of Pizza. Salty gets a quick flick over to look, almost looks back, but has to dash away. Andy not finding the kill, and forcing Clarky to use that regrowth to full effect to put them back into full shape. That's also a visual cue there for Andy. He's going to go for the swing. Salty finds the kill. Oh no, a missed opportunity by NyQuil, but it doesn't seem to be a big deal as Clarky still fights. What? Oh, no, you did not just Clarky. Now climbing this one back from the clutches of defeat. They'll send the Seekers. Honestly, I would just act off of that one here for the last 15 seconds. You know they're coming from this angle. There's still two different directions they can approach from. Market and defensive spawn. Clarky needs to first look towards market. Ready for any possible drop. There's the audio cue for it. Out of ammo. Needed to reload. And Skeptic is unfazed by what Roger State just tried to pull off. They'll go back, pick up the operator with plenty of time, and defuse to send them at 11, 2 rounds away from sending us out of this map.
Imagine in a game like Valorant where you have the intel, you have the positioning, you have the setup, you have the ideas in place to be just literally lay it all out in front of you. The one thing you didn't prepare is your bullets and your magazine? That is a stinger if I'd ever seen one, no pun intended, because of how quickly that gun runs out of bullets. But, I mean, all things considered, looking at Central Methodist, I don't want to say that's the end of the game, but they're looking pretty darn close to it. Knowing they've now diminished Roger State University, they're now taking the time out. They're saying, we have this game under wraps. Somebody go take a pee. Why not? You go ahead and get refreshed and get ready for this map 3, because Central Methods are looking to go ahead and put things down right here, right now, make a statement as much as they make themselves a closure on this map. And it's looking so darn good when you consider the 3 ultimates at their disposal. You have yourself a jet, you can go ahead and buy for another teammate. Make that answer here in this round, and even then, go ahead and save up for that round 12, just in case things do go south, because a Bladestorm isn't really a clutch thing, I would say. It's more of just utilizing something to find yourself some kills so you know you can say, I got mine, and that's all that matters. But the orbital strike, denial there of a site plant. You can't push A off this. I mean, orbital strikes are so much more influential there because of how closed off it is, how easy it is to wrap around, how the trade outs that can come through when you're forcing people off site, and that Hunter's Fury also lines things up there towards B main. I mean, you can find yourself the easy kills right off the get-go, or you can go ahead, find yourself on A, play that off of B, and have the range to go ahead and hit off arches. It is outstanding, the kind of outplay maneuverability they have right now in CMU that they could work with. That is that they had the ideas there, and I think, quite honestly, that's what they were using it for. We have 3 ultimates. We have all the time in the world. We have ourselves a 5-round lead. We just have to sit there, calm down, and figure out how to close this thing out.
I think calm is the best way to go about it. Roger State's, I think they've just kind of lost the momentum. I feel like the life is not there. And from what few glimpses we've seen of them having success, it's really off the back of a cheeky play, and then there's not a really deep follow-through. First frag already for CMU, and when you guess it, it's NyQuil with the operator.
Salty, I swear to God.
Well, Skeptic peeks it, but that actually comes out on top for Roger State University. Salty's going to swing out, and wow, NyQuil misses the operator shot, but thankfully Gand is there instead to find the kill. Danny will stand at the max range.
I swear.
They need to re-swing that.
They say, operator where? It's
is he over there?
What are you
that is
doing?
also the coolest operator skin I've ever seen. I have not seen that before.
You haven't seen
no,
the infantry?
That is gorgeous.
Yeah, they released an infantry bundle. I think it was an Ares, it was a Ghost, it was a Guardian, and then it was an operator.
Where do I need to apply to put my $90 to buy those gifts?
You're gonna have to talk to Rod about that because I give him 120 for Glitch Pop to come back.
Oh my goodness. Okay, Gans plays it right. Clarky just walks into it. The fragment gets the kill. Jethro does manage to find some semblance of success, but can't find the spray to lock down NyQuil. Now Danny's on site, 33 HP in a dream, but Andy and X14-0 finish things off strong. It's match points here on map 2 for CMU. They've had a miraculous game, and I'm just going to say it. Roger State has not felt alive for quite a while now. I think they're waiting for map 3. It's going to breeze.
I completely agree. I mean, just that round alone just had me just kind of a little bit questionable of what Roger State's trying to pull off here, because I think also during that timeout, the timeout is just beneficial for one side or the other. If anything, that timeout gave more space for Roger State to figure out what to do rather than Central Methodist. They didn't change up too much. As anything, Roger State said, okay, what do we do here, guys? Okay, so we all sit there and peek one by one right on the catwalk and let NyQuil kill us, right? And then listen to this next part. What if we push sides with way less people and make our job that much harder? It sounds like a good idea, right? I hear you considering it. It seems like a good idea, right?
You can hear the gears in my head churning. But that's because they don't usually think that much.
You want to
So
find it?
Maybe it's a curveball, but if anything, it was more of a death note for the side of Roger State in that last round. And quite honestly, they're trying to back things up. They're trying to manage something right here, and the Cosmic Divide could actually create a perfect opportunity. But I don't know what's going on.
Spike down A.
I love moments like that. I cannot believe that they are inches from each other, jet on jet. Somehow you find Salty getting away with it. They'll find another opportunity. Skeptic with a shot onto one, Gant with another. 3 players left standing for CMU, and Salty is the last hopes for the side of Roger State to survive for any longer on the map of Ascent, and through the Sky Smoke, Gand will finish the job. 3 in that last round alone, a major comeback for them, despite it being in their control from essentially that swing point in the first half. Round 9 would be what I would say was that point that cut things towards them. I felt like the flame fizzled out. That's what it comes down to. And they played amazing on the map of Vines. I just feel like they lost that drive. They have to pick it up on Breeze because they are, in a lot of ways, the better team.
Yeah.
Not every way, obviously. This would not be this way if that was the case, but they've got to put that back into it. The heart's got to be there. I'm not feeling that pump. I'm not getting that, oh, every round's so close. CMU just, it was, Ascent was theirs. Label it. Put a labeling machine on it. Like, that's theirs.
Dude, you know I'm smirking. You know I'm smirking. You sit there and mention flames. Crazy enough, what puts out flames? Water. And where are we going? We're going to Breeze, baby. We're moving on to map 3. We find ourselves a complete series on our hands, even in default, the last one, which went to a map 3 after what? I'll say 3 quintillion overtimes that we saw.
Yeah.
We don't see
every map
nearly
OT.
as much this time, but we do see ourselves going to Breeze, and I want this one to go to overtime. I want 3 quintillion overtimes on this map alone because I cannot get enough of it. But all things considered, before we even go there, we got to see if Roger State can get themselves a little bit of a break, figure out what exactly is going on, get the gears turning once more, as me and Scott discussed in that last round, and then carry it over onto Breeze, because we're going to be moving out, we're going to be throwing things to a quick little break, and we'll be right here back with this series. So we'll catch you in a second.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC. My name's Infernosis, joined here by Mick. Just to remind everybody, it's still going on. Map 1 falls, Map 2 falls, not the same direction, and now we're guaranteed to go to Map 3 in Dallas. What map is that?
We're going to Breeze. We're going to Breeze. It's funny enough, I hate the beach. I actually hate the beach. I cannot stand going to the beach, but golly,
We have
if I
great
don't love this
beaches
map.
down in Alabama. How do you hate the beach?
Because I'm not from Alabama. So
I
it's
guess that's
like, I'm
true,
not in the
but-
same shoes as y'all are. I'm from Georgia. I lived I want to say 2 hours away from the beach growing up, and I was always more of a lake guy because it's much more
get
relaxed
that.
feel. You know, you get the boats out there. You're not worried about sharks. There's not sand to worry about, and salt water. It's all sticky and such. It's just chill.
Yeah, you know, speaking of sticky, there's definitely been some sticky situations
Yeah, there definitely is.
on these maps so far. Map 1 came down to the wire, an extremely close affair, might I add, as we had to just narrowly miss the chance of that OT, but Rogers State did a really good job of finishing that one out. However, Rogers State's gaslight blown out on the map of Ascent. They just didn't seem like the same team.
They didn't.
And Rogers State is a team that can't be allowed to happen. They're good. We've seen some really nice stuff from them. I do not want to be negative about them whatsoever because they are good. It just felt like they lost that oomph, lost that gusto that was behind it. And I'm hoping that with them all auto-locking in their people, all 5 of them done and dusted, it's the Jet, Sky, Viper, Sova, and Chamber. I'm hoping that means they have the confidence after that little break to take on CMU here on the map of Breeze.
And even then, we're still waiting on a pick to come out from CMU for a full composition thus far because these hovers are obviously not going to imply exactly what they pick. If they do as, exciting and as great as I would love to do that and have this exact lineup on our hands, that just isn't going to be the case. We already see some switch-ups coming through. Skeptic now making a switch-up. We've seen him on the Brimstone for the past 2 maps, but now we see CMU being a little bit more hesitant on this map thus far. At least already looking at them and seeing what they have to provide, they don't seem to be quite sure themselves. I mean, even then, we sit there and talk about agent selection, how much of an impact it has. We're seeing Neon, baby!
No!
Let's go!
No!
Breeze and Neon? Bro,
He's been talking about this
ecstatic.
for months! He won't shut up about this for months! I'm gonna be playing a game with him completely disconnected from Valorant, and he's just gonna... Remember X14? Hey, remember that X14?
Do you remember Victor, who played it on Haven literally yesterday? I got
Yes.
every single one of these collegiate tier 2, tier 1. It doesn't matter. I got every Neon play logged in the old noggin. Carol, our game manager, I want you to note this down.
She's the
Chief.
lead of the game managers. Like, that is our boss's bosses. And they
I'm
said...
the boss of Neon, and I'm telling her she's not a bad agent.
I really can't believe she said that, actually. That she said Neon was a bad agent. Now, Neon's niche, but she's not bad. You know who is bad? Phoenix.
That's true.
Neon is
Yeah,
nowhere
exactly.
close
There's
to
a bad
Phoenix.
agent.
Like, come on.
After after the nerfs, there's a bad agent.
There you go. That is true. We finally don't see the Astro, though. Finally are getting away from that. But we have to step into a whole nother bad situation. I'm just kidding. I also like the idea of a Neon. I just don't know any of the call-outs for their abilities. I'll be brutally honest with you.
Oh, okay. Well, I respect the honesty. Got to say that. But even then, I also respect the plays already off the get-go. NyQuil able to go ahead and find a massive pick right there to Tube. Go ahead and manage at least one right behind the head of Danny Bang, who Lily was just sweeping by and said, oh my goodness gracious, there's a player there, and I didn't have an answer for it. But you do find an answer to Papa Brand, able to go ahead and manage that kill with the Frenzy onto X100 or 140, and even then, carry through. So now, 4v4 situation, and CMU is not quite sure where they want to take this spike just yet, but it looks like it's leaning more towards the B side of the map.
So the Neon did not work out in round 1. There's still at least 13 more rounds to go, though. So we'll have to see. Recon Bolt, this is gorgeous. Thanks for the follow-up. the action's going down. Toxic screen to separate sightlines. Andy almost walking into Papa Brown, but Papa Brown can dive out at a single notice. Finds one with the frenzy, but a nice running and gunning from Gan. Gets the refrag back. Now over in Tube and Center, NyQuil is maintaining control of the situation. Tags Danny in return. Now the flank is there. Roger State basically have to sprint this position as they have to fight back 3 players, and one of them has their rear on lockdown. Clarky in back at B side eats a shock dart, but now has the sightline to Andy's head. Clicks it quite effectively, and now NyQuil has to fight against Salty. Salty loses it. Salty can apply pressure, or Clarky hops on the defuse. Nice opportunity for the double right click. Gan gets it, looks for the secondary one, but can't find the shot opportunity, and now Clarky did not find the mid, but still plenty of time for this defuse, and goodness gracious, finally Roger State look alive again, and it's the pistol round for them.
And even then, we even sat there and said it during the agent selection that, I mean, Roger State just generally looked a lot more confident with this map selection. They already knew what they wanted to go ahead and put down on the table when it came around to their composition. Is that going to sit there and go ahead and tell the entire tale of the story just yet? No. There's still a lot more rounds to go. That's only the first in the books. And even then, Roger State University, they have a force on their hands. And Clarky opting for that old Guardian, and Danny with that Marshall. That is the one thing I love about this map so darn much, is the entirety of the weapon meta. There isn't a meta for weapons, keep in mind. It comes down to comfort picks and really where things excel, and now you can sit there and make the most of the lineups that are given to you. The Marshall is an outstanding gun on this map. And even on rounds where you can buy, people still opt for it because of things like that. The easy lineups that are very, very elongated, you can find yourself some easy damage, grid a 1-shot, 2-shot, because even then with the Phantom, it's going to sit there and manage that same exact thing.
Clocky's holding over towards Tons, but I'll be honest with you, Dallas. I like the idea that CB are employing here. Very slow. Looks like the fast lane will be brought forward by X14L. They'll also employ high gear to try and facilitate some aggression over on the A side, but they can't get through, and Salty does a great job of cutting them down. No chance to use that relay bolt. I googled it, so I know all the names now.
I know you did.
And now Central Methodist have managed to, unfortunately for their side, not collect anything, which is not a big shocker. It's expected for them to fall a little short in the second round, but this game today, it's actually kind of interesting because we're used to casting some collegiate scenes or amateur scenes like we did on Sunday, like we did on Fridays, where it goes back and forth. They'll actually lose the second round after winning the first one. But today has been, not only did they win the first round, but they're always flawless on the second round. That is such a strange one to say.
Yeah, it definitely is. I think it also comes down to the map pick as well, knowing that on these other maps, when you have yourself a Spectre and such, you can find these aggressive picks. You can have these classics, get an easy right click, and then find yourself to manage a kill there onto the board. But in a map like this, where you're just looking at the Marshals, you're looking at these long lineups, you're going to typically manage that first round. Unless, like I say, the Marshals are always going to be the second round buy. They're not going to be nearly as good when it comes around to a round 3 situation when you see the retaliation coming through. But at least for round 2, unless you're a sociopath and buy armor, it should be a one-tap kill across the board. But already we see the wall going up, find itself towards this A site. We see the spike going down as well, and we already see Central Methodist Eagles in a very, very quick post-plant scenario with the Viper split back it up.
X14O uses the last of their relay bolts. He gets some concussive nature off towards the side of Roger State, but Roger State still find the first kill, this time not being X14O. That being the opposing direction. Andy gets the refrag back. Tied 4-on-4, but there goes the unfortunate player of X14O. They'll be felled by Papa Brown, who was pivotal to the successes of Roger State on map 1. Really stepped up towards the end. And CMU have done a great job to hold on now. Papa Brown with 3, hunting for 4, but Skeptic with a nice headshot kill. Jethro, the last one standing. No chance to go for the defuse now, no time, but a really solid round there by CMU. But that is 3 rifles, count them on the board, 3 guns that are no longer in the hands. That means that they're probably going to have a soft force, and should be a good chance for Roger State to fight back, as they'll be able to fully rifle buy and not just be using those SMGs they bought in round 2.
And even then, they're not going for the 4 rifles. They're going for 4 rifles and an operator, keep in mind. And this is one of these kind of setups that are just monumentous when discussing this map. I talk about long-range engagements. The operator obviously being the king of those engagements. I mean, if you find that one shot, that initial shot, you find yourself a kill. Quite plain and simple. And even then, you get complete control over the middle of the map if you hold the right angles. We can already see it, though, instead. Salty looking to get very aggressive here towards elbow, trying to manage a free kill there. If you have middle presence, that could be just huge. But we just don't see that play coming out instead. You see the rotations coming out. You see the Viper Spit almost getting ready to be popped on that B side. But instead, both these teams have so much respect for each other. Unless you're Danny Bang, who has no respect for them at all, wants to push right up into spawn and find that first frag.
Not a bad spot to be in. Gand is trying to work around with the rest of CMU. I mean, bleed a player like that, especially over towards Cannon. That's a chance to refrag back, and the shocking fact of the matter is that Roger State has given themselves enough safety to kind of cover each other in this position. 2 players holding pillar. Danny gets greedy. What a chance and an opportunity that should definitely not be allowed by CMU, but Danny finds the kill. Now going to set themselves up a rendezvous point. Now work around it, something we did not see Chamber do in the UIP event. You and I really, mostly you, harped on that a lot. They'll try to go for a repick, Chamber on Chamber, and CMU's Chamber here of NECC is down to 3 HP, and it doesn't seem like a really good space to be in, but thankfully Andy steps up, kind of catches Danny off guard in that retreat, and will make it a 4-on-3 instead of just the 5-on-3 we just were seeing.
Yeah, and even if things do really go south very, very quickly, you know at least that you can keep some of these guns if it comes down to it. But with all the utility being popped out, I mean, Roger State just trying to play it slow, invest everything right towards these last couple of seconds. There's only 10 remaining. CMU will not make this push without being punished. Already, we see Salty able to grab 1, Jethro able to grab 2, make it easy closure of this round, and 4 players still survive for the side of Roger State, making sure that the answer from the answer was just that much more devastating for him. As you can see already, the Viper's Pit not even being invested in that last round. That B is still free for the taking, and Papa Brown will possibly be sitting on that site all by his lonesome for the majority of these rounds. We see a lot of teams have a tendency to do that with Viper, to say we don't need to sit there and push up. We don't need to do anything. We don't need backup for our Viper player. Instead, they go ahead, swing him out towards tunnel, make sure to get that mid influence to back up that Sova who's there. But instead, once again, Salty not being allocated towards the middle of the map as well. Looking to go ahead and play towards the safe side, try to find these free kills on the outside. A very, very predictable angle if you ask me. But then again, if you know you're that confident in your shots, really can't blame you.
A battle of the snipers. And oh, come on, Salty! You didn't miss a single shot, it felt like, on the last map. And you missed that one. Tour de Force, though, doesn't miss. NyQuil, the first player to frag out. They remove Danny for the side of RSU. That's a momentum changer. To make matters worse, they've bled Clarky even further. Skeptic with the Marshall doesn't need the big boy sniper to get the job done. Just needs a sniper. Oh, you cannot tell me Gand gets away with that with the Sheriff into Papa. That is another kill, bled by Roger State. They've extended themselves, they've spread themselves too thin, and now 3 players are out, and there's no one to defend the B site. This is CMU's for the taking, and only 2 players to come back for the retake. Roger State, very good position to play from. I wouldn't be shocked if they just save.
CMU has spent a collective of less than 2,000 creds for every single kill made in this round so far. Think about that. We saw a Sheriff kill, a Marshall kill, and a Tour de Force kill. And all of those are still on the board. That is if they still want to use them. One of those Sheriffs got exchanged over into a Phantom. Massive pick there. You see the Marshall, that could have exchanged into another gun, but we never saw the push from the KO. Instead, you play with your squad. You make sure to play for the relay in the back, and you know that there is a lot of respect for this team right now. Roger State does not want to push this at all, quite frankly, knowing that it is a 5v2 situation. One of your players have an operator. They're never going to be on site for that kind of push to work with you. And being it's your jet, that's a big sacrifice you take from getting the operator on defense. If you miss an initial pick, if you didn't kill that chamber there, hey, you wouldn't have lost your chamber. You would have gotten a kill. You would have been up. You would have sat there and already won out that kind of engage there. And everything for the side of Central Methodist could have fell apart. But that one initial shot, you have to consider the domino effect and how much an influence it could have had over the course of that round. It doesn't even matter, though, because we now see the closure for it. We see Central Methodist able to grab their second, and we see 2 ultimates now on the side for them, as Roger State now have themselves that Tour de Force to work with in their hands, and I don't really know if they'll opt for it, but quite honestly, looking at the money, I wouldn't blame them if NyQuil wanted to go ahead and opt for that and buy for one of his teammates with Gan trying to go ahead and play off that Marshall. But instead, we see Roger State trying to go ahead and play it in the regular game, try and force out all of these regular guns, knowing they have themselves played to back it up. And interestingly enough, it's going to be popped right here, right now, and even then, it's going to go right onto the side of A, where you see Salty with that operator once again, who has to hit this shot.
EMP, oh my god, finds no one, and Salty just collapsed. He doesn't find just 1 shot, he finds 2, like you said, and that drops down the player of KO, aka Skeptic. Thankfully, with no command pops, you can restabilize them. Their core back in nature. That's really those core exercises that we like to see. Pick yourself back up, buddy. That was a thing in R6 for a while. Sophia was just too angry to die. Apparently, it's the same thing for KO after they get a couple ult pips to their name. Danny looking for the long shot opportunity. There's that toxic screen you and I have some differing opinions on. Another talking point we can bring out later when the time comes for it. but it cuts down sightlines well. And Central Methodist Eagles are really playing around it, and that's a good thing to see. Speaking of playing around, Skeptic is not. He'll find not just one, not just two, but three to swing it back in their favor. It's tied 3-3 now.
A very, very swift exchange there to go ahead and even out these rounds, and that's to be expected considering these two teams and the kind of, I'd say, lead they've been playing at this far in this game. They've looked outstanding. They've gone ahead, kept it as even as possible. We didn't see that kind of play on Ascent, which I feel like was the most even map of them all thus far, but all things considered, still making the game look good, and that's all that really matters for these two squads. Knowing they had that respectable handshake, knowing they're trading back and forth, and even then for CMU to have the more interesting composition, not having a jet and opting for that neon, it's really going ahead and I'd say doing its due diligence thus far. Looking really, really impressive, but not impressive enough to find these entries on the site. Instead, you're just preying off these first couple kills and making sure to manipulate that to the fullest extent. And that's CMU backing themselves up, knowing the players that are on their field, and even then Andy, looking just really darn good. But Salty, not playing with that operator this time, knowing it was a little bit too expensive and an expenditure than the last round. Looking to go for the Blade Storm this time around, trying to find an even answer to back up the Viper's Pit that's towards that B site, and trying to go ahead and rope around, which that's going to create free leeway for A to be wide open for CMU to take the whole map.
He's got a sightline control. The body is Skeptic. A little bit of a slow shot from him, but not that bad. Guarding the hand for Clarky. They cannot get the shot on Nyquil fast enough. Thankfully, Salty from deep within mid. Opposing side of pillar towards the cubby. Finds the Bladestorm shot to the head. Finishes the job. Skeptic's quite low already, and it doesn't take much from the Spectre and Baba Brown's hands to finish it. And CMU are a player down. Disadvantage to their side, but they have two ultimates. The Hunter's Fury, as well as having the opportunity to maybe pop the overdrive if they feel it a necessity. Unfortunately for the side of Rogers State, Gan finds more impact than they can. And X14-0 finds Salty. Two players. Rogers State trying to survive. The Owl Drone goes out. Danny will hop on to the spike, going for the attempted defuse. And with Hunter's Fury still in hand, there's no way Jeff Throw can step this back up. Oh my god, that shot, Dallas actually slowed him down enough that he could not escape away from the spike explosions.
Not even sure why you go for it at that stage. You hear the timer, you know it's ticking down, you know so many players are towards right there in the main area, sitting inside cave, that you still pick that fight. But nonetheless, he tries for it, doesn't really manage enough there, and we even see CMU going up now to 4-3, as they didn't invest a single ultimate in that last round, impressively enough. So knowing they had themselves a setup to be playing with, knowing they had themselves now a little bit more pressure and a little bit more gunpowder to back themselves up, they're looking to go ahead and get right back into the fray and sit there and decide to be pushing. It looks like B could be the best option for them as they're looking to default across the map, but there's only one player there at B to pick up that bomb and really move it onto his site. And you got to make a very, very quick rotation and a very quick kind of decision-making there to say, okay, let's make the exchange somewhere else and pray that nobody's in the middle of the map to really punish you. And quite honestly, Salty's already there to punish you. Grab some shots off, get some damage onto the board, and you don't have a Sky on your team to really heal that off.
It's hard to really explain what Rogers State is doing wrong. Because natively, their positioning is not bad, right? Natively, they're going in nice spots. They're trying to position as if the push is always going to their site, but they're not vying for control. It doesn't feel like they're adapting on the fly and more we're just sticking to the same old, same old. Nice opportunity now created, though, for CMU. A quick rush in, and fast lane is the most effective sightline cut we've seen for the side of CMU's attack. Alongside that toxic screen, you could choose to use both, which heavily isolates and forces an island for the players on Rogers State. We saw them fall victim to it just a moment ago, and speaking of falling victim, Skeptic has been victimizing what the defense of Rogers State has been bringing to the table. One player left standing. Clarky staring again, looking for maybe a chance. Hi guys, I'm with you. Finds the head. It's an easy cleanup. Guess what? Now it's Andy's turn to do the exact same thing. Don't do it! Okay, they're gonna let Skeptic have it. That's actually a really good decision. I was about to fight whoever that was killing him, saying no, let him toy with him. That's his prey right now. He's preying with his food, but it allowed Skeptic to get the ace, so I allow it.
Yeah, it's fair. If it was any other scenario there, we would both yell at you, Andy. We would yell at you, quite simply. But instead, you already see it. The exchange coming through, the ace coming out for Skeptic, and even then, another round onto the board for the side of Central Methodist. And quite honestly, Skeptic, once again, don't we saw him do best in every single map so far? He sits there and flies under the radar, surprisingly enough, but even then, at the end of the round, is able to manage the most, I'd say, the biggest impact on the team. And something right here, that shutdown, suppression, right off the get-go. We don't care about your Viper wall. We don't care about your utility. It's not a factor. We're going to clean house. It comes down to one player. You sit there, you blink, and the round is over. Central Methodists find themselves a 6th.
Ooh, they tried to stabilize him there. Team play.
He still has it anyways.
At its finest. I mean, you know. CMU, though. 5. Now to 6. I think one of the big things we've kind of seen from Rogers State is their inability to keep the tempo of Central Methodist at bay. The great thing about having the Neon, Dallas, and I know you love Neon, you love talking about it, is that fast lane. The relay bolt, I'm going to be honest, it doesn't do that much, right? It is a concuss, which is not bad.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not kidding you.
It's outstanding. It's just very hard to aim.
That's what I'm saying. The issue right now is they have not found the... Salty almost had another bullet there. They've not found that much impact. It just feels like they're using it to use it. But the fast lane, if you combo that with the toxic screen, that is 3 walls in your way. And that forces players that have to push through it for Rogers State to be completely by their lonesome and just stuck between 3 different rock and hard places. And that's one of the great things that CMU have been able to utilize. And that's why Neon has been a really solid agent selection for them. Now, individually, the player may not be picking up the most frags, but they don't need to. When Skeptic is stepping up over and over again, when you're able to have everyone on your side correctly utilizing their utility and creating these spaces, Rogers State is left to fight these 2-on-1s, and they're not there.
Yep. It's just a matter of isolation, and then even then, it also comes down to capitalization, because you see the teams, you see what they're doing, you see right there. Honestly, X14O not really having the best idea of where these players could be. You know they're going to be on the outside, but you rush right down there in the middle, create that crosshair towards tunnel and towards CT, and making yourself so killable there. But it doesn't even matter. Skeptic is always there. He is the father figure for the team, sitting there saying, it doesn't matter, I'm here to buff out your mistakes, and at the end of the day, we will still win the round. As they now go up 7-3 in this map so far, the last 6 going into their favor. This is looking really good for them because they have 3 ultimates to work with now, 2 of which I feel like are a little bit more offensive oriented, obviously, and they're on the attacking side, so they're right where they need to be. But even in the Viper's pit, securing what could be most of the time a guaranteed round if you just play around that. I mean, this is looking outstanding. And even then, Rogers State is feeling that pressure. It's not even the last round of the half, and they're saying, let's go ahead and force up because we're scared of what's to happen.
You call Skeptic the father figure. Well, Father Time has also been on Central Methodist side. It is 6 men on the field for them. It's ridiculous how many times Rogers State, even if they do manage to maintain a comeback, it's some semblance of playthrough, cap some frags in, and have a chance for the defuse. There's never enough time. There's never enough time, and they fall short. And that's been another problem for Rogers State. When you come so close, you get so close, and it's just not close enough. That's an even more demoralizing factor. Speaking of kind of a demoralizing position, NyQuil cuts down 1. Unfortunately short-lived. Jethro does a good job to fight it back, and Salty with the Guardian finds Andy, but Skeptic still not dead. Has not been removed until Clarky can get their hands on him, but it's already before Skeptic founds themselves another kill. Clarky with some tag damage, but it's Papa Brown to finish it. Next 1-4-0. Player to fall last. Just God left standing. It's a 1-on-3. Hiding within the Viper's pit. You said if they just play around it, then they can win the round. They've done a good job of it so far, but stepping out, maintaining lines of sight, may find Jethro, but Papa Brown, clutch when they need to be. Steps up and gets the kill.
And even then, that was Clarky's round right there. I think even though you see the Viper already having that ultimate in hand and you're trying to give it over to that Sky, regardless, Clarky sat there and deserved that. After those kills, after that massive play right there towards back yellow, to sit there and manage that one flash, knowing that Neon or whoever the heck is there, you knew it was Neon because you heard the high gear come into effect and you can hear the wind up there of the sprint. On so many different occasions, he sat there and said, well, he's not going to swing me full blind. He's probably going to back up if anything. I'm going to swing myself around, and then whatever reason, Skeptic is there saying, oh, I want my fair share in this fight as well. Why are you all pushing up so much? You have a Viper's pit on site. I understand you're trying to make the job that much harder. You have a lead and you're trying to capitalize on it, but you can't give things up to secure that. That's all it comes down to. You can't get overzealous. You can't sit there and overstep your boundaries, and that is to a T exactly what CMU did in that round.
Trap destroyed.
We're nearing the end of the half, and for right now, CMU...
You lose.
I was going to say I have not seen the X140 Ultimate. I was really hoping to get to see it.
Emperor Palpatine?
Yeah.
Do it.
You
No.
are electrified.
Excuse me.
Your muscles are tensing.
Have some electroshock therapy.
I hope your muscles are less sore because Skeptic could really use that.
Yeah.
Because I bet their back is very sore from all the carrying it looks like they've been doing on this one. And while I cracked that joke in a semi-joking manner, obviously, it does look like that from the scoreboard. And that's not the case. Everyone on CMU have been allowing the player of Skeptic to step up big. They have been creating the chances for Skeptic to step up big. And
30 seconds
it's
left.
these spaces that they've been utilizing effectively that give them the chance to do so. Nice play by CMU there to find a kill in tube. I know you love tube control, and it looks like they're trying to go for it, but it looks like the B side itself is the expected approach, and they're already making waves as you see Gand fall.
I cannot use that.
With only 10 seconds left on the board, you know that Spike is going down. You know that play's coming out, and Andy finds that kill towards the back, barely staying alive with his own risk. But still, it's a 4v2, and Jethro has, I mean, you have to make an attempt right here. Thankfully, NyQuil's in the back for the side of CMU. You create pressure on every single side. He's already cleared tube. He's already cleared that entire site, saying, they're towards tunnel. Quite frankly, there's Clarky now coming up, fighting in a 1v2 scenario. 7 bullets in the mag. Knows that this time, last map, you got caught off guard. Well, this time you're not. You had the bullets to work with, but you had the lineups, you had the positioning. You know Andy's towards arches. Where's the Viper coming from? Well, right there on the flank. That's Gan. That's a kill, and that's the 8th round here for Central Methodist. And they go ahead, 8-4 up now on this map alone. Looking that much better for the defense, but even then, you got to sit there and consider. I want to say their composition is pretty faired out. It all comes down to whether or not you can see Skeptic or another player stepping up just as much in this round alone, and when that Red State can really get the read on it and make the most of that. Because, as we said earlier on Ascent, it seemed like they were falling asleep a little bit on us. And still, we've seen some great rounds here and there, but it's an 8-4 half. Central Methodist, if they win this pistol round, they get a guaranteed 10th off that, and then they find themselves only needing 3 rounds to close out this entire series. Rogers State, I'm sure they don't want to sit there and say, oh my God, we came all this way just to get an easy closure out on this and maybe make it like, what, a 7-13 at best? They have to win out this round right here, right now.
A gift.
I feel like, at least in my mind, one of the reasons why we saw CMU do such a great job of taking the... Oh my God, NyQuil! Please let me formulate a complete sentence before you absolutely shut Rogers State University down instantly.
No.
No. Oh my goodness. I feel like one of the reasons why we saw CMU do so good on the B site was the fact that they had the toxic screens. Oh my God. I'm trying so hard, Dallas. Color points are here, but it's just not being allowed to happen. Skeptic with another shot with the ghost. I'm going to hold this point for 4 minutes. I will hold and talk like this the entire time. Skeptic now with their 3rd, and Jethro's fallen. It's just Danny holding B main, and Andy will steal the opportunity of any more. It's disgusting! It's just nasty! I don't... CMU look the best team I think I've seen in a long time. Thank you. A timeout allows for me to talk to you.
There you go,
Thank
buddy.
you. I am
need
so
it.
thankful of this. Thank you, Rogers State. Not only do you need this to kind of stop CMU and keep them back, but I need this to formulate my plot point. CMU on the attack. There's 2 reasons why they took B site. 1, they worked together and they cleared the players that were off site first in a lot of those rounds so that when the post plant would come through, they would just only have a couple players to deal with. Always having the man advantage because they were cheeky. They were almost rodents. A rodentry play. Ratty is the phrase that you go for. And then actually pushing on his site was all through that Arch's side, and they used the 3-lane strategy of toxic screen and fast lane. And that keeps so much control over the sight lines that if one drops, the others back up. And that makes up for the weaknesses of that Viper's toxic screen with that slight nerf that came through in terms of that toxins pool that you have available as Viper. Then, when it comes over to the A site, you and I have some somewhat differing opinions. We've mostly come across the same thing now with the toxic screen to the back of the right pyramid on A. It has its weaknesses, definitely does, but it's the best of a worst situation, and CMU played around it to make the best of the best situation. They didn't greed it, they didn't swing it, they let everyone else on Rogers State have to come to them by getting the plant, only using it for a moment, and then stepping back through cave to play their own game. CMU, this looks like their map, and it's the last map that was left relegated. It's crazy to think how dominant they're playing right now.
Yeah, and even then, in that last round alone, we sat there and got a taste of
Enemy
it.
tagged.
That was literally insult to injury if I'd ever seen it. That exemplifies that. They say we found ourselves around. You don't know what to expect here on this defensive side from us. Well, we'll show you a little taste of it. If only one of their players get a chance to even click their mouse button, the fact that the reaction wasn't even there enough to retaliate any shots that came out, that one player got the chance to get any damage off in that round because it was so dominant, you can see that answer right now. Roger State has not pushed out of their spawn because they are petrified of what Central Methodist is able to maintain on this map thus far. This is momentum. This is not a snowball. This is not a boulder. This is a freaking freight train pushing into your spawn on the defense because of how much they are prepared for this.
One enemy remaining.
Good position there by Papa Brown, but it's not really needed. Sorry, X140, I should say. As Papa Brown comes around and gets the kill, read it backwards. But Andy cannot be allowed. They were both holding a chokehold. I mean, you're literally holding both sides. It's expected for you to get one or two and the other person frag out and get a couple there more instead. But it's interesting that the Owl Jones spots Andy, and they don't relay the information because the team goes, don't worry, dude, I got the intel, because they see the shots from behind it in the corner where we saw X140 playing, and so they just tunnel vision on an X410 instead. Yeah, tunnel vision the Neon, and guess who's still there? The Sova, who just and gats you down with literally no problem. Easiest thing in the world to hold down left click. Now you can see X140 use the fast lane, maintain control over towards mid, cross over to fight Pillar, and that allows Skeptic with free reign to parole around at top of mid to take out the head of Papa Brown.
Dude is literally holding on to the same ghost from round one and has managed at least one kill every single round with it. Think about
the
his
dude is holding on to my
I want to
heart.
see his econ score at the end of this game. I want to see the scoreboard for a while. I want to sit there and take note of every single bit of it. Because Central Methodist, it is now the retaliation round. That's what I like to usually label it as, because a lot of teams actually find an answer on a round like this. But Central Methodist is not letting that happen.
They just, it's nasty. Oh my god. I thought the fragment would get it. If Skeptic didn't find the headshot kill, the fragment would have killed there. What are you to do? What is you supposed to do? What is you supposed to do in that situation, right? Like, Roger State. I'm sorry, guys. You guys are being outclassed on this map. And it's so strange to see after the really amazing performance you guys had on Bind, and CMU were just praying for success, and they were pulling it out of nowhere, it seemed like. And we're now seeing where they're pulling that out of. Their back pocket. They've had it the whole time. They've been hiding it from us, and they pulled it out at Ascent, and they're ripping it right back out again on Breeze. It almost feels like a secret weapon for them, Dallas. It's kind of nasty.
Yeah. Like, you even mentioned it earlier towards the later end of Ascent, saying that Roger State, it seemed like they were just trying to play for Breeze at that point. They were sitting there waiting for the convoy. They were waiting for the bus to take them on to the next destination. Instead, they got Timmy's mom, whose lasagna tastes like burnt licorice somehow. And instead, you're like, what is going on? This is not what I was expecting. We are being completely blindsided, and I don't want any piece of this. But plain and simple. I mean, it just stinks.
I feel like this is a memory that you're just dredging up.
No,
right
I don't know a guy named Timmy. Besides Timmy Turner, but that's besides the point. But all things considered, I mean, we see Central Methodist. Sure, X140 is not really here in the game right now. He's performing at the bottom of the leaderboard, but thank God you have Skeptic here, because the guy's going to be on fire for every single map that we've seen thus far.
I don't want to dog on X140. That utility was amazing on the first half.
But he's essentially playing controller right now instead of an actual duelist. And that's okay, because thank God your initiator is being a duelist. His Skeptic is finding every single kill in the map thus far. He's pushing all the way into his side. I swear to God, if this man gets more than one kill, it's going to be donezo. And even then, whips out the ghost. No! The one thing he's managed every single round to get a kill with. Finally managed to, if he kept the ghost, guarantee he gets a 3K right there. But instead, had to bring out the rifle. But right there, an answer finally having to come out from here. Central Methodist finally in this half being down in man numbers and looking to have to clutch things up. But NyQuil finally swinging out, having the life to go ahead and having the advantage to go ahead and just rendezvous off that. It's not going to matter enough. You wait for the recon, you wait for the retaliation, you wait for the reinforcements, and there they are, X140 coming to life, bringing some pressure towards the back. The wall comes down, creates space for NyQuil to get a 3K, and it's plays like this to where Central Methodist says, do what you want to do. It's not even going to matter.
I am adding the director of the game managers for the NECC, SGK Kairo. I think they're in chat right now as well here on NECC Esports. Neon is gas! The fact of of the matter is that fast lane isolated the one at that point defensive, the attacking team, a Death Rose player, and then because of that, you re-swing through the right side lane, and you got 2 more players in your line of sight. That ability is nasty, and the fact that it only cost you 300 credits and it lasts for a full 6 seconds, you can play around that for so much time and get a full reload afterwards. Goodness gracious, every piece of utility just comes up successful. Nothing but W's for Central Methodist Eagles.
I said it earlier, 7 rounds at best. I don't even know about that, buddy. I mean, this is... I don't want to count Rogers State University out at all. I really don't. I want to give them the benefit of the doubt. Thing is, this game is just... It is outstanding. Central Methodist on this map looked like a flawless team for the entire season. You get a bye week in here. They won the bye week somehow. Like, it seems like if they played Breeze on the bye week, they would have gotten a record for it. Like, it is just so freaking good that even right there, the fast lane comes up. You see Rogers State, they kind of pooped their pants a little bit. They said, let's back up. We got to go to spawn. That fast lane, who knows who's inside there? We don't know what Central Methodist is planning around this. That intimidation factor alone scares you to where you say, we do not want to try this. Creates the return, puts you right back into the other side. Gan swings out, almost found a kill there if he at least fired. But knowing that kind of switch up, knowing that you're going ahead, creating this pressure, making them rotate across the map, you finally get an answer out of Rogers State because they knew they had the numbers advantage. Once again, a 5v3, Spike is down. This is their chance to at least get another round on the board.
Emergence is considered a gold to plat for rank, and it looks like CMU have been playing this like they're immortals.
Yep.
It has. Just their ability to work together alone is so freaking good. It's disgusting. And the fact of the matter is, Rogers State University have been falling victim to the teamwork and coordination. It's not always the strategies. The strategies are kind of simplistic, right? Especially if you're trying to bring out a Neon. She does the same thing every single time. That's all she has her use for. Relay Bolt's hard to use. It's somewhat expensive. I mean, it's 200 each, so you're spending 400 around if you just dump that. And the fact of the matter is, we have not seen it find that much impact. That last round, they just threw them. That was all they did. That's all X14 did. It works to push them back, but that's all that's there. Rogers State University are falling victim, not to one man. It's not just the side of Skeptic. It's the fact that Central Methodist have given no outlooks without chances of success for the refrag. They're working together, and it is flawless. And I have seen teams work together at Immortal ranges. I've seen them work at Radi ranges. I have cast a TSM, and there were times where I'm looking at them and going, why are you doing this? And I'm not questioning CMU really in that much regard about that.
Yeah, and I'm not either. I mean, they look outstanding, but it all comes down to just pitching in every single aspect. Honestly, if they didn't have Skeptic on this map, this would be a completely different story. Let's be completely real here. This guy's been the fragger, and Caster's Curse does come alive right then and there, but regardless of that round alone, when you look at the score, when you look at the kind of influence he provided, even then on the opposite side of the field, on the attacking side, that suppression provided so much. He sat there and used his ultimate twice. Each time, it made sure to completely limit what they could have done. They popped it so fast. He's so confident in his plays that, I mean, that's what a KO has to do. Be confident with what's there to provide, but a massive setup here already just trying to line up towards NyQuil. You saw the gander. You saw the intel come through. You jump off. You don't go ahead and shoot the 24s. You see Salty waiting inside there just trying to say, please, COD, push this out so I can find this kill. But even then, X14 trying to go ahead and find some players to push out on his own respect, but just can't find the shots there. And he's alive and well, though, towards the back. Salty goes ahead and grabs that pick. NyQuil is not budging at all, hoping that somebody swings him, but instead, they have free text to the site. They have no reason to.
Seekers are sent out. That's intel. Not really needed for RSU with a man count double the count of what CMU are bringing to the table, and a Viper spit on site. A lot of ults being used. The Emperor Palpatine was not available for X14 out. That might have been one of the only good moments to use it, but still bleeding away. CMU kind of poking at the open wound, so to say. They'll only find one kill. NyQuil misses, but that tour de force shot, an unfortunate opportunity, no longer available, and they'll pad their stats. Get rid of that util. Not allowed here in my game on Breeze. They'll try to spray through the Viper's pit to maybe tag that lone Viper on site. At this point, I'm playing for an exit frag. I'm trying to deny the rotate through cave, and we see NyQuil look over there and actually see the Viper retreating, but Clarky plays a bit cheekier than that. Actually goes underneath of that heaven side and finds the kill instead. It's still a 12 match point, series point for CMU, but Rogers State, that was a good round for them.
It was. And it was a good one to back up at least what we saw in the round beforehand. A flawless round in their hands. They're making sure to get right back into this game. And they're at least managing something. They're getting a feel for what Central Methodist is doing. And I can go ahead and sniff it out myself just from the couple rounds that I saw, even off the get-go on this defense. They play for easy picks. They work off elbow. Skeptic finds a kill towards elbow, but every single time that doesn't work out, that's when the round starts to unfold. That one round when we saw that X14O had that wall, it was the retake. It was a 4v3 scenario, and things weren't looking all too good, and the spike was down. It all came down to X14O on that wall, quite honestly. But in scenarios like this, you're looking a little one-dimensional. It's worked out so far because you were looking like that much better fraggers, and that's the mental aspect of Valorant. When you believe you can hit those shots, trust me, you hit those darn shots. But in cases like this, where you finally see some rounds coming back, it only takes like 2 or 3 rounds in a row for one team to say, what are we doing? And that's literally what we're seeing. 2 rounds in a row for Roger State. That's all it is. And that's forcing a timeout here from Central Methodist to say, what is going on? You need to change up the lineups of these sites. You have to put a Viper towards your A site. You need to put your Neon towards your B site. You need to sit there and put your Chamber towards the middle of the map instead of on Tube, and let your Sova go ahead and play towards Tube instead. Do whatever you got to do. Whatever it is, it needs to be different.
You said that Skeptic was the reason why we're here. The teamwork and then Skeptic, if they weren't there, there's no way this would be the story of where we're at right now. Not only is that the case, but Skeptic playing KO, you're saying, oh, he's just duelisting right now. He's just gunning. No, everything that Skeptic has done, I guarantee you, he's the IGO. There's just no way. Because the team is pushing and trusting every word he says.
Yep.
Every time Skeptic goes, they're blind here. They're doing this. I've got suppress. Knife point out. I'm going to kill them. No, command them. There's no way they survive. It's almost like he's playing all 5 people. It's one of those scenarios where you look at it and go, oh, big brother, I'm getting my butt kicked in Call of Duty. Come play for me. Skeptic is the big brother of all 5 of them.
Yep.
And that may explain the chemistry, that they're all related and that they're all twins or something. I don't know. But Skeptic is leading this charge.
Is that it?
Yeah, that's it, dude. Skeptic is leading the charge. Oh, that is unfortunate timing. It still almost finds the kill on a Clarky. They're 1 HP. Oh, my goodness. But a quick movement over to the B sites. Gant finding a kill. And that switches them to a Vandal instead of the Judge. They lock that up one more, looking for a second. Oh, my God! Jethro and Danny fall victim to Gand on sight. They'll throw the Toxic Cloud. Terrible balance for it, but now they'll have the opportunity to swing for the last. The 4K to Gand. They're sending us out of breeze. CMU are your victors here for this full BO3. Match point, series point is complete, and producer, please do not switch off of the game screen yet.
Please do not.
We want to see this. It's got to be nuts. It's got to be insane.
I mean, we got to sit there and consider all kinds of things. I want to see the econ score for Skeptic, first and foremost, because obviously he's going to be at the top of the leaderboard. There it is, 107.
Oh, my God.
This guy ran the Ghost for like 4 rounds in a row. Didn't die at all during that first stage of the game. Had nearly 3 times the kills of what he did for deaths. This man, Russell Westbrook, MVP right here this game. Triple-double on the board right now. Just think about that.
Yeah. The sheer fact of the matter is, there wasn't a lot of objective play in this game. There wasn't, right? We had a total of 4 defuses and 6 plants, I think, was the final number there.
Yeah.
Objective-wise, and in a game that is objective-based, that's a weird number. It's not weird when you actually watch the game. It's not weird when you saw how these 2 teams wanted to play. It really did feel like RSU on the attack was more comfortable just baiting and playing.
Yeah.
And then when you switch that one back around, CMU were more comfortable just letting RSU do what they wanted because they knew they had the upper hand with that. And that's kind of the difference in playstyle. RSU tried to go back to their comfort zone, and CMU was just more comfortable in that comfort zone. What do you do when your fallback doesn't work? And that's where we saw the side of RSU struggle with. Where do they go? They didn't know, and unfortunately, because of that, the result is as we saw.
Yeah, and even then, the adjustments we have to consider. Talking about those initial rounds on the second half, excuse me. We sat there and saw RSU eventually get there. They sat there and said, okay, it's almost like on Fracture as well. When you have a Jet peeking right there towards B main, and she always kills you with the one tap on the Vandal, or always with an Operator, and you're like, give me 1 round. Swear to God, I'm going to swing this. We're going to kill her this time. Let's all 5 rush her, and then you get 3 watch, and you're like, okay, you know what? I know what doing, and I'm wrong. Let's not peek her anymore. Let's play towards a different side of the map. That's when we saw RSU go ahead and feel out the A side a little bit. Get some influence towards there and say, okay, well, Skeptic is going to push elbow. We obviously cannot touch the sky. That's okay. I've said it on so many different occasions, and it's something that's really come to light here in Valorant recently, is when knowing when to fold. Knowing when to know you were outgunned. That is an aspect of the game. We sit there and talk about respect all the time. We talk about teams respecting teams. Teams sometimes, if there's one player that's standing out too much, you have to respect that one player. If he's at the top of the leaderboard with almost nearly double everybody else's econ score, almost tripling his KD here in the game, and having so many assists to back it up, you need to sit there. You can't sit there and say, oh, he's not that good, he's just getting lucky. You need to admit he is sitting there slamming players, and you can't work against him. You have to play on a different side of the map.
Yeah, I call it the raid boss. In any esport, whether it be R6, Overwatch, any FPS truly, they're a raid boss. You look at that and you go, okay, I got him this time, guys. Please swing with me. Please swing with me. You're scared of him. You can't help but, like, it's muscle memory. It's reflex. This person has spent the last 40 rounds in this BO3 whooping you. And that's just the byproduct of Skeptic being on another level for that. To make matters worse, even when they would double swing him, when they would triple swing him, he still comes out on top. And I think that comes down to it. Map 1, we see RSU take it, and I think that's because they hadn't yet ingrained the fear of that individual, of the individuals of the side of CMU.
He was asleep. Lily, keep in mind, those first couple rounds, I even mentioned it. I remember the quote I said. I said that Skeptic was a player who ran in, planted the spike, and he immediately died. He never got a chance to come to life because he was never alive. He was always a spike man. He was flying under the radar. They were literally sliding a Trojan horse into the site saying, this guy, sleep on him. Go ahead. Say he's going to do literally nothing. Next rounds, the entire next half of that map, and the next 2 maps alone, he was blowing you up from the inside out.
It's insane what one individual was doing, and you can't help but be scared of that. It's ingrained in you at that point. When you get nervous, I don't know, you're talking to a pretty girl or something, your hand shakes, right? You start to get butterflies. Except in this case, it's not butterflies, it's shakes of fear. You are tremoring in your seats from fear. Your hand starts to make mistakes, especially if the side of CMU, which they were quite fond of on map 2, they didn't do it as much because Skeptic just soloed there on map 3. They would double swing with Skeptic. They would do it alongside a non-important player for the latest stage of the round, one that could just kind of place their util and be done with it. It came down to the wire on a lot of those scenarios, but target acquisition, fear, and that ingrained monitoring of respect for that one player, all of that adds up. And if it's even just the slightest of edge, that's an edge that put them ahead of you.
Yeah, and even then, looking at the map thus far, you got to sit there and talk about RSU. Obviously, they had themselves a great map 1, and it was also as kind of close as it was. It came down to clutches. That's literally what we saw in those last couple of rounds. That's why I got so excited, because it was a clutch back and forth, back and forth. This one player getting a triple kill, one player getting a double kill, one player getting a 4K. It was back and forth in that respect. It was not team play. And when you finally get to maps where you see that, I mean, CMU, they're starting to get comfortable. They're saying, okay, we don't even need to work off each other anymore. We don't feel very comfortable about buying, but thank God we had a couple players to step up. Skeptic eventually found his clutches. He was getting warmed up. He was just going ahead and getting the barrel warm just for these next couple maps. And thank God Andy was able to be that placeholder in the meantime. Andy and Salty were doing everything in their power to just go ahead and have that some kind of a little rivalry there. But, I mean, they were going ahead and submissing that guy. RSU, though, as a squad, I mean, don't get me wrong. They were 5-1 going into here tonight, and now they're 5-2. They're both now 5-2. So, I mean, things are really starting to heat up in this series, or at least in this season thus far now, knowing we only have a couple weeks left before we go to that playoff scenario. We're going to see this again eventually, is what I'm thinking. You got to sit there and know how to adjust around the map, quite frankly. You sit there, we see you have the frag ability, we know you'll have some great ideas, we know you can execute on them. Thing is, you have to have some adaptability as well, because me and Scott, if you've listened to us at all this season, we say adaptability, adjustments, we say that a little bit way too much. I'll be real, we say it way too much. But
that's what collegiate comes down to. That's the biggest problem about collegiate too.
It's because it's so freaking important that we can't reinforce it enough. We have to ingrain it in your head so many times where you're sitting there saying, when you think of the letter A in the alphabet, you don't even think of A in the alphabet. You think of A of adjustment, A of adapting. Literally, it will, instead of A for apple, that's the first thing that comes to your mind, because it's what it dwindles down to. We just did not see that here today. Even on Breeze, I understand you may want to ban it going forward because you're not going to see very many neons past this, and even then, it didn't have that much of an influence. But regardless of that, you got to sit there and know that sometimes, even then, A site isn't your spot. You have to sit there, try out the middle, try out the sides, because keep in mind, even on Ascent, we never saw any pushes down the middle. We never saw those splits that really came into fruition that actually created this space for the squad to really capitalize on it and move on and find themselves a siege onto a side.
I could go on for hours about everything that we saw tonight. Bind alone, I could probably digest for 20 minutes. I wish I was joking for everything that we saw. And while it did come down to the final few moments, those clutch rounds that got us really into it, and we didn't get to see as many of those on map 2 and map 3 because it just wasn't as close. I still think that those were very important rounds. Yep. And the fact that CMU climbed back in map 1, I think that was what did it. We didn't get to see RSU put the boot down. They didn't finish the job that they started. They didn't stamp out the hopes of CMU on map 1. Nope. That was undoing. That was the downfall, the beginning of the end. Though they may have lost the battle, or maybe RSU won the battle, they lose the war. And the war goes through attrition as they bled away much too much to the side, and more specifically to Skeptic to feed them throughout this. But unfortunately, we can't talk about this forever. It is like 1 a.m. for a lot of you out there, even later for some. I wish there was like an analyst desk where we just go off. Maybe they'll have one in for finals. They'll bring us on so we can deep dive and talk about things. Bring it up to the NECC. We'll hook us up. We'll have to see. But make sure you guys put the recommendations in. I hope to see both these teams in playoffs as well. I don't think we won't. I mean, we're nearing that point, and they are top of their bracket as far as I'm aware. I think the only team above them was the one we saw just earlier, the Marion University side. Yeah. So here's hoping they continue to go, because both teams still need to face Marion University. So who will come out on top? It's really hard to tell, because Marion was really good, and so are these two teams. I can't give a nod to any of them. I'm going to be staying tuned to see that scoreline and hope that it's also on broadcast. But speaking of broadcast, stay tuned for more NECC action. Tomorrow is Rocket League. It's it here for the NECC tonight. No fourth game for the night. My name's Infernos, just joined here by Mick. We have two great people in the booth behind us, PDB for the observation, as well as having Burr to step up and do the producing. Stay tuned for more. We'll see you guys next time.